stuff. But let's also get on to King Academics. We're back on King Academics. Don't worry. Okay. Thank you guys for all the tremendous amount of love you showed to our Kick channel. We've been trying to grow it. We just started on that platform. Of course, we have other platforms. Shout out to R Block. We have Rumble. But we've been on Rumble a few years. We've been on King Academics for over a decade. And the Academy, we've been grounding as well. So appreciate all you guys, no matter where you tune in from. Thank you for getting here. Today is Monday. I actually took 2 days off. I felt guilty about it because I didn't even do nothing. I just was chilling in the crib. But felt guilty about it. And we are going to, we just got to break through that mold of because I'm going to stream every day this week. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We got to break through that. Let's see, that's 1 Monday, 1, Tuesday 2, Wednesday 3, Thursday 4. Okay, so we're going to get back to day 5 again, and now we got to figure out how to get to day 6 to get to day 8. And when we get to day 8, we'll get past day 10 because I'm not going to miss any days of the Diddy trial, okay? All right, people. We have let in the hooligans in the building, or not really, but shout out to the Academy. They're popping up. Hey, by the way, everybody on the Academy, I got to be honest with you. R Block is that's Rumble. They're seriously trying to contend that they should be on the screen. Right now, you guys chat, it's on the screen. They want to be on the screen. So they kind of want, it's like back in the olden days. They're like, I challenge you to a duel. We're going to see. Anyway, chat. Okay. So we're a little bit late into the Diddy trial today. I will give you an update on that. I drank coffee already. I might have to order some new coffee because I got lit after the coffee. But welcome, and I hope you guys had an amazing weekend. Thank all you guys for tuning in last week. Last week we were not live on the Academy channel, or not King Academics, but we are live on all channels this week. Okay, so let me give you, and by the way, you guys let me know. You guys can control the stream. Do you want me to get into the Diddy trial immediately, or there's a few things, right? There's some Rock Nation shit. What else is going on? We could lightly look and see what's going on. Hold on. There is some shit. There's some updates I could do that's non-Diddy related. Oh my God, this Cardi B. Oh my God, this Cardi B and Offset shit, man. There's some stuff for that. What else? Cardi claims he's about to drop another album. His wife, I guess he's dating some person named Gio. She's whatever. She said that. Oh. What do y'all want to do? Rock Nation? Somebody say, I'm Diddy'd out. Do y'all want to? Yo, chat, I'm going to be honest with you. And this is with the closest people I'm very cool with. Bruh, I've been telling y'all about Rock Nation. Rock Nation currently is doing something that, for all the people who claim, it's not about Tory. Rock Nation is intentionally harassing, bullying, trying to take down many young, listen, they're not me. Again, I don't got money to bang with Rock Nation. I don't want to go to war with them. I told y'all that already. I'll apologize to JC. I'm good. I know how to pick my battles. That's why I'm undefeated in my eyes because I don't take losing battles. Rock Nation is out here deleting people's pages, bullying, doing a lot of things that in hip hop, all those people who hate me, they would normally call out, but not one of them are calling those people out. So it becomes upon me, and I'm like, all of these guys that when they be talking shit about me, I let them talk shit about me. Nobody ever steps in. Rock Nation is now bullying other young creators who they're reporting regular shit, and nobody's saying a word. For that reason alone, I don't know if I want to talk about Rock Nation today. You know why? Because when y'all don't hold everybody else to the fire, when they're cowards, and I stand up here and I say everything, and y'all know they criticize me and use everything to my detriment. When y'all don't hold them other cowards to the extent of it, Actually, let's talk about it. Because, you know what? I'll call people out. I'm a little lit. Perfect. And I'm going to challenge the Joe Budden podcast. I'm going to challenge the Breakfast Club, especially the Breakfast Club. Because a lot of y'all shit seem to be coming from a heavy Rock Nation influence place. I'm challenging the Breakfast Club, Joe Budden. And again, nothing wrong with Joe Budden's podcast, but I'm only calling them out because of their size. You guys have a very huge platform. Now, I'm trying to say, I don't want to fight no battles by myself because half of y'all, not the people I named Breakfast Club or Joe Budden podcast, want to see me go away. But there's a bunch of other facetious members. So all the rest of them, they're just not relevant for me to name. The point is this. If I really wanted to sit back on this Rock Nation shit this week, because if I see nobody speak about it, y'all should know what it is. Rock Nation is using heavy-handed, somewhat maybe possibly illegal tactics to silence opposition or criticism of them and their employees. Remember back in the day when I started throwing up the rock and I started saying, I don't want no beef with these motherfuckers? Y'all say I'm pussy. You could call me pussy, but if I'm pussy, what are the other people who don't speak about them at all? I'm the first one who told y'all the reason Bobby Shmurda's career is in shambles is because of Rock Nation. Rock Nation did so much shicey shit with Epic. Epic wanted no parts to do with Bobby. They said, y'all go get him. But we going to have to fight it out on a legal perspective because we own him and y'all been interfering with our contract with the nigga. So now Bobby Shmurda gets no support because it's going to be a legal fight. They tried to do it with Uzi. They did it with Meg Thee Stallion. I've been telling y'all this. But again, let me tell you this. I'm not Jesus. I've never told you I'm Jesus. Never confuse act for the one that says, no, I'm just here to die for y'all sins. No. So when I look around and I see, ain't that Debo? And everybody was like, nah, we gonna fuck Debo up. Yo, let's ride. Everybody was ganging up with me like, all right, let's ride. I show up. I look around and say, where y'all at? Everybody at home. Everybody like, oh, I couldn't get a babysitter. I'm not fighting Debo by myself. So I told y'all I want no smoke with Rock Nation. And I still don't want no smoke with them. But I do want y'all to hold these other media outlets accountable. Let me tell you what's happening with Rock Nation. I don't necessarily care about Desiree Perez, who's the CEO. By the way, if you don't know her history, 6ix9ine first mentioned her back in the day. Desiree Perez is a woman who used to be doing things in and in accordance with drug dealing. She was working with the cartel. She was transporting drugs. She got caught. Her boyfriend or whoever else she was dealing with at the time, they were also involved in the drug trade. She took a plea and she was a state's witness. The same thing. This is why 6ix9ine was confused. Why does the industry bow to Desiree Perez, who was this is known, who cooperated against the cartel, but they're down to oust me because I cooperated against the 9 trade gangsters. At that point, everybody had every excuse. Oh, well, she's a woman. You know, you got to treat women like retarded kids. You can't, a man snitching, problem. You can't fuck with him. A woman snitching, come on. It's a woman. All right, bet. You got it. So, 6ix9ine told us about it then. I and other people have told you about their tactics afterwards. I talked to DJ. I don't want to bring other people into it. When Uzi was going through all that shit, Rock Nation was in Uzi's ear, my nigga. Okay, I talked to 1501 and all those people because they sent me all the court documents. I said, why y'all got beef with Meg? Rock Nation's trying to steal it from us. Rock Nation, and again, I'm not really even attacking Jay-Z specifically. I'm just saying that organization, this is why I said, I always told you it's better to be liked than to be right. They operate under Jay-Z's credibility and love that we have for him as a cultural figure and a great rapper that really, it's a reason why that nigga said we done with Neil and we said, Colin Kaepernick, get the fuck out of here. Rock Nation's been doing some of the scummiest shit in history that if we were supposed to actually, if it was a white-owned organization and Jay-Z wasn't the face behind it, we would have said this is the equivalent to any type of slave type of corporation. But once Jay-Z is associated with it, we let everything fly. Trying to take black artists away from black independent record labels. Bullying tactics. suppression. Now we're seeing in this current situation, they're using false and illegal DCMA, or is it DMCA? They're using false copyright claims to bully and harass and try to threaten to take people down that they don't speak ill of Roc Nation. I've been telling y'all this for the longest. They're the closest thing to the Illuminati. I know y'all expect to see a white face, but it's been Roc Nation all along. I've told y'all this. I'm just not willing to fight this battle by myself, because with any rapper, I feel like I could take on. I watched a couple rappers. I don't think there's a rapper that's been successful against me. Not in the long run. I don't want to fight against Roc Nation. I told you, I threw my hands up. The towel was already in the ring. It's an act. You don't want to squabble? I don't want it. I need y'all, if y'all give a fuck about this when y'all tell me to speak about it, go get y'all other podcasters to speak about this. Ask the Breakfast Club why they're not talking about the fact that, and if you don't know what's going on, I won't even bring it up because this is a very weird and iffy area. Desiree Perez, the CEO of Roc Nation, she has a daughter. The daughter is dating some dude she don't like. She think the dude's a bad influence, whatever. It's a mom. She started to use her power and influence that came from Roc Nation to essentially put her daughter in a mental institution hold that her daughter is now suing for. And her daughter is exposing information to say, yo, my mom, she's always used her power to bully and harass people. She hacks pages. She will do things to eliminate the criticism or the other side. I've told y'all all this. Y'all didn't give a fuck. So I know sometimes y'all couldn't be like, yo, Act, it's your turn. I'm like, no. I've been saying this. Get them to talk about it, because everybody else, and I'm not speaking, I should give some more examples, but they're irrelevant. I know half of these media outlets are funded by Roc Nation. Funded by, I want to say it again, funded by Roc Nation. They won't say a word. So when y'all tell me to come speak out, I'm like, y'all basically keep telling me that I need to go play Russian roulette every single time. It's only a matter of time before they get me out of here, right? As great as you could be, look at Floyd. Floyd could be 50-0. If he keep taking fights, against the best opponent. Eventually, you probably know he'll lose. The point what I'm trying to say is this. And I know you're saying, Ack, you're yapping right now. I want to pull up an article, but what I see all of these little woke motherfuckers, I see there's channels dedicated to making videos about me. If you've ever gotten a DMCA notice or DCMA notice, it never came from me. I don't use YouTube or otherwise to try to curate the conversation. I might not like it. I might call you a bozo, but I don't do that. And if you've ever heard someone say that, you should ask them to prove the filing. Hey, well, if somebody takes down your video, show us the Academy or academics taking it down. I didn't take it down. Those people are probably lying if they ever said it. What I'm telling you now is that Roc Nation and their CEO, Desiree Perez, and this is why I'm not pulling up a video of theirs, and I'm only speaking. Roc Nation are out here bullying independent creators and any media platform who chooses to speak or give their opinion on something that seemingly is obvious. What is it? It seems that Desiree Perez and Roc Nation are getting exposed for their power, their reach, their manipulativeness based on a lawsuit that came out. And by the way, I think I got the lawsuit. I'm going to scroll through the lawsuit because there's nothing they could DCMA me over with the lawsuit. Okay. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I want to pull up this lawsuit. By the way, we're going to get court. There's drama going on in court. I'm here with y'all all day. Today's Monday. I ain't streaming 2 days. Y'all got me locked for 8 hours as long as y'all allow me to eat on camera, because I got to eat at some point. All right. So as long as I can eat on camera, I'm staying with y'all for at least 8 hours. Okay. I'm going to get drunk, sober, drunk again. Okay. Where is it? I'm going to find it. Anybody who follows me, send me the entire thing if you can. Let me see. Is this it? I want the entire thing to post real quick. We're not going to go through it fully, but I just want to tell y'all, because sometimes y'all think what I'm saying is non-factual. I always told you, I don't catch losses like y'all want me to, or some of the hate watchers want me to, because I know when I'm going against someone who's insurmountable. Rock Nation is not to be fucked with, and this is why when I'm giving my opinion about Tory, I say Tory won't be freed. They have a stake and an incentive to keep Tory Lanez locked up for the 10 years or to have Tory eliminated. Now, I'm not accusing them, or I wouldn't even insinuate that they would do it, but what I'm saying is that they don't want Tory here, okay? So when y'all keep saying, yo, why don't you just... Bruv, do you get what I'm saying? I've been saying this for months. I've been saying this for a year. Let me see if I can find... Oh, actually, no. It's on the Academy. Theakademy.blog. We got the whole thing. Look. We got the lawsuit. We got the work. Now, I'm going to scroll through this. We ain't even going to look at it. Y'all could go on the... Listen, this was so important. Usually for some civil cases and documents that we pull, you'll have to be a Patreon member to see the full thing. We just put this one for free. You don't even got to be a Patreon member. But y'all go read it. I won't even read it on stream. Everything I've been telling y'all, just go read what I said. This is her own daughter alleging these things. This ain't me. Remember, Ack is just, he's just mad because it ain't me. Her daughter, Desiree Perez, Rock Nation, do what that you will. But I'm not going to be the one walking you through something I've been telling y'all, okay? They're at the point of a little bit of desperation. They're down to eliminate people's channels, file lawsuits, injunctions. And here's the thing with them. Look, this is her own daughter saying this. Do I got to read this? Unfortunately, has illegal tactics to get her way, even if it requires wearing rubber gloves, providing false information. In addition to be the CEO, she's a part owner of the company. You see the names. I don't want to keep reading it, chat, because y'all keep thinking the enemy has a Caucasian face, but I'm telling you, they have empowered somebody that has a black face that owns a company that we think is cultural. They move like the white man. I want no smoke with Rock Nation. I've told y'all this before. And if y'all ask me, I will defend Jay-Z and Desiree. Yes, call me pussy because I don't want no beef with them. Okay? Just look. She has has an army of tech staff with access to the best technology that money could buy. Has a team of attorneys at her disposal. Despite her current position, her background and discreet rise to prominence was highly unusual. Her past abandonment of her daughter is the root cause of their current friction. Didn't I tell you this? She participated, Desiree, in a federal drug trafficking activities in the 90s under a prior name, Desiree Reynoso. Following her indictment and arrest, she was originally sentenced to 30 months in imprisonment. However, she became a confidential... Y'all say I don't like snitches. But that's what y'all say. I say something, they go to something else. And provided information. Again, chat, I want to just back up from this. When you see real power, let me tell you this. It took about 45 minutes of me on a dry erase board to dismantle Meek Mill's career. Lil Baby, I derailed everything he had going on with about 2 weeks of planning. Rock Nation, I wouldn't even touch whatever they got going on. I apologize. Just remember I told you that. I would rather go with Drake, who's my man's. I'd rather go with him than go with Rock Nation. I want no smoke. So again, I'm not going to be the person who, I ain't going to be the guy who be like, y'all remember Act? Yeah, I ain't going to lie, man. Yo, he was violating a lot of people. He was giving us the truth until Rock Nation caught him. I'm not Jesus. Y'all ain't going to sacrifice me. Go get them other outlets to talk about this and spam it in their chats, in their comment section. Why you not talking about Rock Nation? When y'all get that answer, I'll tap back in with y'all. Figure out why they don't talk about this, and I'll tap back in with y'all. Anyway, look. While engaged, she gave birth to her daughter in 1994. She continued to engage in criminal conduct. Look, it's a lot of shit. This is her daughter saying it. Remember, Ak is this weirdo who don't really know nobody. I'm just talking shit. Now her daughter is saying the same thing, and nobody gives a fuck. She was eventually sentenced to 9 months, okay, because she violated federal probation. By the way, keep in mind all the rappers who claim they street, who's associated with this organization, and is said by her own daughter in a lawsuit, in a federal lawsuit, that it said her own mom became, chat, I don't want no smoke. Stop telling me to get smoke with them. Y'all not going to get me to go squabble with no damn Rock Nation. Rock Nation is the army, better yet, the label and the goddamn motherfucking militia. They're everything. I want no smoke with them. Anyway, the point is, y'all could go look at this. It's free of charge on my website. And if my website comes down, y'all know what it is. I don't have anything more to say about this. They're talking about illegally record people in their bedroom, hacking iPhones, unlawfully detain people. Chat, I want to stay out of this. I'd rather go at UMG than go at these people. I'd rather go at anybody else in hip-hop than go against. I keep telling y'all, and again, whatever you want to take from that, you could take from that, okay? There was hacked phones, hacked accounts. Yeah. Track locations. Not surprisingly, her office is located at this. Okay. She filed screenshots. Okay. This is 64 pages, y'all. Y'all go read it. Y'all go read it. Told me on the rest. Put it like this. If these allegations exist against a family member and a mother, I don't know if it's true, but let's say this person was down to actually do this to their own daughter. What do you think they would do to the ops? What do you think they would do to a bunch of rappers whose only purpose, seemingly for most of the industry, is only to gain money? So I'm going to... They got it. I don't want no smoke with them. But if y'all do want to know, go read this. 64 pages. Go read this. You're welcome. Okay? You're welcome. All right, people. Let's get on to the Diddy trial. I know. Some of y'all are so used to be like, yo, let me get to the Absol thing right before. Y'all be like, yo, Ak, yo, you be defeating every rapper. Everybody who get into it with you, they catch L's. Yo, you got to take on Rock Nation. No, I don't. Please, leave me alone. I apologize to Rock Nation. I got no smoke with them. I believe them. I don't think they doing nothing. And the rest of y'all and the other media outlets y'all support, tell them to go do it. When they all join in, I'll join in. But other than that, I don't see no evil, hear no evil. I want to remain exactly. Okay. What I said I was gonna look at. I just said it. Absol. Okay. So days after Absol, basically said that when he saw me, he was going to slap me. And I went on 2 successful rants against him. But then I found out he was blind. And then my biggest question was, how you going to slap what you can't see? Like, come on, man. Shout out to Muhammad Ali. You can't hit what you can't see, right? I didn't like it. And I want to be very honest and very clear with y'all. You know, I talk a lot of shit. And sometimes I talk about people when I shouldn't even talk about them. I never talked about Absol. there's nothing for me to talk about him about. He's not that talented. He's a blind bitch that literally is, yeah, he has some lyrical prowess, but just not good enough. Didn't this man got a song like that? But it ain't enough. It's not enough. Okay? That's all we know about you. Joey Badass started applying an aggressive belt to ass to the whole West Coast, and of course, this guy couldn't just handle his squabbles by himself. You know what he did? It's time to mention academics because no one's paying attention to this. And I'm like, oh, wow, that's interesting. So he mentioned me, and I'm not, I get it. I'm a public figure, so I wouldn't get mad at just a mention. But you know why I did get mad? Because he used the same old trick that everybody has used. I'm going to cause harm or assault academics. It's this age-old idea that, you could do whatever to somebody like me while everybody else who's supposedly tough and who's call you out your name, you got niggas who fucked his baby moms, he got no smoke for. Yo, Absol, I got the dirt on that too. I'm glad, I'm going to play what you said, but I spent it. Listen, hip-hop is my life. I live, sleep, breathe this shit. I be telling people, y'all go do some fun shit. I just want to sit here and research my ops. I got the dirt on that too, right? I couldn't wait to talk about your family because once you introduce violence, because I didn't start with you, brother. You introduce the idea of violence with me. I have to think that you must think that you could put hands or hurt, kill me, which means now everything's on the pallet. So me talking about your kid, it's fair game. Your woman, fair game. Your mama, fair game. And it's fair game for you too. Because once we start talking about violence, we've already gotten there. Okay? If you had said, oh, academics, he's goofy, okay, I don't give a fuck. I'm going to put hands on academics. Now we're going to have to give you a reason to do it. Okay? So, I got the dossier on you. And I think you probably realize there's a few things, especially since you're a TDE and remember what your man said in that song? That people not like us. I don't know if you were in that us. I don't know if you were in that us. Because also, I think your man said in the song there was people who were certified this and certified that. And there was people with this and that and weird this and weird that. Those things wouldn't apply to the people who Dot is saying is like him, right? Because he said they're not like us. And I would imagine Absol is us. But this is why I get paid millions. I'm happy to get there too. So, of course, like the trolling bitch he is, and chat just put it down, another rapper cops the plea. When asked or he called in to clarify, why did you diss academics? Listen to this man now speak. I don't know how he found his phone to be able to call in, but he finally did. Here we go.
You're learning Braille right now.
Yo, for real. So what's your quarrels with that, man? You got this on your bumper, bro. We're gonna have to pack that out, man.
Listen, man, it's been I'm gonna keep it 190, bro. Like, he gotta do his job. Like, I think that's it. I think he doing. I want to think he like doing his job. That's just what he do. He just he clickbait controversy or whatever. Right?
Yeah, for sure.
But like what he don't understand is where it's like in essence, bro. Like I kind of was trolling him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
let's just stop it there, chat. I hear so many people say A, B, C, and D about me. They be like, oh, Act just doing this because he's trolling. And this is why I can't respect the majority of the internet, because they only criticize people that they want to criticize or they don't like. So a nigga gets on a record and he's talking crazy. He's not just saying, like, if he said like, oh, this nigga fat, okay, whatever. Okay, he's just trying to troll. Cool. The nigga said, when I see this nigga, I'm going to slap him. I don't know, maybe the West Coast is different. But did that seem like that was trolling? So right now, if I say I'm going to go piss on his dead homie's grave, is that trolling? Because I like trolling like that. I'm asking a question. I'm not saying that. I'm asking a question because I don't like when y'all move the goalposts for different people. If you could say I'm going to rap, then I'm going to slap a nigga. Oh, but it's trolling. So if I say I mention a nigga that died that you be crying over, and I say I'm gonna piss on his grave, I'm trolling too, right? That would be trolling because according to you and your stupid ass logic, everything is trolling when you want to troll. How about you be honest? Like, nah, nigga. You, like, first of all, with all due respect to you, I don't care if you that nigga nut hanger or whatever. When Absol raps, nobody gave a fuck. People gave a fuck last week because I sparked that ass up. So now after I applied, that's why you're making the same joke. Now you're like, oh, I'm just trolling. It's not trolling to be threatening violence, my nigga. I don't find that as a joke. That's not, ha, ha, ha. That's not trolling to me. Because, or we can't, I always tell people, give me the rules and I'll adopt to it. If we could call him saying he want to slap me as a joke, now I'll be on here clowning all his dead homies, I'm going to tell you everything about him. And I'm going to tell you I'm trolling. And y'all need to accept that too. Don't accept it from him and don't accept it from me. But y'all don't want to do that because obviously everybody knows there's a line and a limit to what people would consider as trolling. Saying you're going to put hands on somebody isn't seen as trolling, okay? Because you don't troll anybody else. And by the way, if you had a history of trolling everybody else, saying, oh, when I see this nigga, I'm going to punch him out, and that was a history you had, I would be like, okay, that makes sense. By the way, chat, I'm only using logic here. So there's going to be people who don't like me when this get reposted to Twitter. They're going to be like, fuck his logic. I just don't like it. I get it. Those people I'm never trying to win over. The reality is, the nigga got sparked up. Yes, you say you're going to slap me, I'm going to clown your disability. Now, after you have no rebuttal, your answer is, I was just trolling. This is the byproduct of when you can't rap good enough and you need to do the other shit to get attention. Niggas don't remember one bar in that song. They only remember you saying you gonna slap me because I made sure I went big on big responding to that. Because if I let a nigga like you, blind as a bat and look frail as hell, thinking that you could slap me, if I let that fly, everybody else is gonna be like, yo, open the floodgates. We gotta go. We all gotta say we gonna slap him. Next thing gonna say he gonna piss on me. Next thing gonna be like, I'm gonna give him an elbow drop. Nah. So now he's just trolling. So the West Coast rappers, they just trolling now. And by the way, this is another thing too. Because I used to see some people say this. Oh, when Kendrick, and I know some people like, stop bringing up like Kendrick and Drake and everything. But there is correlation. When you call a man a pedophile, that's not trolling. That's not a joke. Now, and remember I told you if a nigga died off of that shit, I understand why. Like, I know y'all live in fairyland. Nah, nobody. If somebody got clapped from that, I understand why you call a nigga a pedophile. There's lines that you cross. If I was beefing with someone and I told him, yo, man, I'm slapping the fuck out of your kid. Yo, if I start talking about their kids, I start talking about their parents. I start telling them that when I see them, they better have a gun. If some violence occurred, you don't think y'all would say to me, well, why would you speak like that? It's one thing to clown a nigga, but you told a nigga when he see you, he better have a gun. Why were you that mad that he had a gun? And he took your threat seriously. There's certain things that the words you say now, and by the way, I'm not only saying it on Kendrick's side or Drake's side. When Drake started talking about Kendrick's kids, I wasn't picking sides. If a nigga got shot over OVO, I'd be like, bro, yo, Drake, you talk about that nigga kids, bro. The fuck you, what you think was gonna? I'm even with both of it. My thing is that we all know, and I use words for a living. I know when I cross the line on a bunch of people. There's a bunch of people that my disrespect for them has crossed the line that when I see them, they might not just be like, nah, you were trolling. You troll too much. They might be like, get him! That's understood. I'm not stupid. But when they do it, y'all allow them to come with this stupid ass things talking about they were trolling. Let me keep playing.
Just, clickbait, controversy or whatever.
Yeah, for sure.
But like what he don't understand is where it's, like in essence, bro, like I kind of was trolling him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Cut has, you know, spoke on the homies real, you know what I mean? Like, you know, and it is like that, like, bro, like, you know, if I see, you know what I mean? It is like that, but at the same time, I was kind of trolling him.
You see, I hate fake gangsters of like the you know, this rap world. He says it is like that, so he's trying to like keep it up a little bit. If I see, and he stopped himself with the if I see, because he's fucking blind. How the fuck you gonna see me? How?
And aside of me thought he might have laughed at it. You know what I'm saying? But
what?
Like, that nigga, how your immediate thought is, well, yeah, that's amazing, but your funeral not gonna be as big as Nipsey's. Like,
yes, my immediate thought is if anybody think, listen, I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't care about none of y'all gangbanging ass niggas. If y'all niggas are, there's a lot of people who got threats on my life, bags on my head, whatever. I walk around with God and a gun. And if I think that there is a chance that somebody's trying to cause harm to me, I plan to protect myself to the fullest extent of the law. And if that means you got to go down, listen, we just trying to let you know your funeral ain't going to be as lit as Nipsey. That's it. The same way how you told what you going to do, I'm telling you what I'm going to do. I walk around with God and a gun. That's it. 2 G's. So, however you take that is how you take it.
what? Like,
Yeah, he brazy.
you speaking on the dead homies, bro?
Man, stop it, nigga. You're always speaking on the dead. Oh, shut up.
Man, bro, I don't need that many people at my funeral. What are you talking about, bro? Like, throw your hands up. Like, what do Nick got to do
Catch
with
the
like,
fade, nigga. Like,
Oh, yo, ask Absol if he want to. Him and me can line it up. Me and him can line it up when he come here. Just me and him in the room. We can line it up. I'm down for that. Whoever this goofy nigga is, set it up. Okay, all right, so it's a friendly fade, right? Me and him can line it up. Nobody else jump in. We could get anybody else or whatever. Don't talk about some shit because I don't think you want to do that. I think you're a punk. So I'm telling you we can line it up. You go get whoever's the intermediate. Me and you lock in. And just me and you. And then if you come out of that room and you say, man, I put hands on him. I slap the fuck out of him. Great. Tell whatever story you want. But I don't like tough talk when y'all don't talk tough to everybody else. So I'd rather you line it up. Let's line it up. But this idea that niggas is scared of y'all ducking, just no. Boxing match, anybody give a fuck about that or whatever. Like, but Absol, fuck out of here. Nigga, I offer the same thing to Meat Mill, Lil Baby, I'll offer it to you. Get all your little TDE niggas, y'all can all crip walk y'all way over here, nigga. Y'all can blood walk, do whatever the fuck y'all want. If that's what you were insinuating, that you wanted to have a one-on-one mutual combat as men for whatever reason you think, and nobody else is jumping in. Oh yeah. I don't then have to be talking about a funeral. No. But I'm always down for that. But here's the thing: as soon as you start talking, I told you I learned from Nipsey. Anytime we call you pussy rappers out, none of y'all say, "I bet, line it up." I'm yet to hear a rap. I told you, Lil Baby was texting me. He gave me an address, a time. We agreed. Afterwards, I realized he was like, man, you trolling. I'm like, how am I trolling? Like, nigga, I gave you the time address. It was the same day. I've been trying to see y'all rappers stand on it. I think y'all are bitches. So, listen. First of all, I don't think I got nothing to lose. So, I think I'm good either way. So, even if win, lose, or draw, I'm good. But that's why I immediately jump when y'all niggas start saying shit, because I think you're a bitch. So when you talk about squabbling, hey, I don't know if your team or whatever cool with whack. We could line it up. Whenever y'all in Jersey, we go to one place, we go in a room. I want to see if the shit you're rapping about you will do. Here's the thing. I have a heavy bet that none of y'all are like that. Y'all don't be fight. Y'all don't be doing nothing. You're just a bunch of bitches. You're nothing without your homies. You're nothing without trying to jump people. And if I'm capping, since you've introduced this type of talk and you've seen I'm not down to back down, the next step could be, yo, hit whack and be like, yo, me and Ack, let's line it up, lock us in a room for 2 minutes and let's see what happens. I want to see how tough these rappers are. Yo, chat, you gotta call these niggas out. Now, we not doing no boxing ring. Hit Whack. I'm cool with Wax from the West. I don't know if y'all cool with him. We could be in a room together, just me and you. We could shake on it. Listen, after everything that happened in the room, nothing more like, whatever. If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it. If I want to talk about it, cool. But I want to see this energy that you're talking about, because none of you rappers are frail niggas that are drug addicts. I know I'm fat and out of shape, but y'all niggas pathetic too. Y'all niggas be talking like y'all Debo. Boy, you see yourself? Well, you wouldn't, because you're blind. So that's what I'm trying to say. The more you engage with me, I'm not going to be like, oh, no, I'm glad he said he was show. I'm going to step into the next level. So whoever this nigga is, tell him, oh, Axe said he's down for a squabble because he felt disrespected by what you said. Are you down to just like, listen, we'll make sure everything good elsewhere, but y'all niggas get locked in a room, y'all niggas go do y'all thing. You and Axe. Axe is down with it. And if you say yes and Axe not cool with it, Axe a bitch. Well, they already called me a bitch, so I can't even lose that. But Axe said he's cool with it. Are you cool with it? Because here's the thing. All of these rappers, and this is why I know they pussy. If I come out of that room and I put that pause on that little boy, you know what's happening? You know his career is done. Nigga, I'm talking about it every nigga, the way I'm gonna vividly paint a picture, nigga, I might make a small movie. He know he can't do it. This is why rappers don't want to ever fight. Now, of course, I pick and choose, because like I wouldn't do that with Jason Taylor, but Absol, of course. Of course. So, Mr. Guy right here. Here is my official thing. Hit Whack. I'm telling you, I'm down, because he says he's down to actually do what he was saying. I'm down to have a physical mutual combat, no lawsuits. I'm not going to sue you. I'm not going to press charges. We could sign whatever paperwork. Me and you, this ain't for Zeus. This ain't for Aiden boxing match. But I just want to show people, that's the only reason I want to do it, that you rappers are bitches. I don't care if you bang a set. I don't care if you claim a gang. You're a bitch. Because you niggas only pick and choose. I'm down to risk that to show people that. Because I'm trying to say yes, that you could say yes. And then we could meet up. And again, it just that. After that, we could shake hands. I promise. We'll be able to shake hands. But I want to see if you're the person that you're talking about. I don't think you're that. You're a blind bitch. So this whole I'm trolling, I don't know if you thought like I was like so scared. I'm like, oh, chat, I'm so glad Absol was trolling. No! Fuck your apology or whatever the fuck you're trying to do with this shit. If you claim you was down to do it, let's set it up. If you don't do it, you'll just be on a list of rappers who didn't do it. Okay? With Mika Lil Baby, I was down to get in the ring. With this nigga right here, this thing is irrelevant. No one heard his song till he dissed me. So now I'm like, all right, I just look at him. He looks so scrawny. He's a drug addict. The nigga said he was about to kill himself. Boy, you trying to kill yourself. You can't do nothing to me, gang. Me and you could get it in. Dolo, that's it. None of your little homies, none of your big homies. Everybody gonna be on. But here's the thing. I won't hear a response from this. Like usual. Hey, I wanna make it popular for all y'all podcasters. Y'all gotta pick and choose though. Because some of these niggas actually like that. Pull these niggas cards. If you was that, niggas wouldn't play with you by saying this. Because you would have responded instantly. All right, nigga, let's go. What up? So you got to imagine. If he's like, yo, what up? Let's do it. If I'm like, it's crazy. But I know the type of bitch he is. You know your blood type? I know the type of bitch he is. He just chatting because he knows the perception of him. He's from the West Coast. He's this, he's that. That's a frail nigga, man. Stop it. Somebody said, Act, you got to pull a soldier boy and say, let's meet up and die. No. Nobody's dying. Nobody's dying. And I'm telling you, I'm being reasonable. I retract any of this funeral talk if he says, yo, Act, I have a problem with you because I'm engaging with him already. And he's like, let's have a squabble one-on-one. Oh, okay, all right, let's do it. That nigga gonna be fighting like his Wakanda 2 or whatever the movie was, nigga. The first Wakanda, when you fighting for his survival. Because if you get your ass beat by academics, nigga, you better instruct one of your homies to just shoot me. Because, nigga, if I leave that room with a W, I'm clowning the whole TDE. Y'all let me leave that room with a W, it's over. It's over. Could y'all imagine the first time a rapper steps to me and it goes left, I beat the dog shit out of that nigga? Nigga. Every time. Niggas gonna be in that room like some Wakanda forever shit. Abso, let me finish hearing the rest of this.
That's the fade. Like,
oh, chat. Now y'all fucked up. You know what somebody said? Ack. Yeah, you gotta fight him, but you gotta put on a blindfold. Hell nah. I'm not what? What? Nigga, I got high cholesterol. I'm diabetes. Not really, but like I'm just say that. I'm fat. He don't gotta go eat 15,000 burgers to be me. Hell nah. So if he can't see and I can see, I get to use my advantage. He's anorexic. Y'all can't tell me I put on a blindfold. What I look like, nigga? This ain't no Shaolin monk temple shit. What the fuck y'all got going on? Anyway.
bro, I said I'm gonna slap you. Like, why are you bringing the dead homies in?
No. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, it's not about the dead homies. I brought up a lot of people that was dead. I said that if you tried to do that, your next concert would be booked and signed for, but you would be performing as the opener for. You're gonna be performing at the next Pop Smoke concert. You know who the lineup gonna be? Pop Smoke, Tupac, King Von. It's gonna have all the dead rappers. You too. That's all I was trying to tell you. Sounds like you didn't get it. You're gonna be performing, but not on the GNX tour. You're gonna be performing on. It says Rolling Loud. It won't be the Portugal or the LA version. It's going to say Heaven. Okay? That's it. Your name going to be small as hell on the Heaven version. All right? Pop Smoke going to perform. Nipsey performing. Pac set going to be lit. But when they get to your bum ass, they're going to be like, damn, how you here? How you on this lineup? Shit, I was fucking around with Ack. I'm sorry. That's what I'll tell you. I told you that I'm going to tell you now. Fuck you talking about?
It's the funerals, like, dang. Like,
Yeah, nah, for real.
That's where it's like, and then we go on. I'm watching it. He's entertaining, right? But then I'm really paying attention though.
You see, that's the thing about Absol. Absol, you like the stream. Stop playing. My thing, you got a rap that you about to slap somebody else. I'm like, oh, that's just Absol. He claimed he's gonna slap everybody. Yo, Big Draco don't only act tough with one nigga. He act tough with everybody. No picking and choosing.
A nigga got kids now and all that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm watching him, paying attention. He crashing out and he don't even he throwing up handicap placards and.
Yes, you're fucking handicapped, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
Don't be talking about nigga. You're a handicapped bitch. Don't be talking about an able-bodied nigga claiming that you're gonna assault him. Yo, how come he don't understand that? Oh, I was just trolling. No.
Braille thing.
Yes.
Bro, you disrespecting whole
whole thing.
You disrespecting
nigga, fuck you and them handicap. Nigga, what the fuck you talking about? I'm sorry. Hey, just like when y'all be beefing, y'all be on that. I'm sorry. What you think I'm about to Oh, no, nigga. Nigga, the next bitch you cheat on your bitch with, nigga, I'm gonna pay her to steal the fucking handicap sticker out of your car that you get your car towed, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I'll do some petty shit like that. Bro, you're fucking blind. What you want? Oh, how is the gangster be like, yo, he's talking about the community, the handicapped community. Nigga, what?
Oh, suicide, that's really happening.
Yeah.
You said you were gonna kill yourself. I ain't say you should do it. I would have took the knife out of your hand. I would have took the rope away from you. Nigga, that's what you want to do. What I'm trying to say is that when you claiming I'm crashing out, you're crashing out trying to kill yourself. I'm trying to save you for you. Only thing I'm trying to say is that, gang, if I'm trying to save you from hurting yourself, why you think you finna hurt me?
Yeah, he
like,
he brazy. He really brazy for sure. That's that certain get crashed over, But
Yeah, like, bro, like, you know,
crazy.
it's really on some God bless him, like, for real, like, you know what I mean? And now I really want to slap him.
Yeah.
Okay, this is what I realized Absol be trolling too. Like he said I said I want to slap him at first, but I was trolling, huh? But well, Absol, I did tell you everything I said to you, nigga, is to make sure you have the biggest reason to do it.
Yeah, no, that nigga.
I really want to slap him, though. Like,
Yeah,
like,
I feel
bro,
you.
Like, you disrespect the whole community, man. It's a blessing I'm still walking, Mac. Like,
Yeah,
you know what I'm
facts,
saying?
facts.
Ain't no damn blessing, nigga. All you had to do is just put the fucking noose down, nigga. Ain't nobody trying to see you kill yourself, nigga. Get some confidence, you blind bitch. Just get some fucking. Okay, I got to delete this off YouTube now. Get some confidence, man. Yo, Drill, cut out all the part before. Cut out the part. They're gonna say this is hateful, bro. Cut out all this. Oh my, yo, how did nigga come with that energy? I respond and he acting like I went too crazy.
It's like, for real, like, and I'm really legally blind, bro. But
Good. It's like God knew you was a piece of shit. He couldn't make you like everybody else. So stop talking crazy. Like, you know what they said? Blind people got the heightened senses and other shit. We could have a smell contest. Let's go smell some food. We don't got to do the mukbang. We just have a food smell. Like, they just put, like, a thing, and they take the cover off, and I'm blindfolded. You already fucking blind. And we smell it, and let's see who could pick what food it is. Let's do some shit like that. Nigga, you're fucking blind.
I can see.
Yeah, you a fat ass. Yeah, you.
Yo, that's fair game. Y'all could say that. That's what, you see, this thing is giving him, bro, you should just call him fat. Bro, the fat thing has always worked. I ain't gonna lie, I've seen some fat jokes about me. That shit be hitting. I respect it.
You know, man. You know. You know about this. Tell about the shepherd. Like, what you mean, man? Like, you know, like, come on, gang. Like, but I just don't like. He should have just stayed on me and said, okay, you gonna slap me? Okay, we'll see what happened. Boom. Like, but like when you start disrespecting whole communities, that.
No, you're a blind bitch. And listen, this is not directed directly at Absol. I went to go get my gun license for all 50 states because I've only seen threats about what people claim they're gonna do to me. And for anybody, if you're a performer, your next show might be booked at a Pop Smoke or Nipsey Hussle concert. That's for anybody. Okay? If you think I'm already in fear of my life walking around, so I'm walking around with a thing on my joint in fear of my life. So if I'm in the aisle at motherfucking Costco or Walmart, you might have to go get left like the baby did to a nigga. I'm sorry. I'm a bitch. Y'all know I'm scared. I'm not gonna just squabble with y'all. I feel like, yo, this nigga blind, he got some extra weapons. I'm sorry. You're gonna wake up like, what the fuck? Yo, you ever seen this shit right here? Look. Yo, what's that skit when they be like, yo, the nigga teaching you how to grab the gun from somebody? It's a Detroit nigga. It's a Detroit nigga. Yeah, it's like, look, right here. Look at this. Look at this dumb shit. Now I ain't gonna lie, this nigga's tweaked out. He say, yo, if this ever happens to you, look at this.
Detroit Urban Survival Training. We're gonna share with you what to do if someone abducts you and they're sitting in the back seat
Look at this shit.
with a weapon to the side of your skull.
What? Yo, this.
Detroit Urban Survival Training. We're gonna share with you right now what to do if a striker-fired weapon is pinning against your chest, against the wall, and a criminal is holding you at bay. And the reason why they're doing this is because this is how they search you for weapons, how they're going to take things from you, also how they're going to...
Yo, you ever seen the skit with this? Where as soon as he be like, yo, that nigga told me I should grab his hand, do this, do that. And the nigga woke up and he's like, he woke up in heaven? Yes. You're waking up? Where Ak at? Oh, he not here? Oh shit, Pop Smoke on stage. Yo, is that Nipsey? Yes. I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry to tell. Yo, Absol, I'm gonna be honest with you. We have determined that you ilk of rappers are bitches. We know it. The real gangsters that are rappers, we know them already. They keep going back and forth to jail. They shooting niggas. Pooh Shiesty shot a nigga. Okay? We seen the niggas squabble. King Von has 7 bodies. We just look at it as pussy. So until you prove otherwise, we're just going to call you pussy, and we're going to tell you, if you think you're going to try to be fake rapper tough with us, you're going to wake up and you're going to be performing behind Young Dolph, nigga. He going to say 100 shots, and you going to be like, damn, I only got here with 1. That's what we saying, you stupid ass nigga. And we not apologizing for it. Sorry. Yo, this nigga got mad woke on me. Yo, why is he talking like that? Why is he dissing the communities? Bitch, you told me you gonna slap me, you diss my community. Nigga, fuck you and your community. You know what I'm do to make up for it? Me and Mr. Beast, hold on. Me and Mr. Beast gonna do this. Mr. Beast, we going to California. Here we go.
Curing 1,000 people's blindness.
Me and Mr. Beast coming to California after you wake up at the Pop Smoke Nipsey Hussle concert. We're going to California to do this.
In this video, we're curing 1,000 people's blindness.
Yes.
It's gonna be crazy. Most of us see the world like this.
How does Ab-Soul see the world?
But here's the thing, 200 million people see the world like this.
Oh my God. This what Ab-Soul talking about. Ab-Soul, you ain't shit, nigga. Ab-Soul, why would you start with me, you bum ass nigga? Ab-Soul. This bum ass nigga just want to be in a Mr. Beast video.
But I just made it one less.
Oh. Wow.
Yo, I'm hitting Mr. Beast up. We're curing Ab-Soul next. This bum ass bitch. Here we go. I'm about to hit him up. Hold on, chat. Here we go. I'm setting it up. I got y'all. There we go. The nigga said I dissed the community. Nigga, I'm over here thinking, is this nigga gay? Oh, he talking about the blind community. What? What is this nigga talking about, chat?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like people that are really handicapped, people that really are blind and got it, you know, like people.
This is why I know this nigga wouldn't bust a grape in a fruit fly. No, not a fruit fly. In a fruit fight. This nigga started talking like he's a woke feminist. He talking about the community, you know, all my blind homies, and you know, you can't keep dissing all the us blind compadres like that, and for that we're gonna cancel you, sir. Like we can't. Yo, shut up! Ain't you a gangster? Ain't you a fucking? What the fuck are you talking about the community? Ain't you a fucking gangster? You know what's so funny when I get at rappers? They forget I'm the bitch. They're the gangster. I am the one who's saying, oh, I'm calling police on you. You actually throw. I'm not doing that. I'm telling his ass, hey, I keep one in the head for niggas like you. You know what he said? Oh my God, I can't believe you're dissing me and my blind folks. Like we shout out to Blind Fury. Shout out to Ray Charles. How is the gangsters trying to me to me? This is a Me Too shit. Hey, he's dissing our community. Come on, guys. Come on. Come on, guys. Let's go. Just keep your CNI dog. We're going to cancel academics. Ain't you a gangster? The gangster nigga's like, yo, how dare he talk about his blind? Yo, TDE. I don't know what Drake done gave you the motherfucking like perception of, but y'all send y'all weakest handicap shooter at me. I'ma violate him like this every single time. He can't be the best one. And I told my man Schoolboy Q, because I like him, to stay out of this one. Let me deal with your blind friend real quick. Come on. And Absol, just shut the fuck up and keep trying to battle Joey Badass, because I'm telling you, I will clown you. Like, your career is already a joke. You don't want me to do this to you too much longer, okay? Just what you're feeling now watching this is regret. The same way you're on there sounding mad beta, you're feeling regret. Don't mention me. I was minding my business.
That really deal with, suicidal thoughts. Like,
Yo, Absol, if your bitch ass want me to have a telethon for you, your blindness and your mental health, nigga, I will do it. Yo, chat, next stream, that's what we finna do. Or listen, we could do this stream. Yo, Grand, you in here? We're gonna collect some donations to donate to, people who have vision problems and people with suicidal thoughts. Because this broke bum ass bitch who should be he probably can't find where Kendrick live. Oh, is Kendrick here? Is Dot here? They're looking at him like, nigga, this ain't even a studio. What are you talking about? Yo, tell Dot I need a feature. Tell Dot, this blonde bitch, we're going to do more for the community he's talking about than he gonna do for it himself. So chat, remind me, we're gonna do, this is how you lock in on some of these bitch ass rappers. Next stream, chat, let's do, I don't know, put it up on the screen. Let's see if we could get like $1,000 or at least 1,000 or more donated, and we'll split it to the rappers who want to kill themselves, and then to the blind niggas. Like, we want to give back to the communities that are going through things, and this nigga fitting too. He don't even know which one to claim. He don't know if he want to bang the suicidal homies or he want to bang the blind bitches. Whatever you want to bang, we're going to split the money up. So chat, next stream, let's do I think we should do a telethon. You know what I mean? Everybody could call in. You know what I mean? You know a friend that couldn't see. You know what I mean? Cool. We'll do that. Just keep donating. We're going to do like the Met Gala. Okay? Except this is going to be for the blind ass bitch named Absol. Anyway. Yo, TDE. Y'all can't send y'all weakest shooter at me. Like, the nigga's blind. Yo, even the OVO niggas hit me and be like, yo, Ack, you the funniest nigga alive. And I was like, why? Yo, by the way, you know how I knew he was blind? I won't call the nigga name. It's an OVO nigga who told me. So I'm like, y'all didn't tell me during the stream. Maybe I was typing. I wasn't reading it. So anyway, next day I'm just driving. I got to go do some shit. I see my message going on. Yo, Ack, you the funniest nigga of all time. I said, so now I'm thinking about my stream. I'm like, I was cooking last night. They're like, bro, you funny as fuck. I said, oh, LOL word? I said, what'd I say? They said, yo, Absol really blind, right? Nigga, I looked at my phone like this, nigga, I'm on the fucking New Jersey Turnpike. Nigga, I almost turned into the fucking, I'm divided. I'm like, ain't no. I said, what? I said, bro, he's blind. I said, bro, you funny as shit. I ain't gonna tell you which OVO nigga said that to me. But it's one of them OVO. You know who he is. I won't give him up. And I said, then I got mad at the chat. I said, why would the chat not tell me? Why? Anyway. Okay. Chat, you know how he said it was trolling? That was just entertainment, right? It's just entertainment, right? Oh my God. Yo, hold on. Yo, who just posted this? Oh, this is Grant on the page probably. Or memes. Or chat nigga. Chat, before we get into this. Yo, chat. I'm not gonna lie to you. This video caused me to punch in the air. This caused me to punch in the air. What the fuck is going on with motherfucking Cardi B? Let me tell you this. And I want to make a PSA outright because I've seen a lot of whores. I've seen a couple of them even send it to me. Nah, it's time for the We Back Outside. This is the We Back Outside era. They're sending me Cardi B. And I had to humble all of these scallywags. I've been doing it one by one as soon as they send it to me. Because apparently women currently are thinking that if they embarrass their baby father, former husband, or longtime boyfriend with another guy. Now, granted, I ain't gonna lie, I gotta be honest. Stephon Diggs got that back. Stephon Diggs might be richer than her guy. So that's, some people call it upgrade. But here's the thing. I just want to put the PSA out there first. To all y'all scallywags who done sent me this shit in over the last 18 to 24 to 36 hours, none of you whores are Cardi B, okay? You know, the reality of this is that when Stephon Diggs' birthday come up, she about to go buy that nigga a chain, a Rolls Royce. She might even buy my house. Your whore ass is broke. You're just looking for a nigga to provide for you. And I am going to be honest with you, for all the women who think that they see themselves in Cardi B, think about what you've done for a nigga versus what a nigga done for you. Cardi B, she's a really lit chick. We don't treat her like how we treat y'all. Once y'all get smothered out, I ain't gonna lie. Y'all smut out a girl I've been with, good for y'all. I'm on to the next. She don't got no value in my eyes. Cardi B, the problem is Cardi B is always Cardi B. It's a flex to say you're with Cardi B. It's a flex to say, yo, this millionaire chick is now my chick. Even if niggas done crap, whatever. So I just want to tell the scallywags who's been on my timeline, who think that they see themselves in Cardi B. No, you don't. Cardi B is a successful woman that at the end of the day, by the way, Stephon Diggs is at the end of his career. He could viably see his association with her building and boosting his social profile for whatever he wants to do, whether being a music executive, whether it's to own some business in entertainment. It could be a management company. Cardi B is that. The rest of you scallywags, if you do this, you're down bad. Okay? Just to be clear. Now, and also, the nigga you're fucking with is not Stephon Diggs. Okay? Now, I ain't gonna lie to y'all, chat. Yo, Cardi. And I'm gonna tell you this when we talk on the phone next time. I might have to hit you tonight. You got kids, girl. This ain't even about Offset. Offset is good. I want to let y'all know I speak to Cardi and Offset. Offset's good. Cardi, you got kids. You got kids. Let me just say this, and I know me and Cardi, we gonna get into a little conversation or debate about this privately. Cardi, and this is where I think what you're doing, and let me play the video real quick.
She look just like a bag of money. Every time she come, she said, can she have some money? I said, can I get a threesome? She said, boy, you funny. Boy, you don't see me laughing, come fit that twat on them honey. Tell her, turn me up.
Now, let me tell y'all the truth. Cardi, it is not a flex. Like, I get it. Stephon Diggs got money. It's not a flex. Let me tell you this. For women, and this is the problem. This is why it's so hard to do dating these days. Offset put a ring on that finger. Cardi, you ain't flexing on not a motherfucking person till that nigga put a ring on your finger. Let me make this be clear to all these chicks who think being outside, this is dumb shit. When a man chooses you to be the mother of his kids and be the woman that is his wife, there is no bigger flex. I don't give a fuck who you twerk on. If this nigga who, by the way, he's fucking 5 other rappers' baby moms. Unless Cardi gets a ring from him, this ain't no flex. This is goofy shit. And I'm saying it respectfully because I love Cardi, I love Offset. Don't know Stephon Diggs. I'm going to tell you why it's goofy shit. Because you're posting this trying to get Offset mad. You're trying to get your lick back, this stupid dumb terms bitches say. Cardi, you were a wife. You don't get no, you're a woman. You fucking another guy, I don't give you no points. Get this nigga to put a ring on your finger. And then you get all the points in the world. You get no points until that man put a ring on your finger. For whatever, you could say Offset was the worst, whatever. That nigga seen something in you to put a ring on your finger. That nigga was down to make you his wife. If any nigga you turn up with don't do the same, you just played yourself, if you ask me. Because here's the thing. Let's extrapolate. In a year time when you find out he's exactly like Offset or worse, He got other bitches. He's been doing A, B, C, and D. You get more invested. Now you realize you either break up with him or maybe he got another long-time girlfriend he leave you for. So in a year from now when y'all not together, you got 4 kids with Offset. You have now done all this. He resents you. This breeds hatred. So now Offset's looking at his like, man, I hate this fucking bitch. This breeds hatred. If this nigga don't put a ring on, it's cool for you to do this with him if he gonna put a ring on your finger. Because if he leave after a year, you look goofy. And I love Cardi B. I'm telling you, I love her. I speak to her all the time. Me and her, we've chopped it up. We got mutual respect for each other. But she's going to, and by the way, I've spoke to her, and I want to be fair. She told me, she's getting back to being her. I get it. But you could do it in silence, baby girl. When you start doing all this shit where you're trying to show out with your new nigga, when he's moved on in a year from now and you still got 3 kids, you know what this remind me of? Let me always tell you, like, life just recycles the same shit. It's like Rick Ross's baby mom, Tia. She did a bunch of goofy moves with 50 Cent because she was mad at Rick Ross. 50 Cent was never going to take her serious. 50 Cent was going to give her a kid. 50, after a while, forgot about that. You know who's going to permanently be in this while you develop resentment against your guy? Or and when I mean your guy, your baby father and former husband, well, still husband at this point. Your kids. Your kids going to see how their father treats you. They're going to be upset. They're not going to be happy with this because they're going to see how he has disdain for you. It's going to fuck them up because they love both of y'all. They're going to see why y'all can't be a family again. So what I'm saying is this. I'm only disappointed in Cardi B because a nigga put a ring on your finger. You're not one of these little whores out here just doing whatever and y'all outside. A man put a ring on your finger and 3 babies in your belly. I'm not saying you can't move on as a woman. I'm not saying Offset is right because supposedly he cheated. But for you to be out here trying to throw it in everybody's faces that you're moving on with a nigga that probably don't want to have kids with you or probably wouldn't put a ring on your finger, if this shit end, you don't have a ring on your finger or a baby in your belly from him, you look pretty goofy to me. So enjoy all the shit now. But I looked at this and I was just like, we the internet, so we want to make the jokes. Yo, Offset swinging in the air right now. Who gonna really be swinging in the air is when this shit ends and Cardi still got to go call Offset. Hey, Offset, I'm trying to put our babies in a different school. Now Offset hates her fucking guts. He's gonna put her through hell. That's what Rick Ross did with his baby mom, put her through hell and back. So again, I look at this. And I know y'all want me to look at it a different way. Yes. All right, cool. Yeah, Offset punches in the air. I mean, but that's what you take. You take a chance anytime you get in love and you put commitment to something. Right? I said it. I'm like, yo, if Offset was on the Drake timing, does this thing got baby moms? Offset would have, I don't care what it is. Offset should have been with his baby moms, taking his family shopping. Because I seen him trying to play some shit. A little petty shit. I'm going to show you in a second, but let me play this one more time, and then I'm going to show you what happened next.
She look just like a bag of money. Every time she called me, she said, "Cause you have some money." I said, "Can I get a threesome?" She said, "Boy, you funny. Well, you don't see me laughing, come fit that twat on them honey." Tell her, turn me up. Bitch bad, she look just like a bag of money. Every time she called me, she said, "Cause you have some money." I said, "Can I get a threesome?" She said, "Boy, you funny. Well, you don't see me laughing, come fit."
Bet. So, now when you look at this, the reality, and I did post this on my Instagram. This is what Cardi. Cardi is definitely trying to let people know I'm with this guy. So she posted this. She posted another picture of her and this dude. She posted, I guess, flowers that apparently he sent to her. And she posted this, right? So cool. Offset realizes, and by the way, Offset, I think this is a good move. Bro, when a girl's gone, you can't keep her. Let her go. Let that other nigga do for her what you did for her. You gotta let her go. You put a ring on her finger, and you were trying to have a family with her. Again, I'm not saying Offset is a good guy. He probably cheated like a motherfucker. But let her figure it out, okay? Now, Offset said, today I pass. And I guess he's like, I'm passing the ball. So this is a term, I think it was invented by DDG, where it's like, you pass the ball. And the ball, like people are referring to women these days as the ball. You know, I don't want to explain the colloquial historical meaning, but some people are like, well, you call it your ball because, like, you know, usually dudes are like mad protective of their ball when they go to the court, whatever. And there's other niggas there, whatever. He then says good rollout and good PR. Stephon Diggs says he posts some shit where he catches the ball. Like, got you, nigga. I got the ball, meaning I got Cardi B now. Now, this is goofiness at its finest, okay? And by the way, I'm a little bit disappointed by Cardi B by even allowing this shit to fester, because at the end of the day, both men are talking about you like a passable commodity and acting like they're passing you back and forth, or no, you could have her, or nigga, that's my shit now. At the end of the day, your kids ain't never going to understand this terminology. Your kids are going to understand that they have a mommy and a daddy, and all they know is that this weird football player nigga who just comes around to pass out Tusi to like random bitches on a boat, that's not their father. They're going to wonder why their father is now doing everything in his power to show that he has a million other girls. And you know what some niggas do? Not saying Offset would do it. They'll go spend time with their other kids or go make a new baby mama, okay? So it doesn't really help you, I think, okay? Now, in the world of Stephon Diggs, he's the biggest winner. Truthfully, he's the biggest winner. You don't want it. Everything Cardi posts is like she's sending a message to Offset. Everything Offset posts is like he's trying to prove to the world he's over Cardi. Yeah, they're going back and forth. This nigga is just enjoying free pussy and just free clout. So I get why he's doing it. I don't understand why the people who are parents of kids and who are married are doing it. But I digress. Anyway, chat, welcome. I'm going to play a video real quick because we are getting in court. And then we are going to get into this Diddy trial. If you guys don't know, we do follow Inner City Press for all the updates on a tweet level. Here we go. Is it this? Give me 1 second, chat. Listen to this, and we're going to get in court with Mia, who's on the stand. Here we go.
Okay, here we are. Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here on the break in day 14 of U.S. versus Sean Combs. Well, witness Mia is still on the stand, being cross-examined by Brian Steele, Sean Combs' lawyer brought up from Atlanta after the Young Thug trial down there. And he just keeps using these social media posts, although he got into evidence this birthday greeting. So now it's in evidence. And now the issue seems to be that he hired Sean Crowley, civil attorney, quite expert here in the SDNY, and he wants to bring in that he hired her and she just won a big judgment. And then the prosecutor, AUSA Smizer, objected. The judge sustained it, but Mark Agnifilo, the lead lawyer of Sean Combs, says they're going to be talking about it over this break, what can come in. Now, in the morning, Brian Steele said he'd finish maybe by lunch, maybe after. Well, it's going to be after. And after, already a guy called Eddie Garcia has been given immunity. He invoked his Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. So that should be a witness this afternoon.
Yo, chat, y'all got to help me pick lunch. I ain't going to lie. Chat, after today, I'm buying groceries. Like, pause. No little, what's that name? Little meat shit. I'm about to buy groceries and I'm about to cook overnight. Because I got weird sleep schedules. So today's my last day. Last day on DoorDash. Tomorrow, I'm going to make some food because I'm just ordering shit. Panda Express, Popeyes, Applebee's, Wingstop, Wendy's, huh? KFC. What the fuck? There's no, like, cool place around here. Cheesecake Factory. Mm-hmm. Okay. Where else? Chick-fil-A, White Castle. What am I ordering, chat? Sweet Green, you ever heard of that? Tell me. Oh, Chili's. Five Guys. Pause. No Diddy. tonight I'm ordering groceries. I'm gonna cook tomorrow while I'm doing my little construction shit. And chat, it's the life of a single guy, bro. I gotta do everything myself. Applebee's, Popeyes. Now I'm not eating White Castle. White Castle gonna have me go to the bathroom. Where? Try Kava. What the fuck is Kava? Let me Google it. Kava. Yeah, there's something called Kava. It's 24 minutes away. It's bowls? What is this? I ain't gonna lie, chat. This should look too healthy. Chick-fil-A? Wait, is my Jamaican spot open today? I told you, my Jamaican spot only opens like 3 days out of the week. Oh, it says it opens in 3 minutes. Oh, never mind. We cooking. My bad, chat. I'm ordering jerk chicken and oxtail. I'm sorry. All right. I'm sorry. I'm gonna eat some jerk chicken, oxtail. Damn, what the fuck? Said it could bring the food here by like 3 o'clock. Whatever. All right. I'm getting a little drunk, so I gotta sober myself up a bit. All right, I already ordered. Cool. All right. So y'all see me. I'll be eating a little bit of oxtail and jerk chicken on cereal. Okay. All right. So this thing is talking about what's going on in the Diddy trial. We missed the morning session. We're gonna get caught up really quickly. Really, really quickly. Is everybody here tuned in? And if y'all are ready, we will get into it. Okay? Are we good? Any donations I need to go pay attention to? By the way, shout out to everybody on our block. We're kicking on kick right now. We're doing pretty well on the Academy. And actually, today, the Academy is beating King Academics on views. You know why? Because we took a week off King Academics. So the Academy got 7,000. The Academy, King Academics only has 6,500. So it is what it is. Anyway, good. All right, chat. Let's lock in. Thank you guys so much. I hope you know, through my coverage of everything, I'm so eternally grateful for you guys. You guys support so much. You rely on me so much. You trust in me so much. You expect from me so much that it's very surreal. So I appreciate you guys. All right, cool. Let's get to it. So this is this morning. This is 4 hours ago, but we're gonna catch up real quick. So Summeranian literally asked Mr. Steele, how much longer do you have on Cross? Steele says until lunch, maybe a little bit after that. Remember, Steele has been showing Mia, or trying to show Mia, videos. Remember the happy birthday video, chat? Let me look it up. What's the name of that? Oh, I gotta look at my. Remember that birthday song? There's a birthday song. Give me a second. Let's see if we can find it. Here we go. So Brian Steele and Mia is pretty much witness or victim number 2, because she also claims Diddy raped her. Give me 1 second. Give me a second. Yeah. So here we go. It was like Club Diddy or something like that. Deborah K, Sarah, Wishing, Puff. So this came up in court. Here's the strategy of Diddy and his legal team. Brian Steele is taking this, by the way. Brian Steele, pit bull. He's a bulldog. I'm not gonna lie, I've never seen him in a domestic violence or a rape case or a sex trafficking case, but he's exactly what we thought he would be, because we saw him in the trial with YSL, Jeffrey, aka Young Thug. He's pretty aggressive. He's gonna catch you in a lie. He's gonna expose it. He even went at the judge. He almost went to jail for going at the judge. Here's the thing. So we found out that Mia was actually Sarah Schnecker, and Brian Steele, on behalf of Diddy, was trying to bring up these videos. Because remember, she said Diddy raped her in like 2010. And she's saying, well, if a nigga raped you, why every year you keep wishing him happy birthday? Remember, she claimed Diddy first raped her on his birthday. Well, if he raped you on his birthday, how come every year you're setting up or recording videos to tell him happy birthday? And she would even write messages to say, yo, Sean, you don't know how important you are. So they were trying to get this video admitted. I'll play it real quick.
Shameless plug. Gotta put my lip gloss on. Poppin'! Puff Daddy, the living legend himself. You have not only revolutionized the game, but the entire world. I'm so blessed to call you my friend. Thank you for truly being one of the biggest inspirations in my life. To another 44 years of brilliance. Let's fuck shit up. I love you. Happy birthday. Revolt.
Y'all, this is Rockboy Bond, Sales Music.
I see it's your number one fan here, Makisha, all the way from Jersey. Just wanted to send you some love on your birthday. My wish for you in this new year in life is much joy, much happiness, more success if that's even possible. And I pray that God showers you abundantly with his many blessings. I love you much.
To the world! That shit is hot, that shit is whack. Fuck that shit.
My bad. Perfect. Happy birthday. My bad, Chad. Fuck. Keep telling you I can hear the playback, so I think I'm on. So here's the thing. I keep telling you, after especially this, right? The main thing for the defense is to say, yo, you said the dude raped you. And after he raped you, you recorded mad videos, texted him positively, talked about how good of a guy he was. He deserves all the best things in life and more. You love him. Why would you keep saying that to him years after if you're now testifying that you were so traumatized about all of this shit? Like, how does this work? Now, her response on the stand was, I don't know why victims still speak positively about people who victimize them. My postings on Instagram was just trying to show people I was happy, but people post on Instagram all the time when they're unhappy and try to show happiness. So she didn't really answer why the fuck she was cool with Diddy years after he raped her. So cool. Here we are now. So the judge then says, how long we have on the stand? Steele says, I don't know, but probably till about lunch or maybe after. The judge says, by the way, Steele, he's good with not giving direct answers because he wants to dig into this witness, right? He wants to really expose her. Remember, this is the second main witness. If I had to categorize all the witnesses, the first witness of importance is going to be Cassie. She's where all the case is built around. The second person is going to be, if you ask me, Mia. And then the third is going to be Capricorn Clark. Now, Capricorn Clark is really important, but now we get to see what's really going to happen. Okay. Because this is witness or victim 2, if you ask me. So the judge says, we're not going to have like 50 more Instagram posts, right? Is that what we're going to do? Steele says, I can't promise that. So he's keeping it open-ended that he could really expose this woman. He needs to expose her today. Judge says, defense, on the elevator hallway video, you're objecting to showing the versions we discussed? Defense says, yes, it shows Mr. Combs running 30% faster than really happened. It's prejudicial. We let AUSA Smizer know how we will cross the expert. Judge says, let's have Mr. Garcia. And Mr. Garcia enters. It says, hey, who's Mr. Garcia? Oh, wow. It says, did you receive a subpoena to testify this trial? Mr. Garcia says, yes. Do you intend to invoke your Fifth Amendment right? Garcia says yes. Says, have you seen the proposed immunity order? Garcia says yes. AUSA says, Your Honor, on that basis, we propose you sign the immunity order. The judge says, done. Says, bring in witness Mia. So there's somebody named Mr. Garcia. Don't know who that is. Okay. Mia takes a stand back again, but we're going to hear more about Mr. Garcia. We'll see who that is. Mia takes a stand again, okay, which is, as we know, Sarah Schrenniker. And the judge says, Steele, you may proceed. Combs, Steele, who is the lawyer for Combs, Mr. Steele, YSL Steele, says, let's show DX 1750. Smarzer says, Your Honor, we renew our objections. The judge says, Mr. Steele, are we just going to show this video? You haven't laid any type of foundation. Take the video down, okay? Steele says, okay, fine. But did you work as an assistant to someone? Mia says, maybe in 2008, 2007. I'm not sure. Steele says, you had a resume saying you had the ability to multitask and had a thick skin. Mia says, yeah, I wrote that. Steele says, you wrote that you were able to deal with uncomfortable situations 24/7, right? Smarzer says, objection. Reading for document that's not in evidence. The judge actually overrules. So Steele says, did you use this as your cover? What's CV? Cover? Is that cover memo or whatever? Mia says, looks like it. So they enter something into evidence, 1753 R. Judge says admitted. It says you went to James Madison University. So it looks like it's a it's a resume of some sort with a cover letter, maybe. It says James Madison University. It's a well-known institution, right? Mia says sure. Says then you were a design assistant, right? She says yes. Combs Steele says in 2008 to 2009, you said you provided round-the-clock support, all personal and professional needs, keeping passports. Were they all collected? She says, I don't remember. I didn't travel. Steele says, but you travel with Mr. Combs' companies, right? She says, oh, yes. Steele says, so when you said they had your passport, they had everybody's passport, right? Mia says, yes. Steele says, you're a strong person, right? Mia says, I'm good at teaching people. Not necessarily enforcing things, but I'm good at teaching. Steele says, you're a leader, right? Mia says, I don't know about that. Steele says, do you speak up for yourself? Mia says, no. Do you empower other people, though? She says, yes. Let's look at the text messages in 1730, okay? He says, I sound like me. Steele says, show the jury 1733. You left Mr. Combs' employment by March 17th. Mia says yes. Steele says, what did you write to Combs for Christmas 2018? Please read it. Mia says, Merry Christmas, I love you. And the New Year's. I had just seen him at Kim's funeral. He says, so you reached out to him, huh? She says, absolutely. Steele says, so this is a 2019 message. Mia says, I wrote, I had a nightmare that I was being chased by R. Kelly, and you saved me. Steele says, the person you say raped you saved you in your dream? Objection comes from the AUSA. Judge says, just rephrase. He says, what did you write here? Mia says, sending you all the love in the world. Steele says, you are not in his grip anymore, right? Mia says, it's psychological. Steele says, why do you keep referring to psychology? Why do you do this? Kim Porter's tragic death was 5 months before. Were you reaching out to Mr. Combs? Oh, okay. So apparently they've now exposed that she hit up Diddy 5 months before Kim Porter died. So her whole statement, right? Her whole statement is that I only reached out to Diddy because Kim Porter died. But they now find out she reached out before. Okay. Mia says 5 months is not a lot. So apparently she reached out to Diddy 5 months before. Steele says, why didn't you understand that Mr. Combs was brutal to you? How did you write this? AO says an objection. Judge says, Steele, let's have a brief sidebar. So they're trying to talk to Brian Steele. Brian Steele's job is to expose this woman as a liar, chat. They're back. Steele says, okay, all right, cool. I bet. Now it's May 14th, 2020. You texted Mr. Combs that day, right? What'd you text him? She says, my heart is broken about Dre. In my spirituality, I know that when people are done with the physical world, it's that they've completed their mission. I love you. Steele says, what was this about? Mia says he auditioned for the part of James Brown that Chad Boseman got. I told Diddy I'd email him video of his audition. Steele says, did you cry about a video camera? No, you carried a video camera, right? Let me put this up a little bit. Mia says he required me to do it. Pre-iPhone, I was required. Steele says, do you have any video of Diddy berating you? Smiles says objection. Judge says overruled. Mia says I wouldn't have not been able to record that. Steele says, do you have anything of Mr. Combs berating you at all? He says, it would have violated confidentiality. Steele says, so you have no text messages, right? Mia says, they showed me one on direct. Steele says, showing what? Mia says, Puff told me, fuck it, let's go to war. Steele says, really? That's it? Nothing else? Mia says, only reaching out to other people in the office, things others had seen. Steele says, well, what did you write here? Mia says, I wrote, we had so many funny memories. Oh my, OMG. Steele says, anything in your phone about being brutalized by Combs? Mia says, I don't think so. Steele says, how will we find out? Smiley says, objection. Judge says, sustained. Now, what you should notice, and I'm noticing it, Brian Steele is trying to have her introduce some evidence that they could put into evidence, right? So remember, this woman is a victim. So certain stuff cannot be brought into evidence because she's a victim. Now, it can't be brought into evidence unless Cassie mentions it herself and refers to it. Then it's fair game. So they're trying to bait her a bit to mention it, that they could be like, well, she mentioned it, now we have to talk about it because the jury has heard about it. What the AUSA keeps doing is doing the objection thing to say, judge, tell them they can't talk about it because they don't want to bring it into evidence. We don't know what that could be. Hold on. All right. Okay, so the judge sustains it. Mia then says, Steele says, Mia, didn't you have time away from Combs to write today he sexually assaulted me? Mia says, I did not have time and would have not written that. Steele says, what about August 19th or August 29th, 2020? He wrote to you, glad you're well, love. Please send me footage for the doc. Steele says, it's 2020. The Me Too movement is strong for 2 years. You could have said, I remember the bad times, right? Mia says, I would have never have said that. Steele says, because it's not true, right? Smarzer said, objection. Judge says, overruled. Steele says, you wrote what? Mia says, love you too. Mia says, I wrote so many crazy things like Mick Jagger is trying to take me home and that Baccarat game, my pink bedazzled iPhone. There's trillions of stories. Of course I'll send to you. I was bamboozled by Heather. Remember the scrapbook I made you? I got you. So that's what Mia said she wrote to him around that time. Steele says, well, why didn't you write, you bamboozled me? Mia says, because I was brainwashed. Steele says, by whom? She says, by Puff. Then Steele says, how did he bamboozle you with a part of his body in your body without consent? Oh, shit. Basically saying, how did he bamboozle you by putting his dick in you? Objection comes from AUSA. Judge sustains it. Steele says, what does brainwashing mean? She says, the highs were really high. The lows were really low. I was punished whenever Puff was violent, making me believe I had done something wrong. He was praised by the public. Steele then says, so you were aware of the Me Too movement and there was no outcry out of you, right? Mia says, he said he was going to tell Cassie what happened. I internalized blame and shame. Steele said, by the way, if you don't know, apparently Diddy would tell her, I'm going to tell Cassie that I fucked you. She was good friends with Cassie. Clearly, she didn't tell Cassie. She claimed she felt ashamed by it. She felt like, she would rather Cassie not know. Diddy's lawyers are saying, if you know about Diddy supposedly being a monster and abusing Cassie, why wouldn't you want to tell Cassie that he abused you too? So that's the both sides type of shit. Steele says, so Mia says, okay. Steele says, so who threatened to tell Ms. Ventura about Combs supposedly sexually assaulted you? She says, Puff. Now that's interesting. What they're trying to prove to the jury is that Diddy didn't sexual assault this woman. What sane individual sexual assaults someone and then says, I'm going to tell people I sexually assaulted you? It would most likely be that person's trying to keep it quiet. So they're saying if Diddy was trying to threaten her with, I'm going to tell Cassie what happened with us, maybe it was consensual. And the obvious implications are, if I tell Cassie that we fucked, Cassie's going to know that you're a snake and you betrayed her and fucked her man. So that's what Diddy's lawyers are trying to prove. Steele says, well, why didn't you respond? I said, great, let's tell everyone what you did to me, right? AO says objection. Judge says sustain. Let's move on. Steele says, you said you had a moral obligation to speak up. Mia says, now I do. Steele says, why not in 2017? Mia says, I was brainwashed. Steele says, when did you first say me too? She says, when I first saw him being held accountable or responsible. Now I have therapy. Steele says, Mr. Comright, I got to find that. You got a copy? What does it refer to? Mia says, I think he means the James Brown video. Steele says, the scrapbook? Mia says, I think I have PDFs. I think I gave it to you for a birthday in your house on Mapleton. I customized that purple leather suit so you could walk around not giving a fuck. If y'all can't find it, I will. I didn't. So Combs says, Brian Steele says, you had a PDF? She says, I thought so. Steele then says, what did you write here? Mia says, my grandma went into the hospice, so I have to fly out. I have to miss your event in my hometown. C'est la vie. Fucking crush it and make history. Heart emoji. Steele says, deepest sympathy for your grandmother. Mia says, thanks. So it looked like Steele was reading for Diddy. Steele says, what was this about? Mia says, there had been some terrible event with the police. Pharrell organized an event to change the narrative about Beach Week, which I think is a college thing. Steele says, but you wanted to see Mr. Combs. Mia says, no, I didn't. I only said so. Mia says, my hometown of Virginia Beach doesn't usually get this type of attention. Steele says, so you're trying to tell the jury you were scared of Mr. Combs, true? Mia says, true. I was scared of him. He was scary. Steele says, listen to 1750. Tell me if you recognize. So they play an audio or something. Steele says, move to admit 1750 and 1750R. And the judge says, Ms. Smizer? Smizer said, we object. The proper basis for admission has not been established. The judge says, let's have a sidebar. They have a sidebar, then they come back. The judge said, it may be admitted. The video is this video. So Inner City has been previously sent this, but now we're publishing the link. So I know a lot of people were upset, or they claim they were upset. They claim I doxed Mia. Well, Inner City Press is tweeting out the same video that identifies who Mia is, which is Sarah Schmecker. They take a break, then they come back. AUSA says, until now, we've been objecting to the exhibits and turning over private correspondence to this witness. We have now sat through hours of humiliating cross. Mr. Steele has insulted this witness, saying things like, God forbid, after she said whatever. One by one, Your Honor, let the exhibit in, but now cumulatively, we have reached harassment. So they're claiming Mr. Steele, Brian Steele, is harassing, okay? Harassing, let me see, give me a second. They're claiming Brian Steele is harassing this witness. It says, given the tone, we don't think continuing with this is appropriate. She's carried herself with grace. This is adding to trauma. Eyes are on the trial. AUSA says, other victims in this trial will become aware of this. The judge says, I've not seen yelling. So the judge is being fair, saying, I don't know if this is harassment, By the way, keep in mind, here's the thing. These women or these people are voluntarily showing up to this trial, cooperating with the government, and they're saying they want to testify that Brian Steele is a monster. That Brian Steele is a monster, right? No, did I say Brian Steele's a monster? Okay. They're testifying that Diddy's a monster. They're doing this voluntarily. So if they're down to do this voluntarily, why does Diddy's lawyers not get to question them about if they're lying? So the judge is not looking at what Brian Steele is saying. He's looking at the tone, the demeanor. Is he coming across as scary? Does he coming across as like, you better answer this type shit? So he says, I've not seen yelling. My understanding is that his, God forbid, is an apology, not an attempt to intimidate, but the argumentative questions. Is Mr. Steele here? You're repeating yourself. The judge says, if I feel you're asking a question, just ask him. I'm going to tell you to move on. Understood? So he's telling Steele, like, I'm not going to tell you, I don't think you're intimidating this person, but if I feel you're wasting time, I'm going to tell you to move on. Steele says, understood. The judge says, I don't see improper treatment here, Miss Comey. And he's talking to Maureen Comey, daughter of James Comey, which is a former FBI director. Says, but I'll continue to watch. Steele says, okay. He starts out again. He says, I saw photographs 1799, 1 to 25. Judge says, could I see them? AUSA says, we don't have stamped versions of these. The judge says, do you have photos? AUSA says, yes, but we won't know which one you're referring to. Judge says, Mr. Steele, why don't they have stamped copies of these? Steele says, I only saw it this morning. The judge says, well, show them to them one by one. Next. Mr. Steele, what is the relevance of this? Steele says, impeachment. She said she had no time for herself to tell others. These images show Mia with friends and family over the years. The judge says, why would baby showers have relevance? Why not just ask questions about this? Why show these? Steele says, because I like to do impeachment that way. Ooh. Steele is saying, Brian Steele is standing on his square by saying, yeah, I don't have to use the exhibits and pictures, but when I usually try to catch a witness in a lie, I like to show proof. I like to show pictures. So the judge says, absent any further showing, they're excluded. So the judge stands on his authority. No, you're not showing the pictures. Steele says, could you admit them for the record at least? Judge says, no. Okay? So it looked like these are pictures that show that this woman, all these people are saying they didn't have time or they weren't around other people to possibly get a time to relax or raise these issues. What Brian Steele is saying, yes, you did. You had plenty of time to bring up these issues when you were chilling, vacationing with people. And the judge is saying, no, we're not going to show. There's no relevance. You could ask her the questions, no pictures. Then they're like, can we just put them on the record? Says no. So here we go. Steele says, we want them in if there's an appeal. Yo, Steele, as I keep telling y'all, chat, this is what I thought got off. Even when a judge says something, okay? Even when a judge says something, he's always down to still challenge a judge rather than just buckle. The thing with Brian Steele, he keeps fighting. And that's why I think one of the best traits of him as an attorney, he keeps fighting. The judge says, oh, we're not going to do that. He finds a way to bring that issue back up. He's a really good attorney, and when he's on your side, fuck what the judge is saying. He's going to find a way to try to get what he wants, and that's a great attorney, okay? Because sometimes the judge will be like, all right, nope, and then you give up. He's not giving up. Okay. AUSA says, yo, we'll put them in a case file. That's how we'll handle it. Steele says, no, I asked Mia if she still has friends, and she said she didn't see them. I didn't have an external sounding board. She says there was no time. The judge says the problem with you put in the post is that they're not relevant and they're not cumulative. You spent a lot of time on that scrapbook. Please bring Mia back in. So it looked like they overruled Steele. Steele's still trying to go, though. Says you and Ms. Ventura were best friends. Would that be a fair thing to say? She says yes. Okay. Then the question becomes, you said she was your sister. Okay. Mia says yes. Steele says, did you love her? Mia says, absolutely. Steele says, do you still feel the same way today? Mia says, yes. Steele says, so you would never lie to her, right? Mia says, Well, Puff told me I couldn't tell her things, like where he was, anything he said. Steele says, was Miss Ventura in love with Combs? Mia says, I thought so. Steele says, did you ever tell her the person she loved raped you? Mia says, no. Steele says, do you remember telling her Mr. Combs' brain need to be rewired? AUSA says, maybe we have a sidebar. Now, what Steele is trying to prove is that you claim, because she's saying, she's saying, I didn't tell Cassie certain things about Diddy because I wanted to protect her or protect whatever, or Diddy wouldn't want me to say that. It said, well, if Diddy didn't want you to say he raped her, why would you tell her, or Diddy didn't want you to say certain things? Why would you then tell her that Diddy's brain needs to be rewired? So they have a sidebar, and look like the sidebar is going on. They're back. They said, why would you cover up for Combs to Miss Ventura? Why writing that Mr. Combs is just misunderstood? Another objection. The judge says rephrase. Steele says, did you tell Miss Ventura she needs to stay with Combs? Mia says, I don't remember that. Mia says he could find out what I was telling her. So her excuse is, I didn't tell her things about Diddy, and I was like trying to encourage her to stay with Diddy because he was tracking her phone, he could read the messages, right? Steele says, how? Mia says, well, he had stolen my phone and Cassie's phone many times. He's put tracking devices on her car. Steele says, but you were alone with Miss Ventura. Mia says, yes. Steele says, you sued Mr. Combs for $10 million? Mia says, nah, it was a mediation. My lawyers ended up getting $200,000. And Steele says, you got $200,000, right? She says, yes. Steele says, please look at the screen. Is that your social media account? Mia says, yep, looks like my text messages. Sounds like me. Steele says, that's your text to Combs, right? She says, I don't remember sending this. Steele says, you're in a tutu. And Mr. Combs appeared to be holding his private parts. In Miss Ventura's lawsuit, she alleged sexual abuse. Mia says yes. Steele says, so why did you still communicate with him? Objection. That was sustained. Steele says, did you meet with these prosecutors in January 2024? Mia says, I may have, but I don't remember the timing. Steele says, do you remember them telling them Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you then? Mia says, I don't remember telling them. Let me tell you why that's important. Brian Steele's lawyer is trying to prove that Mia is an opportunist. When Mia first asked for money, she was asked for unpaid wages. Remember the whole thing where Diddy got mad about her with her because she got a lawyer, and she was like, Diddy, you told me to get a lawyer. They only came at Diddy for $10 million when they were trying to bring in other stuff out of unpaid wages. Then, despite wanting $10 million, they settled for $400,000. So Diddy's basically saying, you wanted money back then, you want money back even now. And they're trying to show this ain't about you being sexually assaulted by Diddy. This is all about you having an axe to grind and you want money. So they're saying the first time you met with prosecutors, did you tell them that Diddy raped you then? She said, I don't remember what I told him. Did you get a lawyer? Yes. Steele says the lawyer who had 45 days earlier obtained an erroneous judgment, right? So they said, objection, that's going to be sustained because you're prejudiced in this whole case by saying she got a bad lawyer. Steele says, why did you hire her? Says, objection. Judge says, sustained. Let's move on. Steele says, is it true you first only alleged of the sexual assault in June of 2024? So check it. January, she met with prosecutors. She doesn't allege sexual assault in June, till June. If you meet with the prosecutors, somebody raped you, they terrorized you, even more than what she did to Diddy, why wouldn't you tell them the first thing? No, not Diddy, I mean Cassie. Why wouldn't you tell them the first thing? Hey, fuck what Cassie got going on. He raped me too. So they're saying that she didn't tell about her sexual assaults until 6 months later. That's interesting. Mia says, I don't remember the timing of things. The rest I can't go into. I don't remember. It's privileged. Okay? AUSA says objection. Judge says sustained. Let's have a sidebar. They're trying to get Brian Steele Brian Steele's trying to expose her bad. Okay? Holy. They're back again. Steele says, let's talk about Prince's party. You say you didn't have permission to go there. But you knew many of the people who knew Combs would be there, right? Judge says, rephrase. Steele says, did you wear a disguise? She says, no. Any photos of a chase? She says, no. Steele says, you say you and Ms. Ventura got on a paddleboard into the storm, right? She says, yes. Any recording of that? No. Any note or text messages to prove it happened? Mia says, I don't think so. We were on a paddleboard. Steele says, did you make it up? Mia says, no. Steele says, you said you had no time with family. Did you ever go to events with your family and friends? Mia says, sporadically over the 8 years, but few and far in between. Steele said, how about weddings? He said, yeah, I think I went to my sister's and best friend's wedding, I believe. What about Halloween? Mia says, I don't remember. Steele says, you had times with other people too, though, right? She says, I had to not be in communication 24/7. I was never outside of his grip. Steele says, outside of the work environment, why couldn't you explain the abuse you say you're experiencing? Mia says it's much more complicated than that. Steele says, isn't it true that other than a few times Mr. Combs was violent with Ms. Ventura, which is never okay, you were comfortable with Mr. Combs? Judge says, rephrase. Steele says, did you ever advise Cassie to leave him? Mia says no. Steele says, until 2024, you've never told anyone you were sexually abused, right? Mia says, unless it was to my privileged therapist. That's true. Steele says, could you waive that privilege? Objection. Wow. You saw what happened? So Brian Steele is saying, so here's the thing. There's, that's a healthcare thing. Therapist does fall into healthcare, mental health care. There's a right of privacy that has to do with you and a medical professional, right? What do they call it? Well, it's not necessarily HIPAA. Like HIPAA is the laws that prevent your medical records from being public. But to be able to waive your therapist to testify to his sessions with you, that is, I don't even know if that's just completely under HIPAA laws or that goes into something else. But regardless, that gets a objection. And the judge basically says move on, which means he's going to stand with the objection. So he's sustaining it because they don't want to open up a can of worms where a mental health care specialist has to testify about her or his sessions with a woman who claims she got sexually assaulted. Steele moves on and says, so you joined the Me Too money grab era against Mr. Combs, right? Another objection. Steele says, all right, I'll rephrase. Okay, did you know Miss Ventura received money from her lawsuit against Combs? Mia said it was public. Steele said, did you speak with Miss Ventura? Mia says, never anything about what I discussed with the government. Steele says, how would we know that? AUSA says, objection. Sustained. Steele says, let me show you the document. Read it to yourself, and Your Honor, could we have a sidebar? They have a sidebar. The judge says, jurors, you can leave. Judge says to Mia, when we come back, you'll be shown documents. Have a good break. Okay, we'll talk with the government over the break about the witness lawyer. Okay. Let me play. We got to figure, this seems explosive, chat. Let's figure out what happened. Shout out to Lauren, Colin. Here we go.
The United States versus Sean Combs, week 4, day 14. Okay, it is very spicy in court today during Brian Steele's cross-examination. I'm going to go back to this, but at one point after a break, the government actually got up, and again, Mia is still on the stand. The government got up and said that Brian Steele's style of cross-examination is going to deter other victims from coming forward and testifying in future cases because he is being so aggressive, because his line of questioning is humiliating, and because he's essentially accusing her of lying. But I'll get into a little bit more of that later. But the judge did say that he hasn't heard Brian Steele yell. He hasn't heard him be too aggressive, but what he has heard is Brian Steele asking improper questions, and then when he's supposed to rephrase the questions, he doesn't seem to do so properly right away. So the judge said, is he doing this on purpose so the jury hears what he's trying to say? And again, I'll get into an example of that in just a little bit, but let's just go back to the beginning, where they went through Mia's resume, and on her resume, he pointed out that, and this was the resume that she used to get the job with Diddy, Sean Combs. And he pointed out that she said, you know, she's used to 24/7, that type of work environment, a fast-paced work environment. He pointed out things that she said in terms of having thick skin on her resume. And she actually said, you know, I thought I did. And again, that was round-the-clock personal and professional needs. He also pointed out that on her resume, she said she collected personal items like driver's license, passports, etc. of, you know, her client, aka Mike Myers, and others. And he actually pointed out the time that, and I'm not sure if I brought this up, she just said there was a time that Diddy yelled at her when they were in St. Bart's, and he had rented a boat. She counted money wrong or something, and she kind of ran away because he was threatening her or screaming at her. And she said that she couldn't leave St. Bart's because her passport was being held by someone on Diddy's team. So Steele just said, well, look, isn't that the way it goes? You know, your passports are always held, or something like that. We got through a lot of text messages again, and it was important that Steele pointed out that a lot of these text messages were sent 2018, 2019, and 2020, which is years after Mia stopped working at Bad Boy or Revolt. So she really stopped working at Revolt and Bad Boy in 2017, but she's sending Diddy Christmas texts that say, I love you, I'm thinking about you, multiple New Year's Eve texts. And then we actually saw a text that said that she had a dream, and this was in 2019. She had a dream she was trapped on an elevator with R. Kelly and that Diddy came to save her. We saw other text messages from 2019 where she was reminiscing about certain things that happened, and actually we heard some celebrity names there. She made a joke about running from Mick Jagger at a certain point, and then she said something along the lines of like Diddy making more money than Leonardo DiCaprio when they were gambling. I couldn't quite read it, but it said something like Diddy referred to Leonardo DiCaprio as that Titanic mother effer. It was kind of funny. And again, she said, I'm thinking of you a lot. This is an August 2020 message. And she said, I actually have a notes section in my phone, quote, funny shit Puff said. And Brian Steele said, well, do you have any notes in your phone about being brutalized? And then a lot of this also with this questioning about her, you know, her not telling people or her not telling her family or anyone that what happened to her in the last decade. She had said previously in a transcript that he read, when the jury was not there, by the way, because he was trying to get other pictures admitted as evidence. He had said, you know, you said you never saw your family, you never saw your friends, there was no time for that, but these pictures they were about to show, which again did not get admitted into evidence after all, would show her at weddings, at baby showers, you know, being with her friends and family. So that is one of the questions that Brian Steele kind of hammered in. Why didn't you tell anyone about what was going on? And her answer to that also was that she was brainwashed. And he actually said, that's your answer? You were brainwashed? And he just said, well, what does that mean? And she just said, you know, she went back to the highs were high and the lows were low, and that it was just a very confusing time for her. Yeah, more texts of her in 2019 saying, sending you all the love in the world. And she said that a lot of these texts she sent was, you know, this one in particular was about 5 months after Kim Porter's passing. So she felt really sorry for him. She texted him in May of 2020 when Andre Harrell passed, a really, really nice message about, you know, how he's so inspirational, Diddy, and that, you know, Harrell will be proud of him, all this stuff. And then another text message that Diddy sent her in August of 2020, he said something like, you know, I hope you're well. I only remember the good times. I want you to know that. And then Mia says back, like something along the lines of, I will only remember the good times too. And now Steele brings up the fact that this is 2020 and it's been years since the Me Too movement came out. And he's asked her this before, but you know about the Me Too movement, you've heard of it, you're well aware of what was going on. You had said, previously that one of the reasons you didn't come forward is because social media was this place to kind of make it so your life is so perfect and wonderful, and the Me Too movement hadn't come out, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's out, now it's 2020. Why didn't you say anything? And again, she just goes back to, how it is being a victim and this and that, or a survivor. And then at one point, Brian Steele was just like, look, you talk a lot, or you refer to the experts a lot. Like, this is something for the experts. Well, how do you feel? There was an objection. And again, there was a lot of objections. And this was based on the way that Brian Steele was forming his questions. He has said, he has just come out and said multiple times, like, isn't it true that you are lying about being a victim? And Mia has said, nope, everything I've said in this courtroom is the truth. And she has a really positive demeanor in general, I've noticed. So she really seems to have a good attitude about a lot of this questioning, because again, it's been multiple occasions where Steele has said, are you telling the truth? It seems like you're not telling the truth. Let me see. Oh, so then he brings up the fact that she met with the government 27 times, and that her first 2 meetings.
God damn, 27?
Tell them about the alleged sexual assault. And she said, I didn't tell them until I had counsel. Well, you could tell Brian Steele really wanted to get the name of her counsel in, Sean Crowley, and say, yeah, you got.
Ooh, okay, that was objected to. Sean Crowley? This guy? No, never mind, that's not him.
Sean Crowley, there was this big settlement right before you hired them, and then objection. He really wanted to get that in, but it turns out that Mia did bring a lawyer to her March of 2024 meeting, but she didn't tell the government about the alleged sexual assault until June of 2020.
So 6 months later, as I said. By the way, also, so apparently, you see that picture right here? You seeing, chat? That's Diddy and Mia. So, if we go here, I think this might have been after the rape too. So in 2013, they published a video. I don't know what this is. It's called Go Kindergarten. Okay? And Diddy, that's Diddy and Mia, my nigga. Which I think that's what they brought this up on Friday. They said, you don't think it's a little weird that you are in a music video with the nigga who you claim raped you, delivering your baby? Now, it's a fake baby, clearly. But apparently that's Mia and that's Diddy. Chat. I'm not gonna lie. I might have to change up my order and things. Capricorn Clark, she seemed to have the shit. Mia is kind of looking a little funny in the light here, chat. Somebody says an SNL skit. I get y'all about it being a skit. The point is this. Would you do a skit with a nigga who raped you? That's just the idea. Anyway.
24. Let me see. And then, they went into her relationship with Cassie, why she didn't share any of this with Cassie. And, do you remember ever warning Cassie about Diddy? You saw your, quote, sister. You're so close with her. You saw her I think it was last week, he said, you saw him pile drive her into a bed, and you still kind of stuck up for him and never told her to leave him or whatever. And she just said, it was my duty. I worked for him. I had to kind of make him look a certain way to her because, again, that's what I was paid to do. So after lunch, I think that they are going to probably try to move things along. They told Mia right before the break that she had to look at some transcripts from the government to sort of familiarize herself with that when we come back. But yeah, I think also people were asking about the jury last week, and there was reports of a juror laughing. I know the woman that I think people are referring to, I didn't see her laugh at all. She sort of had the same look on her face, like a half kind of smirk, the same look she had when Dawn Richard was being cross-examined by Nicole Westmoreland. she kind of just seems like she is sort of pro-defense, I guess, this woman. But today, the jury seems to be just listening intently, I would say. And Diddy seems a little frustrated, I have to say. The way that there's so many...
Okay. Let's try to get... We're trying our best to just get these updates. Looked like we didn't get one from Logic, but Lauren Crime probably got us one. We're just trying to figure out, because I'm not going to lie, it looked like... It looked like, I'm going to be honest with you, this is from my summation, just reading the early morning session. Like Brian Steele went over the weekend and took it like, yo, we're down 10 going into the fourth. Like he was moving like we're down 10. Okay? Here we go.
There's a lot to break down with what's happening today specifically. So we have alleged victim number 4 on the stand in this racketeering, sex trafficking, prostitution case. This is somebody named Mia, using a pseudonym, testified to being a personal assistant to Sean Combs, that she was abused by him in the past, that she was sexually assaulted by him. And yet today is a continuation of the cross-examination by Sean Combs' defense counsel, Brian Steele. Really questioning her about her resume, past messages she sent to Sean Combs, a lawsuit against Sean Combs, when she worked with prosecutors, really going to the heart of her credibility. So I want to get now a first-hand perspective of this testimony and this cross-examination from Elizabeth Milner, law and crimes reporter who's been in that courtroom every single day of testimony, including today. Elizabeth, so good to see you. I want you to lay out for us what the cross-examination looked like. But before we even do that, there's one thing I want to get to specifically. There was a large back and forth last week regarding a video. It might have been a happy birthday video that was going to come into evidence, that wasn't going to come into evidence. The back and forth between the prosecution and the defense that, the defense says, oh, we just saw this video, we just got it. The prosecution, I think, was, raised an objection that you didn't give us advance notice of this. And it goes to the heart of her credibility, the way she's speaking in this video. Real quick, before we move on to the rest of the cross-examination, what is that video I'm talking about? And it was admitted into evidence today, right?
Yeah, it definitely was admitted into evidence today. I was a little kind of confused just about the video per se, because at first when they were kind of talking about the video, they were making it seem like Mia had gotten all these different happy birthday messages from not only herself, but also from loved ones of Diddy too. So I was thinking that it'd be kind of a compilation of just maybe some famous faces, those who are close to Diddy, all saying happy birthday. But for this video that we saw in court specifically, it was a present for Diddy's 44th birthday. And you can see Mia on camera. And it was interesting too, because the video that we saw in the gallery, it wasn't Mia's face blurred out. We really saw her her actual face, as we do while we're inside that courtroom. But as far as what she's saying on this video, she's applying lip gloss on this video, kind of getting ready for the camera. And then she calls Diddy things along the lines of, he's a big inspiration. She blows a kiss to the camera and pretty much just says happy birthday to him. And so I think, yeah, to your point, Jesse, the defense was trying to have this video in because they say this is Mia's true demeanor. They say what she presented herself in or presented herself on as far as direct testimony goes isn't her true self, that she's kind of playing it up for the jury. But they wanted to introduce this video in pretty badly in order to kind of show that this is the real and true Mia, which is interesting too, because I think even as she's reading her text message she sends either to Diddy or somebody else, that she's kind of saying it in her true voice. She's not kind of speaking in like a meek, soft-toned kind of speech or anything. But for the most part, it was something that the defense definitely wanted in, and they were able to get that video in today.
So, by the way, I've seen you guys say this, and I'm starting to watch out for it. I've heard people suggested me, like, I get it. You read the tweets. We haven't really gotten to too much transcripts because those are going to be old. We're getting them about like every 2 days. They're 2 days late at this point, almost every time. And they're like, we know we're doing live trial coverage. There's no cameras in court, but when you go to Law and Crimes, like, bro, they don't want to see Diddy beat this shit. Like, bro, like they're on. So y'all have told me that they're biased. So I seen y'all suggest a few other outlets who have more of a realistic perspective. Continue to suggest those people because I do want to get a balanced perspective. I don't want to just listen to people who are just telling us one way, because that's what happened in the Tory case, I believe. I felt like we kept listening to the people who were telling us, oh yeah, this shit is like, it's just a breeze. Tory's gonna beat it, and then he didn't. So we want realistic court stories.
Yeah, and I know there was a whole back and forth last week about, like you said, her affect. Is she really testifying in her true voice? But, other than just the substance of it, why are you wishing a happy birthday to a man that tormented you and abused you? Now, as she claims, sexually assaulted her. So I now want to go into the continuation of this cross-examination. There was a lot that was brought up. Everything from her resume, was she a strong leader who could speak up for herself? Past messages she sent to Sean Combs, the lawsuit that she filed against him, when she decided to work with prosecutors, because I think the central theme is that she's only going after Sean Combs for what? Money? So talk to us about what was the substance of the cross-examination today.
Well, the substance of it overall, to your point, Jesse, was kind of all over the place. We were hearing about her resume. We were seeing a bunch of text messages. We were seeing a bunch of, I would say, a bunch of photos too. But even as far as just the start of it this morning, Mia still kind of presents herself in the same way, keeping her head down while she walks to the witness stand, just walks directly to the witness stand, doesn't make a look at the defense, doesn't look at us in the press, none of that. She just walks to the witness stand, sits down, and then the jury's brought in, and then they continue with her cross-examination. But even for the most part, while Brian Steele was continuing her cross-examination, he doesn't do things like other defense attorneys we've seen do. He doesn't say, hello, good morning, how is you? He didn't do any of that. He really just kind of got right into the exhibits, and then there was kind of an issue on whether or not this exhibit should be shown, and it was just like it seemed like it was taking a little bit forever for things to pretty much get started this morning. But she was asked this morning, where did you attend university? Where'd you go to college? What was your GPA? So after your study abroad, you were an assistant to somebody, and Mia's responding yes to all of this. And then they bring up her resume. They literally showed her resume, obviously not with her real name or anything like that, but of course with Mia written on it. And I was just like, where is this going as far as why they're bringing up a resume that she had did after she completed college and probably when she was applying for this job? Why are they bringing this into evidence? And so they talked about how in her specific bullet points under the descriptions for her job, how she catered to celebrity clients and always addressed their studio needs and kept inventory of all personal possessions, documentation, including passports. So they kind of brought it back to her direct testimony where she was explaining how she was trying to escape Diddy and how Diddy had kept hold of her passport. But Brian still asked her, when you said your passport was being held, that wasn't just your passport, it was everybody's passport. And Mia responded yes. Mia was asked, you take on responsibilities. She said true. You're a leader. She said, she kind of is pausing before she's answering this question, which I thought was pretty interesting because she was like, I don't know how you can really answer that. And then Brian still says, but you tell others to speak up speak up for themselves. Mia says yes. Then we see an exhibit, kind of a zoomed in portion of Mia's resume, how she speaks 4 languages, how she has thick skin. And so I think what Brian Steele and the defense was trying to do was kind of use her resume in a way against her, where it's like, okay, you say you have thick skin, you say you can work these long hours without feeling overworked, and you say that you're this team player and team leader. And so then the defense kind of passes out those binders again with all the exhibits. And so we see Mia recognizing her text message. So those were moved into evidence. So we see text messages from Mia to Diddy, first in December 27th of 2018. So this was after Mia was no longer working for Combs Enterprise. Mia says, "Merry Christmas. I love you so, so much." Diddy said, "Same to you." And he responded and sent that message 2 days after Mia sent her initial message. Then a week later, Mia says, "Happy New Year's." Then we see another text exhibit of a message from Mia. This text was also after Mia left the job, where she said, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, that she had a nightmare that she was trapped in an elevator with R. Kelly and that you came to my rescue. And the you she's referring to is obviously Diddy. And then Brian still asked, so you told the jury that this person who terrorized you, caused you PTSD, was the person who came to your rescue? And there was an objection. It was sustained. Then we see another text exhibit, this one from March 8th of 2019. Mia telling Diddy, "Sending you all the love in the world," heart emoji. And then the defense is saying, "You weren't under Mr. Combs's spell then." And she was like, "Well, I was. It was psychological. It was because Kim had just passed away. I felt horrible." And Brian still is like, "Ma'am, this death happened 5 months earlier." And she says, "Yes. Why did you continue reaching out?" And so that was kind of the gist of where we were going with it. We saw more text.
Oh, okay. So I may have got that wrong when I said it. Remember I said she was reaching out before the death of Kim Porter? Looks like she was reaching out after but the way they said something earlier. So it wasn't the messages that came earlier, it was a death that was happening earlier, but it was 5 months after. Just had to clarify that, okay?
Exhibits from March 8th. We saw, or excuse me, not this past March 8th, but we saw text exhibits from March 8th of 20.
By the way, you see this on the screen? That's because they showed this video, right? You could tell. The court reporter who drew it, that's what's on the screen. Yep.
2018 or 2019, I believe. We saw a text from New Year's Eve from 2019 from Mia to Diddy. We saw another text May 14th of 2020, a text to Diddy 3 years after Mia had left, where Mia said something along the lines of, "Puff, my heart is broken about Dre. You are one of the most influential people. I know it's excruciating. I will always be there." We see another message from Mia to Diddy about Chadwick Boseman's death. Then it just seems like they were just kind of going over text after text after text. And then Mia is asked, you had the capability of carrying around a phone with you. Did you have any recordings of Mr. Combs berating you? And Mia responds, no, he wouldn't allow it. Do you have any texts with family or friends about what Mr. Combs put you through? No, it was all kept a secret. And I felt like the line of questioning was kind of hard to watch at points, right? Because this is alleged victim number 4. This is also, you know, a victim who had talked about how she was sexually abused, sexually assaulted by her boss. But it seems like from the defense's perspective that this didn't even happen, because Brian Steele would say something along the lines of the supposed sexual assault, or this didn't happen to you. You made all of this up. It was really just that intensive of questioning, or that intensive questioning, I should say. Then we saw an exhibit photo, a text from August 29th of 2020. Mia saying, life is effing insane. It happens for a reason, that I've been tapping into spirituality. Mia's asked, do you have any random notes about you being brutalized by Mr. Combs? And she says, I don't believe so. She's asked, do you have any notes that Mr. Combs was violent towards you and unprofessional towards you? She said no. Did you write in your notes today that Mr. Combs sexually assaulted you? Mia wrote no. You sent these messages, and the Me Too movement was strong for 2.5 years, and these messages were sent in 2020. Why didn't you respond, or that you remembered all the bad times that you had with Mr. Combs? Is it because it's not true? And Mia said, I didn't lie in this courtroom. Everything that I said is true. And again, it was a little harsh to kind of watch, because again, it just seemed like from the defense's perspective that they were really kind of painting Mia out to be this liar, that she made things up, that Mr. Combs or Diddy never sexually assaulted her, that these events didn't happen, because why is she sending these text messages saying love you and Happy New Year's, Merry Christmas, and just sending him good wishes even after the fact? And so Mia's asked constantly, why didn't you say that Mr. Combs bamboozled you? And Mia responds, I was still brainwashed. Steele asks, what does brainwash mean? And Mia says, I was in an environment where highs were high. I would try so hard to get back into that good space. I felt like I had done something horrific by going to mediation, like I did something wrong. I was constantly seeking his approval. He was a constant authority figure, the only authority figure that I guess she had. And so to me, and again, Jesse, you know, we cover these types of cases all the time at Law and Crime about why victims don't come forward. And I felt like watching this cross-examination, it felt like this is the exact reason why victims don't come forward. Brian Steele was, quite frankly, very harsh with her. And I think even the government was kind of pointing it out, too, because there were some arguments outside of the presence of the jury where the government accused Brian Steele of yelling at her and being sarcastic with her. The judge didn't necessarily see it that way, but I think other people who were in the gallery, maybe not per se the jurors or anything like that, but really we're seeing just kind of like
from what
it was just kind of the same.
Okay, so I think we got a good like barometer here. We'll try to pop up Logic. I don't think he recorded anything. I don't know if he's at court today. If you guys have, some people have told me that there are some other people who are kind of more, you know, favorable to Diddy. If you guys point me to their channel, I'll surely put them on
the sex traffic
of sexually abusing several women. She is one of 3 women who are going to be testifying during the trial. And she has said that during her employment for him as a personal assistant from 2008 until 2007, or actually 2009 until 2017, that he first molested her and tried to forcibly kiss her at his 40th birthday party shortly after she got hired, and then months later raped her in a guest room at his home in Los Angeles. And she's been under cross-examination now for 2 days. And while a lot of the lawyers for Sean Combs have been very friendly with some of the witnesses who reluctantly testified for the government, lawyer Brian Steele has been very aggressive in cross-examining Mia, and even suggested today that she was making up her allegations, which she insisted was not true, that she's only testified truthfully over the last 3 days. But he again and again confronted her with text messages she had sent to Sean Combs after she was no longer working for him between 2018 and 2023, in which she expressed how much she loved Sean Combs and appreciated how much she'd learned from him, and how her opinions about him would never change. And finally, he asked her directly, how can you say these things? You know, at one point, he even confronted her with a text message in which she said she had a nightmare in which she was in an elevator with singer R. Kelly. Sean Combs, when you're having a nightmare in which he...
Interesting line of questionary.
Okay, we're still on pace to try to just catch up. Remember, I think I don't know if they're getting out at 4 today or 5. I don't think this is a 3 o'clock week. So let's just get back in court and we'll just kind of read. We'll catch up on things we may have missed. If you don't know why we listen to other people speak, and I know some people are like, we were here for you. Completely get it, but we're not in court. You know, we're going off these messages. We don't know how it's being taken. We don't know if it's coming across like, yo, bro, y'all are doing too much, or it's coming across like, damn, this chick is getting exposed. We don't know. So we're trying to get an accurate, depiction of what's going on. So anyway, here we go, people. Okay, so they're back. Steele says, the judge says, Steele, you may proceed. They said, Mia, were you able to review over the break some of your interviews with the prosecutors? Mia says, I actually did. Steele says, you didn't mention sexual abuse before July or June 2024. Mia says, I don't remember the dates. Chat, let me ask you a question. Is that, now I have to be honest with you. I do think that's the big thing. The government comes to you to investigate a guy for sex trafficking. And I would imagine her first couple of meetings, they met with her 27 times. We don't know when or how many were before June 2024. But immediately what doesn't come to your mind is that, yo, this guy raped me. Let me tell you this day one. You tell him that 6 months later, the government is investigating this guy for sex trafficking. That's the first thing. Be like, oh, bingo, he raped me. It took 6 months for you to tell him that? I don't know. Now, you see, this is the thing when it comes to victims. They're like, oh, well, she was suppressing that thought. She couldn't really... Okay, whatever. But that do sound a little odd to me. She says she don't remember the dates now. Steele says, did you give all your materials to the government? Mia says, I gave them to my lawyer. Then they gave them to the government. Steele said, what about this? Look at this. Steele says, in these notes, did you raise any sexual abuse concerns to the prosecutors? AO says, objection, improper refreshment. Justice overruled. Steele says, did you raise it in 2024? Mia says, definitely not during the first meeting. Mia says, I don't remember each specific meeting, but I definitely didn't raise it in the first meeting. Steele says, what about this next document that you just reviewed? The judge said, just ask her if her recollections were fresh. Mia says, no, it's not to the specifics. Steele says, you never mentioned sexual abuse until you hired a lawyer, right? Sean Crowley. Mia says, I don't know when I first mentioned that he raped me, except I just know it was after when I had representation. Steele says, do you intend to sue Combs for compensation? You want money, right? She said, no, I don't. Steele says, who have you worked for since? Mia says, Madonna. She says, for how long? From 8 months, from April 2019. Steele says, when you did that, did Mr. Combs assist you in getting that job? Mia says, absolutely not. Steele says, so you were not blacklisted as you previously said. You would be scared that you would be. She said, no. Did you get any retribution from Diddy? She says, well, he took away the TV show and the credit that was promised. Steele says, but you told the jury you were surprised you were let go, right? Mia says, I did. Steele says, were you let go for drinking? She says, no. Steele says, Do you remember the Cassie video called Official Girl? She says, yes. And King of Hearts, her song with Nicki Minaj and the Boys? She says, yes. Steele says, is Nicki Minaj well known? She says, yes. Steele says, and Cassie did a song, Numb, with Rick Ross, right? Mia says, yes. Steele says, and I love it too, right? With Fabulous, right? She says, yes. Okay. And do you remember Cassie being in the studio with Kid Cudi? I don't remember that one. I don't remember specifics. What about her being in the studio with Combs? I remember that. Steele says, the TV show you mentioned, what was that about? Mia said it was about my experience. Steele says, how a person from a small town deals with like a person, like how does a person like that deal with someone like Mr. Combs? Mia says, a comedic version. Steele says, what other films did you work on? Mia says, Dope, Lawless, Undefeated. Mia says, so you enjoy these projects, right? Mia says, no. Steele says, so didn't you call them these people your second family? Mia says, we all called it that. Steele says, didn't you think that Diddy was a genius? Mia says, at the time I did. Steele says, you continue to want to work for Diddy, right? Mia says, I wanted to continue to follow my dream. Steele says, do you know if Mr. Combs' company put more money in promoting Miss Ventura than any other artist? Mia says, I didn't. Absolutely, I didn't absorb everything. Steele says, who's Jason Wiley? Mia says, he worked for the record label. Steele says, in budgeting, right? Steele also says, do you remember giving the opportunity to have your therapist's notes be seen by the parties? AUSA says, objection. Judge says, sidebar. Now, keep in mind, there's something interesting going on here, Chad. I hope y'all are peeping it. Didn't I say that Steele, he's good at, first of all, they have a big research team. But what Steele does good is you have to do it in a certain way to introduce new evidence. It appears that Steele and Diddy's attorneys or, private investigators knows that probably when this woman went to therapy, she wasn't saying that Diddy assaulted her. Maybe she said, yo, I love Diddy. Maybe she says, man, really, in another lifetime, me and Diddy should be together. So Diddy's lawyers keep saying, well, if you talked about rape with your attorneys, has anyone actually seen your attorney? No, not attorney, with your therapist. Were you given the opportunity to share your notes with the prosecutor or whoever? AUSA objects. Judge says sidebar. So during the sidebar, here's a court. There's a court art testimony. Court art courtesy of Inner City Press from artist named Elizabeth Williams. So you got Diddy right here. Diddy, Mark Ignifilo, Tenny Garagos, Brian Big Steele. Pause. They're back. Steele says, have you ever called law enforcement? She said, I did not. Steele says, you say you were stopped while speeding in L.A. Didn't Mr. Combs get you out of that? Mia says, I do. Steele says, did you ever think about calling anyone anonymously? She says, no. Steele says, when you said Mr. Combs hurt your arm, did you seek medical help? She said, no, I wouldn't have been allowed. Steele said, did you take photos? No. Did you scream? She says, no, I was in shock. Steele says, before the 5 days you say you were awake, did you ever stay awake that long? She says, no. Steele says, you testify you would give up all the money in the world had there not been sexual abuse. Any discussion that you will make money by testifying? She says, no. Mia says, not even a thing. Steele says, Your Honor, can I set up those other matters? Judge says, yes, we'll break for that. They break. They come back 12 minutes ago. Steele says, nothing further. The judge says, member of the jury do not consider any of this testimony about the witness communication with her therapist. And Ms. Smizer, do you want to redirect? Smizer says, okay, I do. Mia, was posting to social media part of your job? She says, yes. AUSA says, as part of that, did you post on your personal Instagram account? She says, yes. What did Mr. Combs do if he thought you weren't doing your job? Mia says, I'd be yelled at and humiliated. AUSA says, did the other employees? Also post for Mr. Combs' birthday? Yes. AUSA says, the birthday video, was it for Club Diddy? She says, yes. AUSA says, did Mr. Combs co-own the water you were drinking? And did you say revolt, the project you work on at the end? She says, yes. AUSA says, you posted about the good times and not the bad? She says, yes. All right, chat, we're here. Okay, we got a couple more tweets. Let's go back to that one video, infamously. Okay, not this one. It's the video of, sorry, chat. I guess in the video, let's go back to the birthday shout out. Here we go. Oh, so this water, let's look at the name. Oh, I just had it. It's called what? Alaqua or whatever. I remember when Diddy introduced the water. Diddy introduces his line of water. I remember him talking about it. Oh, it's Aqua. Never mind.
Shout out to everybody in social media, digitally all over.
That is his water. So I guess the prosecutor came back and said, yo, she was still being coerced. That's why she made the fucking video. She didn't want to do that. Look, she's even drinking his water in the video. You know? Okay. All right. Let's keep it going, people. Let's keep it going. All right. So here's some more tweets. AUSA says, and this is Smizer, I believe, says, why did you want to make the person who abused you happy? Okay? Give me 1 second. Why did you want to make them happy? Mia says, when I was happy, I was safe. AUSA says, were you worried about your physical safety? Now, here's the thing too, Chad. And I don't want to take sides here. I don't. But you could tell when AUSA questions, now she's their witness. She has really good answers. It's only on cross-direct, right? Or not cross-direct. I mean, cross-examination, she seemed flustered. Why? The reason the government met with her 27 times, probably at least 10 times, is to go over her testimony and go over like, hey, when we ask you this, you should probably say something like this. So this is why, like, when the AUSA talks to her, her answers be hidden. He says, well, it's because, remember, that's their witness. Why did you want to make the person who abused you happy? When I was happy, I was safe. Were you worried about your physical safety? Yes. I've been abused by Puff before. I knew his wrath. AUSA says, did you engage in a pro bono lawyer? She says, yes. Now, they're getting ahead of the recross. Smizer said, why did you meet with the government so much? Mia says, so my story could be understood. See? Instead of that they could coach me, oh, that they could understand my story. Got you. AUSA says, were you terrified? Of Puff, of course, and the repercussions. Smizer then says, did the government tell you what to say? No. The government never told me what to say. Only to tell the truth. Smizer says, how do you feel about public speaking? Oh, I'm terrified. AUSA says, can you explain that? Given that you've been in comedy. So they're jumping ahead of what Brian Steele probably going to put in, right? Or say. So, yeah, I did comedy, but I had Puff permission for that. Back again with Puff. AUSA says, any comparison to testify about Combs sexually assaulting you here? Basically saying, well, how could you be shy? Because they're thinking what the defense is going to say. How you shy but you up here testifying? It's the biggest trial in the world. So she said, nah, I'm usually not shy. And, I mean, I am shy, but I've done public speaking before, but it was some comedy shit, but I only did it when Diddy told me to do it. So they're playing it good here. Smizer says, why are you here today? Mia says, if I wasn't here, I couldn't look my goddaughters in the eye and never advise them what to do in this situation. Judge says, Mr. Steele, any recross? Steele says, no, sir. Judge says, Mia, you may go unless you want to stay. And then it appears, so Steele didn't want to do a recross. She's finally off the stand. Holy. Why don't we have logic with an update?
There, when we talk about a witness describing a nightmare, so to speak, in a case that is very serious, very sensitive, and as always, viewer discretion advised to anyone that is watching this along with us. Larry, describe to us Diddy's demeanor today in court. How much communication has he had with his lawyers?
Well, lots of communication with the lawyers. He's been very involved, as we've seen day after day, in his defense. Oftentimes, or at least twice that I've seen, he's not allowed his lawyers to finish questioning a witness until he gave the nod of approval. And that's the kind of hands-on involvement in a defense that you don't normally see from a defendant. So he has been hands-on from the start, though.
Wow. That's concerning, though, for me. If you're Team Diddy, that's concerning for me. If the defense attorneys can't stop questioning a witness until Diddy gives them one of those head nods, like, we're good. You know what it tells me? These niggas might just be running up a big check just to get him happy. Like, hey, we'll do whatever you want as long as you pay us. But it is problematic if Diddy is the barometer of, hey, you didn't question enough versus, okay, now it's time to chill. I don't know if Diddy leading that or Diddy having to approve that helps him. You gotta have you're a defendant. You gotta let the people who are your lawyers, especially your main lawyer, be the person that dictates that. Because you might start being emotional. Somebody's on the stand saying something that you're like, that's a lie. Instead of you saying, all right, let's try to get him a different way and chill, you tell him, nah, you don't give him the head nod, that witness gets badgered. A badgered witness in a sexual assault case is not good.
Very involved in his defense and very serious in the courtroom, but also seems somewhat businesslike. You can imagine as you watch him in the courtroom that, yeah, he is the CEO of his companies and he's a guy who has run successful businesses, as Sean Combs has. So that comes across. The jurors, as always, are extremely attentive, taking notes, facing toward the witness during testimony, no matter who is on the witness stand. It's one of the most alert, pay attention juries I've ever seen.
Larry, we know that the cross-examination of that alleged victim of Diddy continuing on right now. Do we expect that to finish today? And who are we going to hear from next?
Yes, we do expect that to finish today. It's unclear exactly who will be on the stand next because there have been some negotiating going on as to whether or not the defense will ultimately call a witness to kind of cast doubt upon these tapes that were shown early in the trial of Cassandra. Cassie is, what she's known as in the music world, but Cassandra Ventura is how she's known more often in the courtroom. And that was
interesting. Hey, by the way, chat, we're waiting for some more tweets. We are caught up in court. If you don't know, we're live in court in the Diddy case. I will say this, something that came out from our stream, and it had some, type of adjacent, dealings with the Diddy case, was this idea that, Whack 100 brought up about Nipsey Hussle supposedly being somewhat involved by, him referring to Capricorn Clark, mentioning that Lauren London was around during some of this stuff. And according to what was said in court, Lauren London was in the next room when Diddy walked out and was just like, yo, this is why you bitches don't got a man. And he was flexing on them more with Cassie because he's saying Cassie does what I want. If I tell her to hop on one leg, she does it. If I tell her to bark like a dog, she does it. And apparently he says to Cassie, yo, Cassie, come out here. Walk there. Do that. Turn around. Pick that up. Bring it over here. Whatever. And then he says, all right, you can leave now. And she did everything respectfully and humbly. Never talked back to him. And Diddy was just talking and shit saying, you see why Cassie do that? That's why she my bitch. The rest of y'all, that's why your hoes don't got no niggas. Because y'all don't be doing what they say. And obviously they're trying to put that in there to say that was part of the force and coercive attitude and power and control that Diddy had. Anyway, Wack later came out to say, well, what do y'all think? And this was his POV. Nipsey Hussle was into some of the freak-off activities. His woman was around Cassie, and Cassie was around freak-off activities. And he came on our stream to discuss it, but a lot of people actually blame Wack. They say, yo, you're trying to run a play or a program on what Nipsey Hussle stood for or what he used to do. And he was confronted by Adam22 about this. And Adam was saying, you're the one who's running this program. Listen to this.
Not beefing with nothing.
It seems like you are.
Listen, this was crazy. We're discussing the Diddy trial.
Okay.
We're looking at the landscape of it. I put something on the table. People get mad. Capricorn gets on the stand, and what does she say? Yes, she was at the freak off.
Okay.
Right? So now, okay, well, they ain't get mad when she said it. Don't get mad. I'm just like looking at the landscape.
But you extrapolated on it and said that Nipsey didn't marry her because you assumed that she was getting piped down by Diddy.
That's not what I said. I said, I don't want to hear all this crazy shit. They was together 5 years with a kid. He never married her.
You guys aren't married?
Oh, we gonna be married.
Me and my wife were together for like 7 years before we got married.
It ain't been no 5 years in the motherfucking kid either.
You've been together with R&B for what, 3-4 years?
3 years.
And if you don't get married in the next year, are you going to be accepting of people saying, like, well, maybe she's not marriage material?
Listen. I'm going to definitely marry my woman.
Now, see, that's interesting. But I think Adam did a good job out of Adam VCs. I think he did a good job with Wack. Wack is pretty elusive sometimes. He's a great media personality, but he's very slick. So Wack's thing was, why do you think Nipsey never married Lauren London? He was almost alluding, he never said directly, but alluding to maybe Nipsey knew she had the stench of the freak off on her, and that's why she never qualified to be marriage material. Now, he did have a kid with her. He was with her for several years before he passed, and we don't know if he had planned to get married to her. So Wack's idea was just like, you should know something was up with Shorty, and that she may have been playing around with Cassie and Diddy, because her man never married her. So that's why Adam hits him back with, well, Wack, you have a woman for 3 years. I was with my woman for 7 years before I married her. Time doesn't really mean, or at least 5 years or whatever, doesn't mean that, oh, your guy is disgusted with you that you were in a freak off or you may have done some crazy shit. Let's keep it going.
But y'all be talking all this high and mighty shit. I'm just doing the math. R&B ain't gonna let it get to 5 years.
Don't you just feel like once somebody's dead, that there's no reason to keep dragging their name through the mud?
What's dragging? The truth could never be considered disrespect. I didn't put the post up. Some other shit put the post up.
But you've been running a campaign to draw attention to these alleged minor allegations, which, by the way,
I'm not running the campaign.
It doesn't appear to me that anybody's made any kind of effort to find out what actually happened, because allegedly these charges were dropped. Do we know?
There's somebody making an effort. Kenny Kingpin.
But what happened? Do we know anything about it?
He haven't ran his content yet. He gonna run it.
Okay.
Sometimes you got to wake up. Here goes the problem with those allegations. That site was able to put it up because nobody has cleared it. Right? I'm gonna be real.
Now, I've heard some rumblings about what those charges were. Supposedly, I've heard different ages though. Some people say Nipsey was 18, he was dating a 16-year-old, supposedly, right? Because he's 18 and 16-year-old, that was a case because it happened, or whenever they came in. Some other people told me, no, that's not the case. Some people told me Nipsey was 20 and then the person was 16. Then I've heard Nipsey was 20 and the person was 14. I don't know either way. And I'm going to be honest with you, just because obviously Nipsey's dead, and obviously I told you I have zero axe to grind against him, or I don't really give a fuck too much. Also, I think this is one of those things where I think West Coast business should stay on West Coast terms. I don't know the full truth about it, but I've just heard multiple different things. So apparently that charge was real, but I don't even think it went to court. I think it got either dismissed or something happened. But it was supposedly because it was a really weak case. I don't know, bro. Regardless, I think that's what Adam's questioning here.
I could have put the time into clearing it, but I put the time into putting attention on it. Now that the attention is on it, everybody gonna pay attention to where it get cleared. Kenny Kingpin for Roller 60s. That's them to do their due diligence to clear it. Now, why you think Kenny
Wait, so somebody that is a NIP affiliate is doing the research to figure out what that was about?
Well, why you think he's doing it?
To exonerate him, ideally, I guess.
And where you think the call came from?
Oh my God, Chad. I ordered food at a Jamaican spot. This I'm telling you, you order from a Jamaican spot, bro. You don't know what you're finna get. Chat, it said the order was on the way, and they just like canceled it. They were like, it's canceled. Do you want your money back? And I'm like, huh? I said it was on the fucking way. Damn. All right, Applebee's is this. Fuck it. Sorry.
Bro.
To investigate it? I don't know. You, maybe?
Oh, okay.
So
Guess
you're saying
what?
you put people on the job
If
who
these people would have did their motherfucking job.
What people?
Prior to anybody. That site, whoever that site was, wouldn't have been putting it up.
What site was it? I saw it in the Reddit.
Some shit street wars. I can pull it up. Some site put it up. I don't know the site. Right? If they would have did their job back then and cleared it, right? I can find it because street wars or something.
It just occurs to me that people are so thirsty for new content that they're willing to talk about these things that, you know, it makes sense to expose somebody's criminal shit or allegations when they're actually walking the streets. Like, who gives why does this have to be even the topic
West
of conversation?
Coast Gang Wars 3.
Okay, very prominent page that craziest captions in the history of Instagram.
West Coast Gang Wars 3. I never heard of them. But here's the thing, right? People talk about you more when you're dead than alive.
That's true.
Right.
Right. So here's the thing.
He's been dead for 6 years.
Yeah, that's cool.
7 years.
He's been there for 6 years. So what I'm saying is, after Kenny Kingpin does what he's supposed to do, then you won't see no more blog sites putting that up.
Because he's going to he's going to put the real story in which...
He's going to put the paperwork up. He's going to put the dismissal up. He'll put it all up. Nobody's done it.
But you went out of your way to draw as much attention as possible to it before it was actually investigated.
It still wouldn't have been investigated. Nobody wouldn't have cleared it up if I wouldn't have said nothing.
So you're saying that you drawing all this attention to it means that you were doing the right thing because it would eventually be debunked. I mean, I'm sure, like, in your words, your team of exposers spend all day pulling paperwork. I mean, they easily, obviously, could have looked into it before you put it out there.
We haven't pulled shit.
But then it would have been a boring narrative.
All right, so we don't know what's true.
First one?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not clear. It is what it is, but I got it told that it
Okay, well, send me what you got. Send me what you got. If you're missing something, I'll have my team to put it up. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, I know we went on a little side mission here. We're still in the Diddy trial. We're just trying to figure out these ancillary portions. To be very clear, Lauren London gets mentioned twice. Nothing, I mean, you could use some brain power and be like, maybe she was down with some of this stuff, but nothing actually said she was a member or she was actually in a sexual situation. But was she around times and places that sexual situations was happening? Yes. I'll say that. But it doesn't mean she was involved. Okay, so they call it their next witness, and now the next witness is on the stand. Oh my God. What the fuck is this? Sorry, chat. Here we go. Okay. So the next witness is Sylvia Oken. Okay, never mind. We don't even got to Google her. She says who she is. They call Sylvia Oken. This person says, I've been working for the Beverly Hill Hotels for 17 years. I'm a director of sales and marketing. They says, how do reservations work? We use a system called Oprah. AUSA says, does that link a customer alias to their real name? It says, yes. So, and this one, who is it really? It says, Sean Combs. Can a guest change his or hers alias? And they're saying yes. So if you guys don't know, it looks like the government called this witness to show that Diddy was booking names under the name Frank Black, okay? Frank Black Diddy. This is really interesting.
Photos of Diddy's freak-off evidence was just released.
Now, here's the thing. He also got prescriptions under Frank Black. I wonder if he had a fake ID for Frank Black. Must have, right?
And these are all the photos from the hotel room that the feds raided when they arrested Diddy. We have to start out with this clonazepam because you know your girl be deep diving, and this medication bottle that they found has the name Frank Black on it. Cassie Ventura said in her testimony multiple times that Frank Black was Diddy's alias that he would use during these freak-offs when getting hotel rooms and more. Now, there wasn't a doctor that we could see listed on this medicine bottle, but you know me, I went and did some digging on things that I could find, and we are about to get into it, but I do want to touch on one crazy thing. Now, if you didn't know, clonazepam is an anxiety medicine, and it can also be used to relax tense muscles, but this freaks me out. Because if you remember, in Cassie Ventura's statement, she said how she would get so anxious before these freak-offs. Sometimes she would even vomit during them, and Diddy would tell her to continue. This made me think of Diddy's ex-assistant, Philip Pines, who was on the fall for Diddy, who said that it was his job to set up these freak-offs, who released text messages between him and Christina Korm, voice memos for Diddy, and even admitted that he testified to the grand jury. In the text messages that he released, this is one of the substances that Christina Korm would ask him to bring Diddy. And
ooh, I didn't see that. Said give him lorazepam, give him 3. Zolpidem, give him 2. Cialis, oh shit, give him 3. Clonazepam, give him 5.
this is one of the substances that Christina Korm would ask him to bring Diddy. And I'm cooking, just stay with me. So on this bottle, it says 2811 Wilshire Boulevard Suite 610. Now it seems like Diddy got this medicine prescribed to him under the alias Frank Black from Lifespan Medicine, because this is the same address, Suite 610. When you look up Lifespan Medicine, it shows that they have a holistic doctor, and keep this in mind. You guys know I stayed in the court dockets way before this trial even started, and one of the things that Diddy was arguing is that he wanted all of the evidence thrown out from the search warrants of his home, but the government said that they had more than enough probable cause from all of these people listed for all of these different things, including narcotic offenses. Just all of these people listed right here were enough probable cause.
Now, here's the thing. What I think happened, so the government, I don't know if you can see. Okay. They used somebody called Producer One. So I don't know if you guys know. The reason one of Diddy's cribs got raided is because of Lil Rod. Lil Rod is the same guy who claims Meek Mill's gay, that Stevie J was fucking on a porn star or some porn video. We've kind of realized that Lil Rod is kind of, you know? Anyway, he was the one who provided the info that gave them probable cause to do the raid. So at first, Diddy's lawyers trying to suppress this evidence. How? By saying, yo, the person who gave you probable cause, he's a known liar. Not only is a known liar, y'all know he's a known liar, you're not even using him in your case. It's like, imagine somebody said to the cops, you'll go raid this guy's house because I was just there and I was just there. He was doing X, Y, and Z to me, and I know X, Y, and Z is going to be found in X, Y, and Z, right? They raid Diddy's house, but when it comes time to the trial, they're not using Lil Rod, so they're coming back around and say, yo, Lil Rod has been inconsistent. The idea that you guys use him as probable cause is kind of like fraudulent. Everything found with your probable cause that you got from his statements should have been thrown out because he's not fully truthful. That's why they keep saying Producer One, but they did use a statement.
For all of these different things, include
they use what Rod said to go get the what is it called again? The probable cause to search residences.
all of these people listed for all of these different things, including narcotic offenses. Just all of these people listed right here were enough probable cause to charge Diddy with narcotic offenses. They list Assistant 1 up at the top as being one of these people that corroborated this information with another person known as Producer 1. They said Assistant 1 and Producer 1's information corroborated each other about narcotic offenses, and I believe that these two people are Philip Pines and Little Rod Jones because both of these people worked during the Love album era. And I named Little Rod Jones because he is the one that in his lawsuit included a lot of different pictures of stuff, and one of the pictures that he included was of Diddy having Tootsie. Here we go again, seeing the Tootsie. This is another photo that was just released of Diddy's hotel room the day that he got arrested, and they raided it, and they found Tootsie, they found baby oil, and more. And we'll get to the rest of the photos in just a second. What I really think Diddy is screwed about with his alias Frank Black is the fact that you can see right here, the government talked to a holistic doctor. Seems like Diddy is caught up with this alias. He can't
Ooh, so these are the people who are telling on him. So first of all, Producer 1, that was Lil Rod. So this it was they were validating their search warrant. For search warrant, they needed probable cause, right? They need probable cause to go search a residence, but it has to be really good probable cause because again, you're infringing on someone's privacy, and also you might be violating their Fourth Amendment right, the right against unlawful searches and seizures. So you have to have really good. It's not like, oh, I smell weed. Like the cops are not gonna get a search warrant and be like, I smelt weed in your house. Let's search your entire house for weed. Not gonna happen. So it has to be really strong probable cause. And in the probable cause, they came with Producer 1, Lil Rod, Victim 1, Cassie, Sex Worker 1. I don't know who that is. Might be Jules, but like I don't know if Jules has ever been to the. I think this was for the Star Island property, the 2-Star Island. I don't know if they did that. And they're saying there was a doctor who was also one of the people as well. Interesting.
Try to blame this on anybody else that was in that room that day. He can't try to pass it off.
And if you look behind her head right here, it says Designer 1.
Because it seems like they talked to the holistic doctor where Diddy would have got this medicine from in the alias name Frank Black, which could tie into other things that Cassie Ventura was alleging because she said Diddy used this alias to get these workers to rent hotel rooms and more. Y'all see what I'm talking about now? I pretty much probably already knew this about the government because they say the government doesn't play. They don't bring on a case unless they know they got you. In this hotel room this day, it looked like Diddy was getting ready to have a freak off because there was baby oil in the bathtub. And this is just adding on more evidence of baby oil that they already pulled. We know.
Keep in mind, this is why I keep telling y'all, Chad, I definitely believe Diddy has some trauma that is from childhood. Because if the government was investigating me for a murder and a murder with, I don't know, power tools, and I knew that they were well into an investigation where I have lawyers talking to them, if I go to the jurisdiction that investigation is going to, in my hotel, the number one thing I would know not to do is to have power tools. They're investigating you already for doing a murder involving you using power tools. You think that maybe an indictment is impending. You go to the jurisdiction where the indictment is about to drop. You get in a hotel. And when you get in a hotel, you get power tools in that hotel. Why the fuck would you do that? That sounds odd. You get what I'm saying?
That they already got 1,000 bottles of baby oil out of Diddy's home, and they also had these pictures from the assistant Philip Pines of baby oil with all the text messages and everything else that he gave to the government. Another thing that they got when they raided this hotel room, they also had subpoenas to take and go through Diddy's cell phones. And in Diddy's iPhones, in his iCloud, is where they found more evidence against Diddy to try to use against him in this trial. Now, I assume this is the mood lights that they were talking about, because we have to remember Homeland Security actually already testified against Diddy about all of the stuff that they took out of the hotel. They even let the jury hold this stuff in their hands, the baby oil, the 2C, all of it. Diddy had Ziploc bags in the closet filled of baby oil and Astroglide. This is the $9,000 in cash that they said that they found.
So these are all the hotel things they found, right?
There was another prescription.
I think Diddy got to have a mental problem. Bro, you could tell he has the same drugs that they're looking for. Not only that, and by the way, you know what I'm thinking? I think the government was so much on his ass. They probably knew the dealer he bought these drugs from, or somebody bought him from, right? Look, got the Astroglide.
These are the baby oil, the 2C, all of it.
The nigga even has Visine. Like, he has Visine in the joint with the money.
He had Ziploc bags in the closet filled of baby oil and Astroglide. This is the $9,000 in cash that they said that they found.
You see the Visine?
There was another.
You see the Visine just now?
Astroglide. This is the $9,000.
It's the Visine right here.
$1,000 in cash that they said that they found. There was another prescription bottle with all of these candies next to it, and even some more Astroglide in a drawer with whatever these are. But yeah, this just shows you Diddy's alias that Cassie Ventura talked about is obviously being proven as being his true alias, not just by Cassie's word. Because this man got caught with a prescription in the name Frank Black, and they have already talked to the holistic doctor where Diddy would have got this medication from. Because remind you, if this doctor was compliant, the feds are going to go to him like, you better tell us right now everything that we want to know about this man, because if not, we're going to take your license because you are prescribing somebody medication under a fake name. That's how the feds work. Same way with Diddy's co-conspirators, we know that they have went after some of them and they have agreed to testify against Diddy. And y'all know me, I love digging and putting information together, so the second that these photos dropped, I was on it. But y'all let me know what you guys think about all this in the comments.
Okay. All right, people. Cool. All right. Still back in court. Oh, actually, they didn't break for the day, did they? No. Okay, cool. They did not break for the day yet. Okay, cool. So here's some more things. Here we go. It says so we get to find out that it says, does Opera link a customer alias to their real name? Okin says yes. AUSA says in this one, it says, who is it really? Okin says Sean Combs. It says, could a guest change his or her alias? Yes. AUSA says, how is this usually paid for? It's to T. Fletcher at Bad Boy. It was paid for by the Amex of Sean Combs. AUSA says, what is this? The folio or a bill from room 59. AUSA says, what's this? Okin says a $500 charge for oil damage. Oh, shit. So it looked like Diddy paid a $500 charge for baby oil damage. AUSA says no further question. Keep in mind, this person worked at the Beverly Hills Hotel. What they're trying to do is show that Diddy, on an organizational level, was paying for these rooms that the freak-offs was happening. And yes, the freak-offs was happening because you would see baby oil damage. And those were also, charged as additional things of incidentals to his Amex card. That was a Bad Boy card, okay? So it looked like his Bad Boy card, let's go over it again. How was it paid for, right? It was paid for T. Fletcher at Bad Boy. And it was paid by the Amex of Sean Combs. What was this? It was a bill for room 259. What's this? It's a $500 charge for oil damage. AUSA says no further questions. Cross says, okay. Now, we don't know if Brian Steele is doing this one, but let's see. Says the accompanying guest was Cassie Ventura. Okin says yes. Defense says nothing more. So it looked like Diddy's team, all they had to say to this was, so they're not denying it, and they're not going to be like, oh, whatever. But they're basically saying, so there was a guest on every hotel, right? And it was Cassie. And they say yes. So again, what that does is actually, it really limits the scope of the freak-offs to Cassie being the only person who was a consistent member. But also, they kind of just leave it open-ended to say, Yeah, but Cassie was the member, or Cassie was a guest as well, right? Okay, who's next? Now this is the person who got. This person got what do you call it again? Immunity earlier. It says Eddie Garcia. Remember it was Mr. Garcia? Now we find out it's Eddie Garcia. We're going to get him for an hour and a half. It says, then we're thinking the video expert, witness Jane, will have, but they'll have an international flight, so we'll try to get on her before. Now, the problem here in this case is that Diddy's lawyers want to expose everybody, so they want to take a lot of time. And the witnesses that the prosecutor has, they have a lot of witnesses, and they're like, hey, in us trying to schedule with these people to come to trial, we're trying to make sure they're in and out. We're not trying to make sure they're here all day. Diddy's lawyers are like, what the fuck? We're getting paid through the ass. Our job is to get a non-guilty verdict. Fuck his flight. Fuck the other person's flight. Fuck their schedule. We got to get all these questions in. So that's what it is. The judge says until tomorrow. What does that mean? Did they call it? Not sure. Not sure. Okay, let's kind of go back. So we didn't get logic at all. Y'all know who else is doing like updates outside of the court? That'd be very important to know. Does anyone know anybody else? Ratchet TV? Let's look at entertainment tonight. The courtroom is absolutely thinning out, though. Like, it doesn't have as many people there. It is absolutely thinning out, you know? Somebody says Ratchet TV. We could look and see what. Are they outside court? Let's see.
And is there any?
No, there's no videos today. There's no videos today from them. Okay. Attorney Simone. Okay. What is this?
The S tapes where Cassie and other.
Yeah, but I don't know if she's
Her
in court. She's probably like phenomenal, but like, is she in court? Oh, here we go. Oh.
Oh, good morning, good or afternoon now. It is your legal bestie, Attorney Simone. I am coming to you live from the Diddy trial. It is day 14. I don't count the days of jury selection. And this is Mia's final testimony. So I am so sorry for being late for you guys, but you know how court is. Like, you just never ever know. So anyway, and I wanted to make sure I outline this so I can get to the facts, y'all. Get to the facts and get in and get out. Now, first off, let me know where you're watching us from. Hey, Wanda Young. Hey, H2O Ice. Y'all, we have a medium, tall, probably like 6'2", heavy-set Hispanic guy. He's actually wearing like some regular old pants and like a bomber jacket. Totally casual. I don't know, like maybe he goes to court all the time. I don't know, maybe he goes to jail a lot. Not really sure. But Eddie walked in, and the jury was not in there. And the prosecutor goes to the podium, and she says, Eddie, you have been subpoenaed to be here today, correct? He said, yes. And it says...
That's the Eddie we're now seeing in here, right? Look, right? No, let's close this. Which one is it? No, let's close this. Yes. Oh, Eddie Garcia. Yeah. So she's talking about the earlier session where Eddie was brought up before the jury got in, and this Eddie person wanted immunity. Now let's see what Eddie does that they might need immunity. We don't know yet. Who's Eddie?
Is it true that you wish to exercise your right to plead the fifth? He said yes. So you won't be testifying today. He said yes. He said, and then the prosecutor goes, all right, hand him the immunity agreement. And she says, basically, this is an immunity agreement. You will be immune from being tried for whatever you tell us. However, if you perjure yourself, if you lie on the stand, then you can be held liable for perjury. Got it. So he was like, okay. So then they took him off the stand, I guess because we're going to deal with him later, like he's going to testify later. They wanted to finish up with Mia. But I was like, who is Eddie? What is Eddie related to?
Of course, chat, I'm trying to show all the YouTubers love. The thing is, yo, chat, we'll have a big audience, and I'll show all these YouTubers love. You know, hopefully y'all go check out their channels. When it comes time to them talking about me, all hate. Like, none of them fuck with me. You know, ain't that funny? Like, I'll show them love, like, yo, y'all go check them out. Oh, this is cool. This is dope. When it comes time to me, straight hate. That's why, like, you know, we got to pick and choose who we show love to because, you know, I'm not saying I'm doing it for people to show me love in return, but a lot of these people, for whatever reason, they have whatever against me.
Because Eddie don't look like the type that will work for Diddy, but Eddie clearly has some tea in that they're forcing Eddie to testify. So remember, guys, I taught y'all previously, if someone says, no, I'm not testifying, I'm pleading the fifth, if the prosecutor gives them an immunity agreement, they have to testify.
True.
They can't not testify because that immunity agreement takes away any chance that you'll have to go to jail. The fifth just says, I'm not going to talk my way in a jail cell. When you plead the fifth, that's you saying, I'm not about to talk my way into a jail cell. So if the prosecutor takes away any chance of you going to jail for your testimony, that's why they have to testify. So no, it wasn't Eddie Winslow, it was Eddie Garcia. Here's what I think. I think that Eddie is going to be related to the hotel. He very well may have been the person that accepted the $100,000 Diddy bribe. That is my guess. We're not sure yet, but if we hurry up and get done with Mia, Lord, please get done with Mia, because I'm sick of that.
Now, even though I'm not in court, as I'm thinking, she might be right. She might be right. I'm guessing, you know, obviously she's in court. We're not in court. She might be right on that assumption because we still haven't gotten to it. Because I'll tell you why. Eddie Garcia, and this is not me being racist or biased, Flores was the security guard who didn't take the bribe. Maybe it's just a security team that, I don't know, was it during Central City or something like that? Center City, like, you know, the Intercontinental Hotel. Maybe this is one of the other security guys, you know, Flores Garcia, not to make this a race thing, but maybe because Diddy don't look like he had Hispanic people in his orbit, right? Let's be honest, right? Only time we hear about somebody Hispanic other than Cassie Ventura was, especially a male, was the security guard. So maybe this person's with the security guard and look like, what's her name? Attorney Simone. She believes the same as well. So let's see.
If we get done with Mia, he should take the stand today, and I can't wait to see it. So again, he pled the fifth. They gave him immunity. Now he has to testify. So I think he might be, again, the hotel worker that was paid off to make the tape go away. If so, y'all, Rico has officially been proven. And that's bribery. And we've already had the S workers, right? We're the prostitutas who got on the stand and talked about working in 2 different states and being flown there. So if he gets up there and is like, yep, they bribed me, we got bribery, then we've got prostituta, then that's it. That's also, Eddie taking that money is also tampering with witnesses because Eddie is a witness. So that would be 3 RICO offenses.
Wait, tamper, is she, what? Now, the thing with the tampering with the witness charge, if I'm not incorrect, and I know this person's name is Attorney Simone, I generally don't like to disagree or argue with attorneys, especially if they've gone to school for it. I'm using common sense and just some research, so you know I know my place. Interesting.
Then we've got prostituta.
So the whole thing about like bribing a witness, or interfering with a criminal investigation, you're not technically doing that, unless you have some tacit knowledge of a crime being committed or investigation into a crime happening. So if you're just doing your thing, that doesn't mean you're bribing a witness if, you don't know that person's a witness. Like your thing might just be to give people money or get people to shut the fuck up. That's not bribing a witness. Paying somebody shut up is not bribing a witness. Bribing a witness would be like this person you now know is a witness and you then try to do some shit.
And that's it. That's also, Eddie taking that money is also tampering with witnesses because Eddie is a witness. So that would be 3 RICO offenses. In addition to, there was also, drug distribution, substance distribution that was testified to by various people who staff.
Yo, chat, why y'all so horny? Like, can't we have a female attorney? Look like she's smart. Chat, does she talk shit about me too? Bro, I don't be knowing. I understand why people talk shit about me. It's probably like a good way to like come up. What does she do? Well, this is a W already. She don't got an Instagram, or it's not in a link tree. Hire her, okay. What does she do? Does anybody know her? In a background, attorney Simone. Is her name Simone Redwine? I'll find y'all her Instagram chat. Oh, it's right here. Here's her Instagram. Let's see her Instagram chat. Oh, her? Oh, she be on podcasts.
Really brilliant. They did.
Oh shit. Y'all fucking with her?
I'm really go.
Y'all not gonna replace Lauren Conlon for me, chat. Stop playing. Stop playing. But okay, all right. Maybe she's smart, educated, and from what I could tell, she probably uses some colloquial terms and little, here's a tea, just to kind of like get people like ingratiate with them. But maybe she just knows what she's doing. This is like a picture of her. Okay. Chat, y'all horny. It's this level of horniness that caused Diddy to catch a case, right? Like, y'all gotta chill. This is her. Yo, y'all seen a W over Lauren Conlon? Okay. She looked mixed, right? She looked mixed. Yeah, but it's not about how she looks. It's about, like, the content of her brain, right, chat? Like, come on, bro. It's about the content of her brain.
Hey, y'all. It's the.
Okay. All right, chat? Like, if y'all was just sitting here just looking at her, trying to say she bad, like, that would be called creepy, right? Like, no, we trying to see if she's smart. So content and her character. The content and her character is not about how she looks. Just relax, chat. Okay, let's get back to it. What? Somebody said there's somebody called Sean G. Who's Sean G? Y'all be putting me onto people. I don't like. Is it this guy? Is it Sean G? It just says Soul, but he came up on the Google. I don't know. Y'all tell me.
And so forth that testified that Diddy would have him go and get the substance. Now, let's go back into Mia. I'm not going to drag this out. Mia. Now, first of all, Mia looks super cute. One thing I noticed about Mia is...
Okay. Yeah, y'all watch this? Hold on, I got to grab the food. What's it called? Applebee's came through. My Jamaican spot canceled on me. I can't believe. Give me a second. Let me grab the food.
There was also, drug distribution, substance distribution that was testified to by various people who, staff and so forth, that testified that Diddy would have him go and get the substance. Now, let's go back into Mia. I'm not going to drag this out. Mia. Now, first of all, Mia looks super cute. One thing I noticed about Mia is she never looks up. She doesn't look anyone in the eye. She still looks terrified. So I noticed, even she was standing up waiting for the jury to come in, She still did not look up, y'all. She would look down, looks at her hands, fiddles her fingers. And I know some people are like, oh, that's because she's lying. No, actually, the DV expert took the stand last week or the week before and actually testified that that is a response when you're in the presence of your assailant. You don't want to make eye contact, etc., etc. So anyway, she didn't make eye contact. She looked down the whole time. She also wears her hair in her face and looks down, so you literally can't see her face. You cannot see her eyes. You can't see your eyes. And she had on like an all-white suit. That was fine. Cute. Whatever. But basically, they started off. This is, again, cross-examination by Brian Steele. He put up a plethora of text messages from her. And the point of the text messages is they spanned years. What he focused on today was putting up there a bunch of text messages from after she left Bad Boy. So after like 2017, where she's still reaching out to Diddy and she's saying things like, you're my inspiration. You're such a great friend. You're such a great person. I love you. And he'd write back, I love you too. Oh, I sure will give him a hug. I sure will. So, and she's like, I love you. I love you too. Da-da-da-da. And she's reaching out to Diddy. Now, you probably heard before that many people, Mims, the people want to see you. Can you come wave to him? Y'all, Mims right here. You've heard that, okay, so throughout it, people are like, yeah, we're losing the jury. We're losing the jury here because it seems like she's a liar. Show him, y'all. He looks like an international drug dealer per usual. He doesn't have the jewelry on today, though.
I do have jewelry on.
Oh!
Is that what you tell people about? You can't trust her.
He does look like an international drug dealer, y'all. This is Mims. Make it make sense.
What's up, everybody?
Yes.
Which drug dealer? Wait, hold on. Which drug dealer about a t-shirt, a sweatshirt?
You
a
usually have your chain showing. That's usually what we see. Thanks. Okay, I'll see you upstairs shortly.
Wait, she didn't ask me jack shit about the case. She's over.
Oh yes, come on. Tell him what you think. This is his first day back. No, give him your thoughts. This is his first day
What's
back.
the question?
How do you think she's probably doing with the jury?
It depends. I feel like the whole. Hold on. I feel like him saying a Me Too money grab spoke to anybody on the jury who does not believe in the Me Too movement. That was a signal directly to that person on the jury who will then side with Diddy. So it's still it was a jackass thing to say.
Yeah, he's been a jackass.
But he doesn't care, and it's effective. I'm
Right.
not even gonna lie. It's a very effective approach.
Awesome. All right, thanks, Stu. All right, so let me just summarize real quick. So they had a bunch of text message on the screen, again, from after Mia had already left Bad Boy, where she's reaching out to Diddy, and she's like, you're my friend. I love you, da-da-da. And when asked about it, what she was saying is that this was after Kim had just died and Andre Harrell in some of the text messages, and that she was trying to be a good friend and she was reaching out to him. She was like, even though he did those bad things to me, I felt like I wanted to be a good friend, was the gist of what she tried to say. Okay, whatever. Keep going. So then there's more of the photos. It got really annoying. It was just, more of the text messages. It was all about the text messages. Then Brian tries to get in 25 new exhibits. Everybody, including the judge, was like, okay, enough is enough. This is getting redundant. He wanted to put in these social media posts. Hold on, y'all. Oh, my goodness. They are watering plants. So I'm going to move because I know it sounds like I'm peeing on myself at the moment, and I promise you I'm not. So, they kept saying, there was a variety of different things, and he kept trying to get in these different like social media posts, and he said he wanted to show that she in fact had time to be with her friends and family, because she said she worked so hard, she never got a chance to really spend time with her family. And then he asked a line of questioning that was like, oh, well, you spend time with your friends and family, how come you didn't tell them about Diddy then? And it's kind of like, I'm not about to tell you that I've been SA'd at my sister's baby shower. That would actually be selfish and weird. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the courtroom. Marcus, don't worry about me. I'm going to go back to the courtroom. But listen, so they went back and forth on that. And then what Brian Steele also did, now again, these were all really, really good questions on cross. What he also did was he said, why are you reaching out if he ruined your life? That's when she talked about Kim and Andre Harrell passing away, and then she wanted to check on him. Then there's a fat Mexican juror. She's a chick. And at one point when they went got ready to go to break, she busts out laughing. I don't know what she was laughing at. I think she's the one that works at a deli. She looks like she likes sandwiches, and so do I. In addition, they had a good line of questioning. So in some of the text messages that Mia wrote to Diddy, she would tell Diddy about, hey, remember this such and such time or this time? I think I have photos of it. If you need them, I can try and pull them together. Or I have, at one point, she made him like a scrapbook for his birthday years ago. So what Brian Steele says is, now hold on. You got all these, you got these notes on different things regarding Diddy. Do you have any notes documenting that you were SA'd? No. Do you have any recordings of Diddy berating you? No. Do you have any text messages? Do you have any proof? And then the prosecution was like, object. Because that is a good point. If you're a person that keeps notes of things, why didn't you keep notes of the SA was the implication. Now, I think we all know. Not we all know. I assume that the answer is because if that's not a memory you want to maintain, and if that's not a memory that if it's a memory you plan to die with you, no, you're not going to document it, and you're not going to tell anybody. And I'm certainly not going to tell my sister at her wedding that I've been SA'd by my boss. Yeah, Danetta said that is one thing that you would never write down. But stay with me here. So then Brian Steele, he got to cheating, y'all. Brian was cheating. He got to the point, he stopped even asking questions. He would make leading statements, and the judge would be like, is that a question? Is there a question there? He would just make it, he'd be like, there's no written proof of Diddy ever even yelling at you. There's no audio recordings of Diddy yelling. And it wouldn't even be a question. Like, he would just say it, and then the prosecution would object, and then he would just go to the next sentence. He'd be like, there's no proof of this. And so they had to call a sidebar, because it was like, you're not supposed to do that. Lawyers are not supposed to testify. You're supposed to ask a question. The question will be objected to or otherwise, and then keep it moving. So next they got to the fact that when she was laid off from Diddy's company, she hired an attorney because she didn't get paid for months. She was entitled to severance, etc. So she hired a employment lawyer. That was back in 2017. Y'all, stay with me here. You're going to hear something from me on this that you won't hear and haven't heard anywhere else. All right. So in 2017, she negotiated a settlement with Diddy regarding her employment, the unpaid wages, reimbursement, overtime, all that stuff she was due. Now, initially, the ask from her employment lawyer was, the initial ask was $10 million. And they asked him, like, they asked her, like, how'd you come up with that? She's like, I don't know. My lawyer did it. Right. In the end, she settled and received $400,000. Of that, her lawyer got about $200,000 and she got about $200,000. Fast forward. So what he is trying to establish, Ryan Steele is trying to establish that the fact that she did not tell the government that Diddy had ever SA'd her until after the third time of meeting with the government. More significantly, she didn't tell them until after she retained a lawyer. So he's trying to set it up to paint the picture of a money grab. In fact, just before lunch, there was a huge objection. He was like, so this was a Me Too money grab. Woo! That's what Mims was talking about. He's like, this is a Me Too money grab. And everyone was like, well, I myself want to be like, objection. So here's the thing. Hold on. Tim McNeil says, why do we think she's being anonymous? She's being anonymous because she is alleging SA, in our words specifically. When you are alleging that, the judge has the authority to allow you to proceed under an alias. So that's why. But here's the kicker. Going back to, so there was a $10 million that was initially asked, but she got $400,000 from her employment lawyers in 2017. That was to settle all and any claims that she had against Diddy for her employment with him. And he asked her, how come when you were making that $10 million demand, you didn't mention the SA? This is why I believe you guys. If there was ever a time to lie or bring it out for your advantage, she would have done it back when she was seeking $10 million. I actually think it bodes well for her side. Now, the other stuff, absolutely, it made her look crazy. You reaching out to this man, talking about you my bestie. And we're talking about forced labor, attacks, all this kind of stuff. But the fact that when she was negotiating for $10 million, she still didn't bring up the SA, I don't think that means it didn't happen. I think that substantiates her claim that she was going to take it to the grave. Here's the other thing, and it's kind of the final big statement. Yes, so Brian Steele was trying to establish, hey, she's Cassie's friend. She knew Cassie got a settlement November of 2023. And then the Fed, starting that following January, started sitting down and meeting with her. She didn't have no lawyer at first. And then she got a lawyer like around June of 24. And once she got that lawyer, she stated that she had experienced the SA. She also acknowledged that it was around that time that she first told her therapist. So she said she actually told her therapist before she told her lawyer. So then Brian Steele tried to say, well, can we get those records? And the prosecution rightly said, objection. They didn't even have to say object. The judge said sustain. The judge has been getting so sick of him. The judge has been sustaining objections against him that haven't even been asked. But here is the point that I think the prosecution needs to really bring home on redirect. If this was a Me Too money grab, then she would have been up there asking for millions, just like Cassie. That's her homegirl. Cassie got 20 million. She would have been up there asking for money too, but she hasn't asked for a dime. Hello. If there's ever an instance where you can ask for money in exchange for, a time when you could, drum up that charge, it would be now. While Tony Busby and all of his clients and all these different clients, right, are piling on to Diddy. But she didn't do that. No, she didn't ask for $10 million related to this. Her lawyer for her employment law lawsuit started with a demand. It was never a lawsuit. They settled it out of court. So that's important. She didn't know. So she didn't ask for $10 million. Her lawyer started the negotiations there. That's what you do. You have a mediation. You start at some crazy number and you come down to something. So it was never her number. But she got $400,000. She, to this day, has not asked Diddy for a dime, not threatened to sue, not even made a demand. I think that speaks to the fact that this wasn't a money grab this time around.
All right, let me see what Homeboy is saying right here. So there's this other dude. What's his name? Is this the guy who's Sean whatever?
Today is June the 2nd, right? June the 2nd, 2025. I got about 20 minutes. We on lunch break. This
might be a real nigga, man, a real old school player, man. Hold on now.
This morning, the attorneys were going back and forth.
Let me get into the middle.
Some Spanish dude named Eddie Garcia. Big dude, Spanish dude. He comes into court. He gets on the witness stand. He pleads the fifth. He gets up out of here. Next, they bring in Mia. Now, what's very telling, and I want y'all to keep this in mind, this is super, super important. Y'all got to get a video a thumbs up. It's 116 of y'all in here. I got 21 likes in the video. Get a video a thumbs up. Appreciate you. Shout out to everybody. Thank you for the Cash Apps. Thank you for the Super Chats. Thank you for the PayPals.
My boy killing it with the oh shit, the
walks
suspension.
into the courtroom like this, head down, hair in front of her face. When she sits on the witness stand, shoulders is down, body language is poor, head down, does not look up at Puff, Brian Steele when he's cross-examined, doesn't look at nobody, head down, even when nobody's saying nothing, head down, body language is all fucked up. Now, they go through, Brian Steele goes through Mia's resume. She graduated from James Madison University with a 3.6 grade point average. They go into various
Might be a real nigga
jobs
right here.
that she had. She was an executive assistant at this job. She was an executive assistant for this guy. But her passion and her dream was always to work in the entertainment industry. Now, this is a key point. Last week, Mia testified that she was somewhere with Puff and she wanted to leave, but I couldn't leave. This was some of what her testimony sounded like. I couldn't leave because I didn't have my passport, right? Brian Steele brings out that it was company policy, Bad Boy policy, Revolt company policy, Ciroc liquor policy. All of his businesses, the policies was when they travel, EV, thank you for that super chat.
Oh, that's a real nigga right here.
Handles everybody's passport. Like, it was, she made it seem like Puffy had her passport in his back pocket and she couldn't go nowhere. Not true. Mia was fired from Bad Boy on March 2017. March 2017. Keep that on your dome. Christmas Day 2018. This is over a year and 9 months later. Mia sends Puffy a text message. Merry Christmas, Puff. I love you. What's up, man? You what's going on with you? Who are you?
Nobody.
You finna film me?
Yeah.
Alright, what you gonna do with the video?
TikTok.
Yeah, he about to slap the fuck out of a nigga.
Right, my man. What's your name?
Bezo.
Bezo, appreciate you.
Checking that nigga temperature. It's a real nigga right here. Who is this? He got real nigga vibes. Got the old school, you know what I mean, Pops hat. This nigga showed up to Thanksgiving, you know he been fucking mad bitches. This nigga right here. Nigga got wearing suspenders. Like, nah, this type of nigga right here, this is a devious nigga, chat.
Christmas.
Listen, the mere fact he getting into one of these, like, he get into a stance like this to tell a story, nah, this a real nigga still. I can't even cap. Why you ain't talking about this nigga earlier?
December 25th, 2018, a year and 9 months after she's fired from Bad Boy for excessive alcohol use, she texts Puffy, Merry Christmas, I love you. 6 days later, New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2018, Happy New Year, Puff Daddy, I love you. Check me out. Check me out.
Nah, Unc sound like he been to one of the two of them free golfs. I ain't gonna lie. Unc is on timing.
This is after she leaves, and Brian Steele is saying like, yo, didn't this man ruin your life? Weren't you terrified of this man? Didn't this man sex assault you? Didn't this man give you post-traumatic stress disorder? Didn't you say this man was the worst thing that ever happened to you? Didn't you say that he assaulted you so many times you couldn't remember? Isn't this the man that sent you to therapy? Check me out. A whole nother year. New Year's Eve, she texts Puff, Happy New Year, I love you. 2 weeks later, January 15, 2019, she sends Puffy a text message. 2 weeks later, after New Year's Eve, she sent Puff a text message. Check me out. Check Sean G out. I had a nightmare dream last night. I was trapped in an elevator with R. Kelly, and you came to rescue me, Puff. Two months later, March 8th, 2019, text message from Mia to Puffy, sending you all the love in the world. I love you, heart emoji. Brian Steele. 5 months earlier, you went to Kim Porter's funeral. Why did you go to Kim Porter's funeral? I felt bad for Puff and for Kim. So Mia, you're telling the jury's sitting right here. Mia, you're telling the jury.
Oh, nah, this a real nigga.
That the man that assaulted you,
I think Unc got some Astroglide in his pockets.
You said stood over you and inserted himself in you. drugged you, assaulted you. You were terrified of, to the point that when he called you, you saw his number and you threw the phone and you ran. The man that gave you post-traumatic stress disorder, the man that you fear, that made your life a living hell, you had a dream that he rescued you from R. Kelly in an elevator. Is that what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Mia, this is Brian Steele. Why are you reaching out to Puffy, who terrorized you? You told the jury Puffy suffocated you. He was brutal to you. And you reaching out to him. The judge said, sidebar, 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 sidebar. They come back from the sidebar. Now, I'm in the 26th floor. I'm in the 26th floor. So when they go sidebar up there, they put over the speakers, like you ever turn to a radio station and it be static, it don't be.
So yeah, they play white noise when they do sidebars. That's what he's talking about. So he's actually not in the main courtroom. He's in a jury, not jury. He's in a viewing room. Myron was in it a few times. Apparently, the main courtroom it's really blocked off for supporters of the witness, family of the defendant, and a lot of press. So they get the main courtroom where you could see the person. There's apparently 4 or 5 other courtrooms that you could watch the whole trial from, but you're not in the main courtroom. So you're watching it from a screen. So during sidebars, they just pump in white noise rather than hit mute.
Be clear, 100 grand sidebar. When they go to sidebar, they be standing over there. The Judge Submarinian, Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo, Alexander Shapiro, and then all the assistant U.S. attorneys. And in the courtroom, you hear it sound like
white noise.
You ever turn on the radio and it be like static? That's what you hear. They come back from the sidebar. Mia, December 15th, 2019, you send Puffy a text message. Hi Puff, sending you and the family all the love. And this is Kim Porter's birthday. On Kim Porter's birthday, after she passes away, you send Puff a text sending you and the family all my love. New Year's Eve, December 31st, 2019. Puffy, I love you. Happy New Year's Eve. May the 14th, 2020. 3 years and 2 months after you were fired, Andre Harrell passes away. May 14th, 2020.
Oh, that's what we were talking about with Dre. So, that's Andre Harrell. Okay, thank you, sir.
You send Puffy a text message, and all of this is on the screen. All of this is on the screen. Puff, my heart is broken about Andre Harrell. I love you. I'm always here for you. I will always be there for you.
Wow.
I love you. August 29th, 2020. The James Brown movie. I guess Puffy auditioned to be in the James Brown movie, I think. And he had to dance to something in the James Brown movie. But Chadwick Boseman got the part. So Mia sends Puffy a text message. She's fired in 2017. This is August 29th, 2020, 3 years later.
Damn.
Thinking of
also like 8 years after he supposedly raped her. So 8 years after he rapes her, she's still thinking of him. After she got fired, she's still thinking of him. Yo, he's done everything except keep her close to him And she's like, well, I'm still thinking of you. I'm still this. Holy, child.
You regarding Chadwick Boseman getting the James Brown part. Puffy texts her back. Yeah, life is crazy. Thank you. Bizzo, who has that tape of me dancing? That shit was crazy. Mia texts him back. I was just going through my computer and I saw some old videos. Brian Steele asked Mia, you got all these videos. You've kept all these videos.
Word two.
Do you have any recording of Puffy berating you? Do you have a text message to any of your family and friends, to the police, to anybody that Puffy did all these things to you? Mia, her answer on the stand is, I never told anybody. Brian Steele.
Yo, big W for Unc in the chat, man. Yo, chat, he don't be dissing me, right? Yo, tell him we fucking with him right now. We fucking with Unc. Unc giving it a different way type shit. Shout out to Logic, he's an attorney. Shout out to Lauren Conlon, you know, Dr. Umar won't permit, but that's our little white baby. We're just gonna keep her over there. But Unc, he giving it up. Suspenders, got the top hat, he got the Sunday spash. Oh, that's what he got for Father's Day, that tie. Come on, Unc is cooking. We're fucking with Unc, and he telling in the hood way.
Mia, all of your messages to Puffy are loving and positive.
And by the way, another thing I like about him, I get it, we're reading court, transcripts or what was said, but he's putting some passion into it. Here's the difference between his passion and my passion. I don't really know how it looks in court. He knows how he looks in court. He acting it out. Go ahead, Unc. Go ahead.
August the 9th, 2020.
Yo, chat, y'all think he got more swag than me? He got better drip? Y'all don't think he got more drip than me, right? Nah, he do got that shit on, though. He put that shit on. I can't cap with you, chat.
Mia texts Puffy, life is fucking insane and things happen to us for a reason. Thinking about you so much.
Whoa.
We have so many memories. OMG.
Oh, yo, I ain't gonna lie. I love Uncle Rita's. Uncle Rita's good. Look how you read her message.
Mia texts Puffy, life is fucking insane.
Look at Unc.
Things happen to us for a reason.
Go ahead, Unc.
Thinking about you so much. We have so many memories.
Ooh, that's an old school player right there. That's an old school player right there. You can tell. Look at that boy read it. That's an old school player right there.
Thinking about you so much.
Mm-hmm.
We have so many memories.
Ooh,
OMG.
Much? OMG. Go ahead, Unc.
Brian Steele. Mia, do you have any notes that Puffy was violent towards you? Anything? Do you have anything you could show us that Puffy was violent towards you? She said, no.
Damn.
They go on my notes. Check my notes out. Check my notes out. My notes are better than your notes.
Talk about it, Unc.
August 29th, 2020. Mia to Puffy on a text message. I think I have PDFs of everything I think I gave to you. If you can't find it, I will put it together again. Lovely Peaches. Lovely Peaches, thank you.
My uncle's getting it.
That was in regards to the scrapbook. Remember that scrapbook she put together for his 45th birthday?
Yeah.
That took weeks and months to put together?
Yeah.
That was painstaking work?
Yeah.
She telling Puffy, hey, if you can't find it, I'll make you another one. Just let me know. I'll make you another one. It don't matter how long it takes me. I'll make you another one. Puffy texts her back 2 days later. He don't text her right back. He don't text her right back. Like somebody that you love, somebody that you text him right back. He wait 2 days, then text her back. This is a key point, then I'm gonna have to shut it down.
Talk about it, Unc.
April 25th, 2019. Hey Puff, Mia to Puffy text message. Hey Puff, thinking about you. I want to see you. Thinking about you forever and always. Heart emoji. Thanking you for coming to my hometown, Virginia Beach, to celebrate Beach Week. Love you so much. Heart, 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 heart.
How many hearts, Unc? How many hearts?
To celebrate Beach Week. Love you so much. Heart, 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 heart. 4 red hearts. Pharrell started a festival in Virginia Beach regarding racism, and Puffy went down there to support Pharrell. You understand? And Mia said Puffy brought love and togetherness. Now, in her message to Puff, hey Puff, I want to see you, thinking about you. This is 2019, April 2019, 2 years after she's fired from Puffy's businesses for excessive alcohol use. She got fired. She drank too much. Brian Steele asks her, well, Mia, this is the man that terrorized you. This is the man that you said assaulted you so many times you can't remember, that you go see a therapist for now, that he stood over you, that he drugged you, and he took your kitty cat. He did all of these things to you.
Uncle.
And then you say in your
breaking it down
text message, hey Puff, thinking about you, I want to see you. Brian Steele asked her that. And Mia says on the stand today, I didn't want to see him. I lied. That was a lie. She said that right on the stand. That when she said in her text message, hey Puff, thinking about you, I want to see you. And Brian like, why would you want to see the man that did all these things to you? She said today, this morning, and the jury said right there, she said, I didn't want to see him. That was a lie. And Brian Steele jumped on that, and jumped on that. He jumped all over that. All right, y'all got to go back inside because they're going to start back up. Appreciate y'all. Thank everybody for the super chats.
Nah, Unc going crazy. Now, Unc just dropped 40 on this. Yo, chat, we got to keep him on our list. We got to keep, is he live again?
Oh, them there.
Oh, Unc back again. Unc back again. Oh, nah, Unc. Yo, chat. Does he got, is he live right now? I want to send him $100.
Got done with the afternoon session.
Yo, does Unc be watching the shit? We gotta send him $100. Unc needs something to take out a little young ting tonight. Come on. That's his Cash App? I'm going to send $100 on the Cash App. He live still, right? We got to send Unc some shit. Unc got to be eating. Everybody got to eat. Unc is good. All right. Yeah, I don't got to send it. I'll send it. If y'all want to send it, y'all can send it. I got him. Damn, I want to send this nigga $1,000. I sent him $100. Astigmatism in my soul. Oh, I got him. Big Ack appreciates you. I don't know if he'll see it. He probably won't see it. But get up his chat. Tell him Big Ack fucking with him. Okay? We showing love.
Brian still locked in.
Oh, now
I got to keep staying in the sun so I can get that good sunlight on me.
Come on, Unc.
Get that good vitamin D.
Turn up, Unc. That good vitamin D. Pause. No Diddy. Nah, he going crazy. He dropping 40. I like this. Holy. All right, bet.
So we just got done
Chat, I sent him 100. I sent him 100. I don't want to dox this shit, but I sent him 100 just now. Did I send it? Yeah, I did. Everybody know his names? Nah, I ain't trying to show it because y'all niggas gonna start requesting me and shit. I'm sending to Unc.
Call him, what up? We just got done.
Nah, Unc used to get them things back in the day. He probably getting them now still. Yo, he knocking off your aunt. Yo, don't have Unc come to no type of cookout family reunion. You know Unc is knocking it down. I could tell. Little old school player.
This is in reference to
Go ahead, Unc. It's all good.
2020 is 3 years, 5 months later. Puffy Tamia on a text. I love it. Glad you're well. Send me the video. We are working on the documentary.
Yeah.
I only remember the good times. Love. Brian Steele asked Mia. Mia, there were no bad times, right? There were no bad times. Mia replies to Puffy on her text back to Puff, same day. I love you too.
Hold on. I think they might be talking about. Hold on.
When
yeah.
This is.
Yeah. Tell me if he sees the donation, but otherwise, let's keep watching.
Again,
We fuck with
August the 9th, 2020.
Yeah.
Mia gets fired from Combs Enterprises
for too much liquor,
for being continually late, and she has a drinking problem.
Ooh.
This is why she got fired.
Crash out.
This is in 2017.
Word.
March 2017. August the 9th, 2020.
Oh shit! Y'all turning Unc up. Non-breaker, thank you for the 10th. Or shit, I'm over here reading his donation. Thank you for giving him $10. He said, DJ Academic sent here, salute. My boy, chat niggas, man, nothing fucking bigger than the chat. I appreciate you guys so much. Feel me?
It's 3 years, 5 months later. Puffy Tamia on a text. I love it. Glad you're well. Send me the video. We are working on the documentary. I only remember the good times. Love. Brian Steele asked Mia. Mia, there were no bad times, right? There were no bad times. Mia replies to Puffy on her text back to Puff, same day. I love you too. The only things to remember are the good times, and there are so many. I remember when me and you had champagne on the Eiffel Tower.
Ooh!
I remember when we went to Cabo. I remember when we went to all of these places.
Talk about it.
What, you doing a documentary without me? Remember the scrapbook I did for you? I was bamboozled by Heather. Brian Steele asks her.
Yo, chat, y'all are menaces. Yo, y'all done took over this nigga's chat. Y'all just took over this nigga's chat. It's look. Y'all got look. I ain't gonna chat. By the way, thank y'all so much. I might have to send in another 100 or at least 2 to him. Cause by the way, I'm tremendously humbled by the amount of people we have in our community here. The mere fact that these guys they're out there in the field. I'm gonna be out there probably right before deliberation. I ain't gonna tell y'all what day I'll pop out there. But these guys out there all the time. If they only got 800 viewers, man, let's turn these niggas up because they're helping us. You feel what I'm saying? Oh, look, somebody else said it. Yo, all right, DJ Academic say fuck with you. Another person, love life, chat. Yo, turn my boy up, man. He could buy some coffee. He could, you know what I mean, pay for some gas in his car. You know what I mean? You know, it's regular shit, man. Let people. By the way, thank y'all so much because y'all making us look good. Y'all making us honestly look good. That niggas know the chat when. Because sometimes I think creators be feeling, I don't be having no hate for no creators. If I could help turn y'all up, I'd be trying to turn people up. So thank y'all, chat. I love y'all for that.
Mia, why are you saying?
Look at Bishop talking about, the boy Academic sent me over here. All right, hold on. Nah, but he giving, I like his charisma.
Why are you saying these things about Puff? Why are you telling Puff that you love him? emoji. Mia on the stand.
Now, I hate to pause Unk. I might have to get Unk, me and him, at my studio. Here's the thing, Chad. I got to be honest with you. For whatever reason, I feel like Diddy and this woman, I know, like, maybe you could be like, oh, she's white. That's how she talk. But I feel like they kind of liked each other, or she liked him. This idea that he's just saying, oh, shit, look, thank y'all for giving him $10. Somebody said, Big Act, the chat nigga sent me here. Shout out to y'all, man. Turn my boy up. It's all good. It's all good. You know what I mean? Oh, another one. 14 Canadian. Turn my boy up. It's all good. I'm rich already. I don't got to get it to me. Get it to my boy. It's all good. Here we go.
Says, I was brainwashed.
Yeah,
I was brainwashed. Brian Steele says, brainwashed? What does that mean? Explain that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
I like this.
And she gave some explanation.
Yo, this how my uncle be at motherfucking Thanksgiving dinner, bro. This how he talk. When he started telling you a story, he'd be like, yo, nephew, hold on. Except my uncle's Jamaican, so uncles tell the best stories. Trust.
Brian Steele. Mia. The Me Too movement, you testified, went viral at around October 17th, 2017. And you testified that there was no Me Too movement.
I said to another 5. Turn up, Unc. We got Scorpions in the chat over there.
Mia.
Another 5. Yo, chat, y'all making me look so good right now. Yo, Douglas Butler, I'm reading his donation because he probably not looking at it. Thank you, brother. This academic sent me. Thank you for your content coverage of this case. Deron Falls, thank you for the 5. Yo, salute to all y'all, man. You know, listen, I want to help creators like this, honestly.
Testified that Puffy threatened to tell Cassie about Puffy SCX assaulting you.
OG over there, I see you with the 5. And Cam Roger with the 5. All right, man. Yo, get on good for today, man. My boy, he been grinding. Get him good for today, man. That's all good, man. Yo, blow his shit up. Pause. Damn, a 20 from Tom Shaw. Tom Shaw, you a real one. You a real one. Thank you. Truly, keep showing him love. I appreciate you so much. The Bay or Dab artist. Thank you guys as well. Thank you guys. We got a lot of Scorpions over there. You know, oh shit, another 10. Great work. Continue to do our thing. Courtesy Academics and the Academy. Yo, I love you guys so much because, you know, I hope y'all know we have the biggest audience in the world. We do share. Yo, we love other creators too. This is not only for us, okay? Okay, great. I see you guys are doing your thing. Let me keep hearing this shit. Appreciate you guys though.
You said he threatened to tell Cassie everything. Mia, why didn't you say, great, let's tell Cassie everything?
Oh, shit.
Let's tell Cassie everything. Let's tell Cassie you sexually assaulted me. Let's tell her everything.
That's a great point. I've been saying that.
Why didn't you say that, Mia?
Why not?
Because we all know. What Puffy was really saying to her was,
you know damn well,
Mia, if you don't call me, I'm going to tell Cassie
exactly
that me and you
been freaking on low.
Got a physical thing going on.
I've been fucking you.
Right?
And you also cool with my real girl, and you know she going to look at you like a snake. It's going to be like a Tory Lanez, Meg Thee Stallion, and Kelsey situation. Me and you fuck from time to time, but you best friend with my girl. You know you're doing your girl wrong. Y'all told my y'all besties, you know her like the back of your hand, but then you sucking my dick on the plane. You know damn well you shouldn't be fucking me, but it's all good because I fuck both of y'all. But if you start acting up, I'm going to tell your homegirl. I'm telling your homegirl, okay? That's what it is, okay?
Hitting that. And you supposed to be her best friend, and you getting with me behind her back.
R-Block over there. R-Block over there with the 5.
Right? You really want her spot.
Damn, Noah going with the 5. Crazy. Holy. Yo, chat, y'all are going crazy over there. I ain't going to cap with you. I like it. I love it. I love it. Thank you, guys.
So, Mia, when Puffy threatened you with that, why didn't you say, let's do it?
Such a phenomenal point, chat. You know, there is this idea. She said she was going to take the fact or take the allegation of Diddy sexual assaulting her to the grave. Okay, cool. We get that. But you've been listening and you agreed. Yo, shout out to Polo Man. Thank you for the tube, man. I appreciate you guys supporting him. You say you were going to take that Diddy assaulted you to the grave. Oh, shit. Goddamn, another one. 5. Thank you for the 5. What's that? Dali Dolty. He said, let's go. Uncle Big Axe sent me. Another 10. Marsha Felix. Thank you. He says, Axe sent me with a breakdown. Keep cooking, Uncle. Let's go. 20. Y'all get this man right today, man. At least get him a hotel room. I don't know where he stays. I ain't saying he broke out. He probably good because Unc got that drip. But he might need a hotel room to stay a little bit closer to the motherfucking, you know what I mean, courthouse today. Thank you for the 20. Who's that? Peace. I appreciate you so much. And then we got Dab Artist. He says, DJ Ack in the chat, niggas. What do you say? Okay, good, perfect. You guys are doing so good. Thank you guys so much. Thank you guys. Oh my God. Another one. Another 5. High Dev Steph says, yo, Ack says turn up, Unc. We like Unc. We like Unc. Yo, chat, when I get that old, just green light me to wear suspenders. I want to be able to wear Unc outfits. I can't wear ski masks and YN outfits. Look, Andrea Wilson. Andrea, I love you so much, baby girl. Thank you for the 2. She says, Act Takeover. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going. Oh, let me just make this point. This is a very intricate and important part of Mia's testimony. You said Diddy raped you multiple times. You say you're traumatized by him to the point that later on, when he calls you when there's an investigation, you throw your phone. You throw the phone. If you're that traumatized. Yo, Only Beast, thank you for the 5. He said, Big Axe sent me here. Keep doing your thing, Unc. Appreciate you. He said, if you're that traumatized about what you're seeing or what is happening, you got raped. You've been listening to your homegirl, Cassie, who's also been getting traumatized. Why not tell her? That's an easy flip for the defense. You know damn well what it was. You was fucking her behind your homegirl's back, and that's why would Diddy offer for y'all to tell Cassie the truth? You should say, let's not only tell Cassie the truth, let's tell the police the truth. You raped me. But she did not say that then. Oh my God, King Nathan. Yo, big W for King Nathan, man. He just donated $100 to Unc. Big $100 to Unc with the scorpion emojis. Nothing bait in the chat. You guys are so dope. Chat, I hope we can find, newer, smaller creators that we could turn them up. You guys are making me look phenomenal. Y'all making me look phenomenal. Now I'm going to have to. Okay. Actually, could I do it on here? Maybe I could drop a little 300 real quick. I got to beat y'all out. I feel like we at the club now. We going crazy. Is Unc still on? If Unc's still on, I got to drop 300. Okay. Now I got to drop 300. Nah, it's all good. All right, we making a raid in this bitch. All right, hold on. By the way, for all of y'all creators and everybody else who be hating on me, I hope y'all just remember, we do try to help people. Hold on. We got to turn Unc up right now. I'm going to drop a little 300. I already dropped 100, but it was on the Cash App. I can't see it. It got to be on the screen, right? Where we at with it? Here we go. Super chat. Do I got to do it from my King Academics page? I don't know. I'll just use my main page. 300. Yeah. Big Ack in the chat loves you. Let me pay for this shit real quick. What Unc talking about? Hold on. We got to go back to here, though. Is he?
Oh, what up? Heaviest, hexiest in the world. What up?
Here we go.
Oh, I don't remember. I met with them a lot of times. I don't remember. What Brian Steele says, well, let me show you this document.
Nah, I'm killing it. Hold on.
2022.
Here we go.
To you. He ruined your life. He assaulted you. He spiked your drink. He spiked your drink. When he calls you, you took the phone, you look, you throw it over the couch, and you run out of the room. You're terrified of him. You're in fear of him. Why are you still texting him 5 years and 9 months, 7 months later, 9 months later. Brian Steele. But didn't you want to see Puffy?
Big Act had to come through. Don't you worry. It's the big one, not the little one. Here we go. We dropped that 300 from the main page. It's all good. Unc, we love you, brother. We love you. We love you. We appreciate you. And then Drill came through. Look at Drill with the 50. Yo, nah, we going crazy. We going crazy. We going crazy. Yo, we literally just took over the fucking chat. Nah, we took over the chat. There's really nothing bigger, chat. This type of shit would make me like tear up. I love y'all so much. I love y'all so much. Thank you to, there's a few people who mentioned him before. Thank you for whoever who, you know, again, I want to be very clear, and for any other creator, please don't do the jealousy shit. You know, we'll start doing that. We'll try to turn up individual creators, but we could only do it if we catch it live. Like, he's live, so because he's live, we're turning him up. But if you guys are live, like, we'll turn you up too. It's fine. You know, we appreciate the fact that you're out there. You're dealing with all type of crazies, media, traffic. We appreciate you. Yo, look at my boy, home running. Thank all you guys. Thank all you guys. Thank all you guys. All right, cool. Nah, yo, chat. I swear y'all are the best. I swear. Now y'all just made, you know, I was thinking, I'm like, you know what? Maybe I do like a 6-7 hour stream. I got to get to 8. We got to do 8 or 9. I got to do 8 or 9, chat. We locked in.
The video was made.
Oh my God. 50 pounds. Somebody just sent over there. SP, what's cracking, SP? Yo, SP. Yo, Peace, thank you for the 20. Speaker, thank you for the 20. Yo, this is how, hey, let me tell you this. They will say everything bad about me and they'll say everything bad about y'all. Oh, it's only weirdos follow act. Nah, but they'll never say nothing that we do good. None that we good. Watch, it's going to be silence for this. Anyway, let's keep going.
September the 4th, 2013, it was Puffy's birthday video.
Thank you, Quentin. I see you, my boy.
In that video, when you look it up on YouTube, I saw it last night. Mia.
Venus, thank you for the 10.
Puff, let's fuck shit up.
Big Capricorn, thank you for the 5.
I am so blessed to call you my friend. I love you. This is what she says on that video. We take a break.
Nah, I'm cooking. And he got, you know, he chewing gum. He got the fresh minty breath. You know, he ready to bag something. Oh, man. Unk probably at that courthouse going crazy.
In the world, 777 on YouTube.
Hold on.
He is not going to give all, he or she is not going to give all that they have to your case because they got a bunch of cases. So I have to be my #1 lawyer.
Jenna Cooper, thank you for the 5. I love you, baby. Dono Perry, thank you for the 5. He said, leave Unk some likes. Y'all turn him up. Appreciate y'all. Trust me. This makes me happy.
You have to be your #1 lawyer no matter what. You have to do research and defend yourself. And I saw dudes in prison doing that.
Don't tell me Unk got some little prison experience. Unk is like well-rounded.
And they knew more about the law than some attorneys, than their own attorney about their particular case. So Puffy is heavily involved in his case. Florida gal, what up? Academics is viewing your channel. Florida gal, what's up?
Somebody says, yo, Ack, you're really the Kai Cenat of this shit. Love from R Block. I'm not Kai Cenat. Kai Cenat is way bigger than me. But, you know, when it comes to hip-hop media, I think we do our thing, man. Nothing bigger than the chat, and I appreciate you guys. Without you guys, I look crazy. So you guys made me look good, and you know, I love you guys so much. Trust me.
So, during the break, Maureen Comey, she's the assistant U.S. attorney.
Yo, Unk got that wide stance like this. That's that Unk shit.
For the prosecution, she's talking to the judge, and she brings it up. She says, Your Honor, Brian Steele.
Brian Steele is bullying the
Brian
witness.
Steele needs to be admonished. He is humiliating the witness. Brian Steele is acting inappropriately toward the witness. Brian Steele's talking about Mia. Brian Steele's cross-examination has been harassment, embarrassment, and Mr. Steele's tone.
Fruit Jam's in the building. He said, yo, listen, whatever Big Act says goes. Come on, man, my people. Shout out to Fruit Jams. I love his page. I go check him out on Instagram, too.
With how he's speaking to Mia, this is no good. And Mia, the victim, needs to be protected from embarrassment. The judge said, I ain't heard nothing what you saying. I've been sitting here with you. What you alleging Brian Steele doing, I don't see that.
Man. Hey, Benzo Scott, thank you for the 5. He says, yo, Benzo Scott, by the way, a Big Act cooking with Crisco.
Judge told her. Then the judge, Brian Steele, is sitting right there. He says, Mr. Steele, you are asking repeated questions, because Brian Steele is trying to get to the bottom of this with this girl, right?
Yes.
And
you're right, Unc.
The judge ultimately says, I don't see witness mistreatment. But now the prosecution gonna jump up in defense of the witness. She's being harassed and embarrassed and treated inappropriately. But it's okay for her.
Deanna, look at you. Deanna beautiful as shit. None of y'all click on her page, okay? Leave her alone. Thank you for the 5. She said Big Act sent me.
To allege that somebody drugged her drink, took her innocence, right? Beat her. It's all right to allege all these things. He beat up Cassie. He threatened my life.
Y'all just don't know it over here. For message to me is, Act, did you get that 100% Jamaican jacket? What are you talking about, sir? Wait, did you send it to the studio? Oh, look at Para Prince. Thank you, 5. Thank you for the 5. She says, academics chat queen here. I ain't gonna lie, she bad too. I've seen her page. I ain't gonna lie, I've been seeing a lot of chat queens. Yo, we got a lot of attractive women here. I want y'all niggas, though, to fall back. Leave them alone, okay? However, here's the thing, too. Ooh, Get Money Films. Thank you for the 5. It says, Big Axe sending me, showing love from Philly. What was I gonna say? Never mind. Oh. Could y'all figure out, I know Unc be drinking a little bit of, he might be off that brown when it's late night, right before he got to go to sleep. He got an early little bedtime. Cool. Because he got to get up for trial. We got to figure out what Unc likes, man. Got to make sure he got a little bit that if you want to go to the bar tonight, you want to get his 2 drinks, talking shit about the Knicks, let him rock out. Unc cooking.
It's okay for you to assassinate his character, but in defense of my client who paying me, I can't, I got to color within the lines in defense of my client. The judge told.
Thank you for 10, Marcus Allen. It says $10. Just a little support from Act Chat. Keep it up. Also, Jerron Falls, sidebar. By the way, Unc just probably streaming off his phone. He don't know how to read no donations till it's over. So it's cool. I know sometimes I'm bad with donations. I'll read it for him. Thank all you guys so much. Hopefully you feel, whatever you've donated, hopefully it's with the goodness of your heart. And also I'll acknowledge you here, okay? Sev Banks with the 5. My boy, Sev Banks. Y'all should know Sev Banks. He said nothing bigger than the motherfucking chat. Unc dropping news with soul. He is, right? It's like some soul food cooking he putting on this shit. Some seasoning. Okay.
The prosecutor, he said, I don't see that. He said, I don't see that. So.
He got the hand movements.
This is also during the break. Brian Steele has a bunch of pictures of Mia with her family at
By the way, thank you again. Who we just got? Somebody just dropped $19 off. That's $20. King of the South Grudge. He says Unc got that Detroit look. Y'all think he look like Detroit? Oh shit. No, that Detroit red look. Big Act Chat sent me. Bomber Bo Mason. Thank you for the 2. It says Tip Bayless, Alex Vega, Wisconsin takeover. And there's one more, I think. Jay Reezy, thank you for the 5. It says Act. You sent it to that address? Okay, you sent 3 weeks ago. I'll confirm my assistant. I appreciate you so much.
Wedding, birthday, baby shower, chilling, cooling out, cookout at the crib. And he wants to put those pictures in as evidence, right? Because Mia testified on the stand, Brian Steele asked her, Mia, Puffy is the worst thing that happened to you. He ruined your life.
Yeah.
He inserted himself into your body.
Yeah. Go ahead,
Forcefully.
Go ahead, Unc.
He's physically abused you.
Go
You
ahead,
have
Unc.
post-traumatic stress disorder as a
Ray
result
Shelton,
of
thank you for the 5.
He's assaulted you so many times you can't remember.
Seth Banks again with a 5.
Mia, why didn't you tell your family? Why didn't you tell anybody in your family or some of your friends? Her testimony on the stand under oath was that she didn't have time. That she worked so much for Puffy, she ain't have time to tell nobody nothing.
What?
So, Brian Steele wanted to put in, I think it was like about 17 pictures of her at the wedding, the barbecue, the baby shower, the cookout, the happy birthday party, showing, look, you in these pictures with your family and friends, you could have told them then.
Yo.
Why did you do that?
But cooking. Yo, who that? Mr. Exclusive 365. Thank you for the 10 to my boy Sean G. By the way, all the donation you guys donate to the channel, of course, he 100% keeps, and I hope he uses it to help continue to produce and make great content for you guys and really for us, because we'll probably be checking out his stuff continuing. So thank you, Mr. Exclusive 365, and also Malcolm Reed, Little John. These are all the people who be donating to me, so it's all good. It says from the Academy, shout out to Unc. Big accent me. Appreciate you, bro.
The judge excluded it. The judge wouldn't let it. The judge wouldn't let the defense put those pictures in because he said, like, Brian Steele had already covered that.
Check me out.
Check me out. What's up, baby? What's going on?
Unc float. Y'all can't stop it, Sean. Go ahead.
And while Brian Steele is trying to enter these pictures, Alexandra Shapiro comes over and gives Brian Steele a note, right? And in that note, it was the actual testimony by Mia saying she had no time to tell nobody nothing. But anyway, the judge excluded it. He wouldn't let them do it.
Okay, the judge excluded. By the way, thank you. Who else? Hype Man Too Funny, thank you for the 5. It said nothing bigger than the motherfucking chat. Also, Best Male Strategies, thank you for the 5. Love you guys so much.
We come back from the break. Cross-examination still going on. Brian Steele locked in.
Let's go.
Brian Steele locked in.
Talk about it.
Brian Steele locked in.
My man got a
I gotta keep staying in the sun so I can get that good sunlight on me. Get that good vitamin D. Brian Steele. Mia is back on the stand.
Yo, thank you. Great since adolescence. A big chat, not the little one. Thank you for the 5. He said.
After the break, she walked into the courtroom like this. This Mia.
I think we played about half of this already. Let's get a little bit more updated. Here we go.
Cassie's lawsuit. Did you call Cassie? Did you talk to Cassie? Yeah, I did.
Wall Street Gang,
Mia, why didn't you tell Cassie that me too? He sexually assaulted me too. Why you didn't tell her that? Did you tell her that? She said, absolutely not. Why not? Mia said, I was deeply ashamed and I wanted to die. I was deeply ashamed and I wanted to die. Who that right there? King Nathan. King Nathan, thank you for the super chat. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Cassie files a lawsuit, and in Cassie's lawsuit, she alleges Puff sexually assaulted her. You call Cassie on the joint.
Now I like the fact he kind of reenacted.
You called Cassie up.
Okay.
Yo, he did that to you. He sexually assaulted you. Yeah. Why didn't you tell Cassie me too? And then why did you continue to communicate with Puff?
Marty Jannetty, thank you for the 10.
Mia, this is Brian Steele. When you met with federal prosecutors on January 5th, 2024, did you meet with federal prosecutors on January 5th, 2024?
Taya, thank you so much. She said, Chat Queens in the building. I love you, baby girl. Jamar Porter, thank you for the 2. It says, you the GOAT. Unc, keep the sinners vibe up. Ack, what up? Wait, y'all haven't watched it. Wait, chat, should I watch this? What's it called again? What's the movie called? Sinners something? Sinners movie. I haven't watched it, but niggas told me I should watch it. I should watch it? All right, chat.
Heaviest, hexiest in the world. What up? Oh, I don't remember.
DeAndre Baker, thank you for the 2. It's a big act sent me. The realest alive. The Academy. Love you, bro.
I met with them a lot of times. I don't remember. What Brian Steele says, well, let me show you this document to refresh your memory. You did meet with them. Body language slumped down.
Yo! Got it all.
Mia, you met with the federal prosecutors on January the 5th, 2024 at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. At 4 o'clock.
Oh, shit.
Look at the timestamp. 4 o'clock.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Mia says, yes, I met with them. Mia, let me give you a chance to read what you and the federal prosecutors, and there was some federal agents there too. Let me let you read what y'all discussed. Mia, at that meeting, your first meeting, you didn't say nothing about sexual assault.
So, hold on. By the way, the Bone Factor, thank you so much for the 10. I appreciate you. She says to Unc, great job from Big Axe Chat. Keep it up. There we go.
Academics, thank you for that super chat. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, brother.
Mia, at that first meeting.
Body, I like him. You see, he shows appreciation, but he's not flustered. He back in his bag. Unc got the wide stance. He talking. Yeah, good. You can see the love later, brother. Just keep going.
Drill 420, what up?
Yo, Drill.
At that first meeting.
There we go. Get in the bag.
This is Brian Steele.
There we go.
The federal prosecutors that are here in this room, they were there. Some federal agents was there. You didn't mention nothing about Puffy sexually assaulting you. January 5th, 2024.
You know what I like about him? He's mad like chronological. Like January 5th, 2024. I love it.
Mia, the second time you met with federal prosecutors 3 days later, January the 8th, 2024. Do you remember that? I don't remember. Well, let me give you this document to refresh your memory.
Let me give you this document to refresh. Now I love this.
Please read that document. Mia, the same agents and the same prosecutors that met with you 72 hours before on the 5th, now meeting with you again on the 8th. At the second meeting, you didn't say nothing about sexual assault.
Oh man, Unc gotta walk away for this one. Don't cross the street, Unc. Stay with us. Stay with us, Unc.
Mia.
Unc gotta he gotta blow his nose for this one. Hey, by the way, thank you to Sean Camp and who else? Canberry said we get the real scoop, free Puffy. Somebody else says, Sean Camp says, keep up the good work, Unc. Big Act, what up? What up with you, brother? Appreciate it. I love y'all so much.
The podcast with Soul, Sean G. You got a story for me? All right, let me finish.
All right, let me finish real quick, shorty. Now, Unc smooth.
Mia.
Yo, chat, you think he was like bagging the baddies from like the 80s? Like, he got that swag still. Yo, chat, keep it 100. I keep telling you, they tell me I'm at big bro era right now. I'm cool with it. If my Unc era is this, we valid? Y'all still love me, right? The Unc era with the, I guess suspenders. The suspenders, the top hat. We good, right? Y'all ain't gonna leave me, right? Because Unc cooking.
You met with federal prosecutors 27 times. On the third time, you met with federal prosecutors, March the 19th, 2024. You met with the same agents. You met with the same prosecutors. I don't remember. Well, let me show you a document to refresh your memory. When you finish reading, look up at me. Mia, by this time, you have hired a lawyer, Lisa Crowley, who had recently won an $83 million verdict for sexual assault. Objection, objection, prosecution object. The judge sustains the objection. So Brian Steele got to cut it off. Mia, you met with prosecutors again.
Yo, chat, somebody in the chat, who said that? Amor God said, yo, Act, this is you in 20 years off the Ozempic. Oh, word? All right then. What's up? Yo, chat, I can't wait to ditch the snapback, and I could just go straight fedora. Straight fedora, chat. Straight fedora. I know y'all gonna love me. You feel me? Yo, you know what's also been good? I've been thinking, chat. I'm in my 30s now. I actually, oh shit, look at y'all cooking up in here. Somebody said this is better than cameras in court. What up? This is Big Act. What up, Act? Pops, thank you for that. Pop Sky. Yeah. And then we have 360 Jeezy. Thank you for the big 20. He says, yo, Act sent me. YouTubers send in chat. Sending chats on behalf of academics. Thank you so much. I love you. There's nothing bigger than the chat. And thank you guys for supporting what we have going on by us supporting other people. Okay, Muhammad Ali, thank you for the 5. Coming from the chat. We need this collab. Pimpin' Prosecutor and Law Academics. I fuck with it. Michael, thank you for the 10. Chat. Oh, what was I saying? Yeah, no. Oh, I said whenever I turn into, you know what I've realized? And I think it's going to happen in a couple years, chat. I'm going to cap with you. So I'm telling you right now. Y'all got to tell me if I could dye my beard. Like right now, I've never dyed my beard. And I really got gray hairs. Like sometimes I find one or two or a couple, like, you know what I mean? Supposedly I got like a few under here, but I ain't really grayed up. Like I'm still in the game, chat. I'm still squabbling. When I start getting gray, it's going to happen. Like we can't stay young forever. Chat, am I letting the gray show or am I doing the Diddy and dyeing that bitch? Y'all got to let me know. I don't give a fuck either way.
June 18th, 2024.
Who is this? Ruby Girl. Ruby Girl, I love you more. Y'all are chat queens. I love y'all so much. Are y'all on Discord? Ruby Girl, I hope you're on Discord. Okay? Thank you. You're beautiful. Rational Realm, thank you for 5. It says, yo, this is Prime Entertainment. Watching you from London, UK. Big Act sent me. Unc, you are cooking. We got to get some soul, man. Some soul in this bitch. Thank you, guys.
5 months. February, March, April, May, June. You first met with them January 5th, 2024. You meet with them again June 18th, 2024.
And 25 more times.
And now, at this meeting, after you meet with the lawyer, that won the $83 million verdict. Now you mention sexual assault 6 months later. After you hire a lawyer that just won a verdict, now you talk about sexual assault.
Oh, no.
At the 4th meeting, the judge say, sidebar, 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 sidebar.
You be down here tomorrow?
Every day.
The judge say, sidebar.
He ignored her ass.
Mia, Prince, the artist Prince, you know Prince from When Doves Cry, Purple Rain Prince?
Yeah.
Prince was throwing a party.
Yeah.
You testified that on the night of Prince's party, that Puffy told you and Cassie y'all had no permission to leave
hotel,
to go nowhere.
Talk about it. Talk about it.
Yet, you and Cassie went to the party. Didn't you know that there was going to be people there that knew Puff, that was going to call Puff and tell Puff you was there? Mia, isn't it true that Puffy ended up coming to the party? And Mia, you testified that when Puffy came to Prince's party and saw Cassie there and you there, violence erupted. He got violent. That's your testimony. Do you have any photos or video of this violence happening at Prince's party? Do you have anybody that can say anything about this?
Thank you for the 5 fatherhood and flight. Says, what up, Big Act? Go ahead,
Mia, you testified under direct examination that you and Cassie was so scared that y'all jumped on some paddle boards and paddled out into the ocean to get away from Puff. Do you have any video, text messages, emails, notes? Do you have anything to show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that this actually took place? Brian Steele, Mia, isn't it true that everything, all these events that you say,
Diddy ain't doing shit.
Is all.
Diddy ain't doing shit.
Check him out, y'all.
Listen.
Check him out, y'all.
Sound school player.
Ladies cross the border all the time to come hang out with us. If I was a millionaire, that'd be natural protocol. How come half all these white men ain't getting charged with the same crime? Listen, I gotta go. I'm sorry.
My man.
Yo, Diddy, give it to him. Take that. Take that. Take that.
Say it. Hey. Why is there no proof? All of these events that you claim, you got no proof. Why you ain't got no proof? Why everything that you saying ain't no proof? Mia, did you visit friends and family in the 8 years that you worked for Puff?
By the way, thank you to Scorpion RX. Thank you for the 10. He says Scorpio RX/academics. I appreciate you guys so much. By the way, thank you for the 20. Florida Man Police Body Cam, I believe this is. Says Big Act sent me over here. The chat is undefeated. Thank you for the 3 Canadian. That's PS. He says Big Act sent me here. I love you guys so much. I feel like I now got to give you guys something for really turning another creator up, and I'm wondering, we'll just vibe out here today. We'll vibe out here, okay?
From 2009 to 2017, why didn't you tell anybody? Mia, aren't you still represented by a lawyer today? And you are suing Puffy for money? Mia, you knew Cassie got money from her lawsuit. You spoke with Cassie. Mia, 27 times you met with federal prosecutors. Mia says, I don't know. I can't remember. Well, let me show you this document to refresh your memory. Brian Steele, at this point, Brian Steele called his own sidebar. Sidebar.
Live from the deck, thank you.
Sidebar.
Another sidebar.
Sidebar.
Now, I'll pause it here and just kind of like be honest. It appears that Brian Steele was like playing, he was super aggressive. We've never seen Diddy's team take this aggressive approach. Now, let me just kind of juxtapose this to like what we're hearing about this trial. We're hearing that Diddy's now intimately involved. So supposedly, when all of the cross examinations happening, they're looking at Diddy, and Diddy has to almost give them a head nod to be on some, like, yo, you're good. Like, you could stop. So Diddy's lawyers are having to realize that their boss, who's always the client, is so much involved that they're looking at him to see if they've done a good enough job. Now, here's the thing. Here how it correlates to this. It appears that Diddy might have made an executive decision because we're seeing Brian Steele more and more. We saw Estavio, who did Cassie Cross. We saw Donaldson. We saw Mark Agnifilo. We see Tenny Garagos. We see Alexander Shapiro. They're doing whatever they're doing. But one thing for sure and two things for certain, we're now seeing more of a leniency on Brian Steele. Here's what I'm thinking. Diddy's tired of playing softball. I think Diddy's on some shit like, yo, these motherfuckers up there lying on me. Let's expose they bitch ass. Because we're seeing the strategy get ramped up in aggressiveness. Remember, Diddy's in control of this shit. It's not like they're doing whatever they want to do and Diddy's just like, no, they're in control. Diddy's in control. So I gotta imagine Diddy's like, man, I'm tired of these hoes lying on me while, yo, start pressing them on some of these lies. Brian Steele is doing so.
Then we go to lunch break. What's up, man? Then we go to lunch break. We come back from lunch break.
There we go.
At 1:04 p.m.
Damn, nigga got mad timestamps.
Brian Steele puts up a photo on the big TV screen of Cassie with her arm out, with her face out. Her face is a little bit covered by some hair. He says, Mia, do you see any bruises on Cassie? He highlights the day that corresponds to Mia's testimony that this was a particular.
I see you, Nikki. I see you on the Academy, girl. What's up?
Physically assault.
Maurice Lombardo, what up, bro?
And
Queen Prodigy, I see you. Listen, I'm reading all type of chats right now. His chat, my chat, every chat.
Brian Steele get the.
I'm about to get over to K Block and R Block.
Everybody in the courtroom looking at it. The jury, everybody looking at it. Mia, do you see any bruises on Cassie's arm? She says no. He said, bring it in. Magnify it. Zoom in. And it's a small little discoloration right here.
Mitch, man, I see you on K Block. What up?
Even the size of a penny.
Seymour, I see you. Jarvie, I see you. I see Seymour says, it sounds like YSL Steele was putting belt to ass. Here's the thing. It's a fine line now how you got to deal with this. Was he being too aggressive or was he being aggressive enough? Because you sit up there and be like, oh, you might be a victim. They might just sit up there and lie all day and start crying. You start exposing them. They start tripping over words. Oh, I forgot. I said, oh, why didn't you report this? You kind of get them. Who knows?
Of you bruised or Cassie bruised?
Oh, it's not K Block, it's K-Town?
Unsure. I gave things to my attorney. I don't know if they turned it over or not. Brian Steele, any screenshots?
Any screenshots? Oh, man.
Brian Steele pulls out some more notes of Mia meeting with the feds. Could you please review these notes?
Anthony Blade, what up? Or Antho Blade. What's up? I see you.
Mia, do you...
Joshua Type Beast, you're right. There's 8 men and 4 women, I believe, on the panel. Or on the jury.
Mia, when you met with the prosecutors January 5th, 2024, there's no mention of sexual assault. March 19th, no mention of sexual assault. January 8th, no mention of sexual assault. The first time that you mention sexual assault is the first time you show up to a meeting with the federal prosecutors with a lawyer. Mia, have you ever worked since you left Puffy? Have you worked in the entertainment field? Yes. For who? For Madonna. You work for Madonna. Did Puffy help you get that job for Madonna? She said no. What was your role with Madonna? I worked for Madonna for 8 months, from April 2019 to October 2000.
Brown Angel 27, I see you on R Block. What up?
I thought you said Puffy.
Roka Acuna, what's up with you?
There would be retribution. Didn't Puffy help you get that job for me?
DDV MCR, you my boy, man. I see you in there. I gave you mine, right?
Mia, weren't you fired for being continually late and drinking? They move on. Brian Steele. At this part of the game, Brian Steele is trying to, he's not trying, this is what he does. He effectively kills the narrative, kills the perception that Puffy did not invest in Cassie, that all she was to him was, what's up, man?
Born Hustle, what up with you? Almighty Beats, what's up with you? Parley Park, what's up with you? 4Y Yoda, what's up with you? Shout out to all y'all on R Block as well. Hey, this is also important that he's mentioning. So remember this idea, I even thought this too. I was just like, maybe Diddy got more control over Cassie by kind of like sabotaging her career, because if she was unsuccessful, she would have to rely on you more. And when she relies on you more, you could be able to do whatever you wanted to do. So if you wanted to do A, B, or C, she can't say much because she relies on you. Here's what Brian Steele did today. Brian Steele basically corroborated that it was a possibility, or probably a sure possibility or a high possibility, that Cassie had the biggest budget at Bad Boy because she was fucking the boss. So it was actually the opposite. Diddy wasn't trying to be cheap with her career or stifle her career. If anything, because Diddy was fucking her, Diddy was down to spend more money on her. They talked about the finance person, whatever the case is, and you know, this person acting like they didn't know too much, but I don't think a defense attorney would make that point unless there was some truth behind it, because AUSA would come and slam it.
Was a sex slave.
Rumbo, I see
he
you, bro.
killed her modeling career. He killed her music career. That, remember they saying all that? Puffy killed her career. Brian Steele. Mia, you're Cassie's best friend. That's your sister. You love her. Didn't Cassie do songs and videos with Nicki Minaj? Mia say yeah. Is it Nicki Minaj a huge superstar? Yes. Mia, didn't Cassie do music and videos with Wiz Khalifa? Yes. Isn't Wiz Khalifa a big superstar, well known? Yes. Mia, didn't Cassie do videos with Rick Ross? Yes. Fabulous, Kid Cudi, G-Eazy, French Montana, Puffy himself. Wasn't she a part of the Bad Boy reunion tour? Yes. Didn't Puffy get her involved in photo shoots, modeling, movies? Didn't all of this happen while she was with Puffy? Mia, didn't Puffy take Cassie to the Cannes Film Festival, the Met Gala, Paris Fashion Week, the Grammys, the VMAs. Didn't Puffy promote Cassie's career?
Hey, Nina, you better stop flirting, girl. You better stop with all that flirting. Thank you for that, though. She donated $5. She said, Ack, you so damn fine. Come to Dallas, Texas, and let me love on you. Damn, I got to go to Texas, yo, for real, for real. I love you, girl. Appreciate you. Issy Wealthy, thank you for the 10. It says, yo, Big Ack, if you got any needs over there for a photographer, videographer, graphic designer, social media manager, I'm confident I could add some real value to your team. Appreciate you, my brother. I will let you know. You can always email me like your work and stuff like that, okay? I ain't gonna lie, chat. Listen, I will say, ever since my chat queens found out I was single, they I think they've been trying to, give me some mental comfort because it's a tough time. A heartbreak it's a really tough time for everybody. Anyway,
Mia, isn't it true that Puffy, Bad Boy Entertainment, at the direction of Puffy, Cassie had the biggest budget of any artist on Bad Boy? Isn't that true?
That was ironic.
I don't know.
Now, I'm actually, and I don't know how a jury will take this, but I'm inclined to believe that. The reason why I would be inclined to believe that, if that was false or demonstratively false, I could see how a defense, or the prosecution, come back and be like, if they could prove it anyway, they would make them look crazy.
Are you familiar with a guy by the name of Jason Wiley? Yes. What department does he work in? I think he's in budgeting. Didn't Puffy and Bad Boy promote Cassie more than any other artist on Bad Boy? Cassie had the biggest budget of any artist on Bad Boy. She had the biggest budget. Cassie budget was up here. Everybody else budget was down here. Cassie had them tall dollars. Cassie had the tall dollars up here. Everybody else was down here.
It's up.
Mia, what did you create at Revolt Films? Mia testifies, answering this question, I created a TV show based on me and Puffy's life.
Oh, look at, oh, nah.
What was the name of that show called? Mia, Puffy let Mia create a show. Mia creates a TV show based on her and Puffy.
Yo, why Unc walking with that little swag like that, man? Why Unc walking like that?
Mia, you called Puffy a genius. Text message, December the 6th, 2017. Brian Steele on Mia's neck. You sent KK a text message saying that when you got let go from Bad Boy, you text KK saying, I'm going to kill myself.
How to, man? Look at this dude over here talking about, Ack, you should hire a bitch coordinator. I feel like you would put your life on easy mode. So you're saying hire a KK, a Christina Karam. Yeah, that's how you end up in court, brother. That's how you end up in court. That's how you end up in court.
Mia, you wanted to keep working for Puffy, didn't you?
Stall her out.
Mia,
stall her out.
You worked at Bad Boy voluntarily. Nobody forced you. Michael B. Jordan. Mia, do you know him?
Oh, shit, what happened? No. Okay.
Train Grove Street, $3.99 for the notebook.
Hold on.
He had testified on the stand under oath about an hour and a half ago that she met with federal prosecutors 27 times so that they could understand her story and worried about things going wrong. She met with federal prosecutors January 5th, 2024. Never mentions sexual assault. Met with them 3 days later. Agents and the prosecutors, January 8th, 2024. No mention of sexual.
By the way, chat, I want to, I always want to show you guys appreciation for, repping for the community that we've built is so strong, and I love you so much. Yeah, today I was going to do, right now we're at about 6 hours. I was going 7 or 8. We might have to do 10 hours. Let me see where we're at right now. About 6 hours. By the way, tell me why Top 5 wants to do a stream. But I feel like he about to get into a lot of bullshit. So we're at 6 hours. I know some of you guys, if you got to go, you could dip in and out. I love you guys. Hopefully I got you through work, but we're going to be rocking here. We're going to be tuned into not only this, we're going to watch 2 more videos, just the normal people we watch. And then any new things on the Diddy case, then we're going on to other hip hop topics. So we're not cutting stream yet. So this is the marathon, not the sprint. Okay? So keep in mind, we didn't stream 2 days in a row. So I got things I got to get to. So please, if you are here, just hang in there. We're not cutting stream. We still got about, 4 hours to go. Okay? Rock out with me.
Sexual assault, March 19th, 2024. No mention of sexual assault. June 18th, 2024. She hires a lawyer.
Well, we did that already, right?
That they are using to attempt to send a man away to prison for 30 years, man. This is what this is who y'all bringing. And let me say this. This was my observation. To me, 5-star G Code, what up? Thank you for that super chat.
By the way, Ruby girl, I see you, girl. She says, you got to tap into the Latin side of media as well. My mom watches you, and even though her English is limited, she loves you. Yeah, we've thought about multiple different things. Number one, I think even YouTube offers certain creators overdubbing your voices for different languages. That's number one. Number two is I'm not too sure what country you're from, but Dominican Republic, Latin, Dominican Republic specifically, that media for, the music that's popping there and the pop culture there is really huge. We've been trying to remember when we were covering some of the stuff with 6ix9ine, there was a few people we were thinking about as a representative, still to fall under, it could be Academics Espanol. I don't give a fuck what it is, but we definitely got to tap into that market. And, if you be trying to get your mom to watch us and she don't speak that much English, I hope she learns a little bit, even though sometimes we just be joking and we probably use a lot of slangs and stuff. But I appreciate you for watching. I hope your mom learns a little bit more English, okay? Constantine Vermore, thank you for the 10 pounds. He says, I've been a fan since early days, man. I own one of the biggest e-bike startups. Can I send you an e-bike? I also own the castle where Hitler got shot during World War I. You're welcome. It's in Belgium. Really? Yeah, you could absolutely send me an e-bike. Absolutely, brother. Follow up with me on email, and we can talk about it, all right?
At every sidebar, standing on this side would be Brian Steele, Mark Agnifilo will go over, maybe Tanny Garagos will go over.
Garagos.
And then the federal prosecutors will come over.
Smizer and
to me,
Comey,
Florida Man Police Video Cam, what up? To me, the federal prosecutors look like junior associates to Mark Agnifilo, Brian Steele, Tanny Garagos, and Alexandra Shapiro. They look like interns the government prosecution team, when they be standing together, Puffy them be up like this. They be standing tall like this. The prosecution look like interns, like junior members of their law firm. I swear, word up.
Word up.
Brian Steele and Alexandra Shapiro, they taking Mark Agnifilo, they taking these people to school, man, on trial law, trial performance, trial execution, right? These prosecutors don't have as much trial experience as Puffy's team do, because this is what Puffy and them do. His defense team, they go to trial. The federal prosecutors get a lot of plea deals because people scared to go to trial, because if you go to trial and lose, they gonna bust your head to the white meat. So being that they do more plea deals, they don't got the requisite practical in the arena, in the cage fight trial experience like Puffy team do.
That might be a thing, right? Like, we got to realize Brian Steele has gotten a shit ton of trial experience because you're gonna pick up the phone and call him when your life is on the line, and you're probably not getting a favorable plea if your life is on the line. If they're saying this sentence carries life, you want Brian Steele to go beat the case. So they probably do have more trial experience and just more savviness in that environment. Here's the only thing I would say, though. The AUSA Johnson, AUSA Comey, and AUSA Smizer, and the other 3 white women, I would imagine that they probably have just more experience dealing in that court. Brian Steele hails from Fulton County. Mark Agnifilo, he's not a New York lawyer. I believe he's LA or something of the sort. Tenny Garagos, I believe she practices also in LA. They do have local counsel, but they're big players, and I guarantee this is federal court, but their big players are not in and out of SDNY. Remember, SDNY, the Southern District of New York City, is the place where we see the most indictments, the most RICO charges, and the most convictions. They're considered the top of the top when it comes to a district that knows how to try a case, prosecute a case, and even in the case, in the sense of the judges, knows how to make sure cases aren't overturned on some bullshit thing that you allow in court. So the judges even do a good job. So this is the big leagues, and the mere fact that they play in the big leagues, because I don't care if they look like interns, this is the court they have to be subjugated to, which is SDNY. Now, they probably do work a little bit in the Eastern District, and, you know what I mean, there are a few other districts in New York, but still, working with this district, I'm not going to call them interns and rookies. But I'm not saying he was talking about their appearance.
Puffy lawyers taking them to school, man.
They're not battle tested. They're not battle tested.
Battle tested. Taking them to school. Because you have to wonder. You have to wonder the psychology of the prosecution team. Why would you put Cassie on the stand, and Cassie got on the stand and say, I love this man. I don't hate him. I wanted to have a baby with him. I'm jealous of his kid's mother. I'm jealous of, he had 7, 8, 9 girlfriends. I was jealous of all. I loved him. Then your other witness is Mia. Come on, man. I don't know what to tell you, man. Don't get mad with Sean G. All I do, that's all I do. That's all I do. Huh? Check me out. That's all I do. Take notes. I sit there, I write it down, I come out here, I give it to y'all. What you want from me? And Puffy.
He reminded me of one of the detectives.
United States versus Sean.
Oh, we're going to watch this afterwards. He reminded me of one of the detectives in The Wire. I'm gonna tell you who he reminds me of. He reminds me of what's the dude? Not him. Even though he could be Lester Freeman, but Lester didn't have that much charisma. Who he reminds me of, like a detective somewhere. I don't know. Maybe I'm tripping. I love The Wire. The Wire always got the great characters. You know Michael B. Jordan came from The Wire too? Shout out to me, Nolte, though. All right, anyway, sorry. All right, this is about to wrap in like a few minutes, and then we're gonna watch Logic and what's her name, and then any new information that we could get prepared for tomorrow, and then we'll leave the Diddy case alone. By the way, chat, again, I hope you know I am giving bonus hours today because you guys turned up so much. You really guys, you made me so proud of us supporting another creator, you know, using the fact that we have a good sized audience for good. I'm going to give you definitely more hours, and we're going to rock out. We're doing 10 hours, okay? So we got 4 more hours to go. Start now, okay? We're at 6 hours officially. The intro was 50 minutes, but I'm still going to use that as part of the time. So I got 4 more hours, all right?
Puffy hair. Puffy got a head full of gray hair. And he got a little goatee right here. It's great. It's great, too. I saw him. He was sitting right there. I'm sitting right here. That nigga was sitting right there. I seen him. Mr. Swan for life. What up? I saw Puff right there. He done got fat. Puffy done got fat. He a little fat. He a little fat. He ain't got that look, though. He got no abs like me. I saw him right there. But he put his glasses on. The nigga got glasses. He put his glasses on. He reads something. Then he say, come here. He tell his lawyer, he say, come here. He write a little note. He give it to him. Then he talking to this one. Huh? What? That nigga is actively involved with his defense, as you should be in your own life. Don't never just rely on your lawyer. If you got a case, when I was going to child support court, child custody court,
I knew Unc had a child support case. A nigga like this always got problems with his baby moms because he got too many hoes. Let's keep it 100.
For my son, I just won custody of Lil Sean. I won custody. And I had help by Gail Mitchell. Gail Mitchell, Union, New Jersey. Look her up. Foundational Black American, a lawyer, attorney. Mean. But there were times when I was fighting for custody of my son, I represented myself. I went pro se. And I used to be on the computer burning the midnight oil, researching cases, looking up case law on restraining orders and visitation and custody, because no lawyer is gonna be able to communicate my feelings better than me. And if you got a court case going on, you'd be a fool not to do your own research and you help your lawyer. What about this? Yo, check this out. I read this. What about that? And you let them present it, but you give them information. Puffy involved with his case. I saw it. Nigga was right there. He had on a sky blue sweater with like a collar shirt. With a collar shirt. And every time we go on a break or go to lunch, he got to get up and it'd be 2 U.S. Marshals right here. I think it'd be 2 right here and 2 in the back. And they escort that nigga out the door on the left. Escort him out over there. I don't know what y'all, you know what I'm saying? I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know what you want me to tell you. What you want from me? Coach Key, sidebar.
checking himself out.
OP Appliances. So that's it. I got to go home. I'm hungry. I've been
Go
drinking.
ahead, go get something to eat, Unc. All right, let's listen to Lauren Conlon real quick. Chat, again, if you're wondering why do we listen to some of this stuff, is different perspectives. I think we kind of got what happened in court today. Mia was pretty much full court pressed by Diddy's attorney, Brian Steele, in saying, why the hell aren't you, by the way, she got off the stand eventually. Why the hell were you showing so much love to him? Like, how come nobody knew about you getting sexually assaulted before now? You never told no friends. You never told nobody. How come this is the first time you've ever mentioned this, right?
Drinking coffee all day. You understand? I don't know.
You know if anybody that will fight?
Brian Steele.
Oh.
Brian.
Okay. Here we go, Lauren.
On Combs, day 14 afternoon update. This will be pretty brief, but we finally finished the cross-examination of Mia and the redirect. And Brian Steele didn't spend too much more time on Mia after the lunch break. He had her review the government transcripts. He asked questions as to why she did not bring up the alleged sexual assault before her third meeting. To which she said again, it was about her having this lawyer. And also the government brought up during redirect that she actually had a pro bono lawyer for when she was meeting with the government about this case. Brian Steele also elicited from Mia that after she worked for Diddy, she went and she worked for Madonna for 8 months, kind of hinting like, hey, you weren't blacklisted or anything like that. He also wanted to go over Cassie's career with her quite a bit. So he went over just different artists that Cassie had worked with. And again, this is just corroborating the fact that Diddy did do things for Cassie's career and, listed movies she was in, modeling gigs, film festivals she went to, Cannes, the Met Gala, Paris Fashion Week, and actually showed me an email where he just said, does this refresh your memory about how much money Mr. Combs put into Ms. Ventura and her career when she was at Bad Boy in comparison to other artists? Like, do you see that she was given more money or more budget? And Mia looked at the email and she's like, I don't remember this email, but, okay. And then he brought up Mia saying, the lows are low and the highs were high again. So he kind of asked a question like, how could you say that sexual assault, how could you sort of say that anything could be covered up by the highs are high and the lows are low? Like, how do you compartmentalize sexual assault? Objection. And let's see what else. I mean, that was really it. He asked about Cassie's jealousy when it came to Kim Porter and other women. Mia said, she wasn't thrilled Cassie wasn't thrilled when she saw photos of Diddy out with other women. Why didn't she ever tell law enforcement about the alleged sexual assault? And they brought up the fact that Mia during direct testified that Diddy once got her out of a speeding ticket, and once they got pulled over, but as soon as the police officers saw Diddy, they let them go. And he said, well, why didn't you anonymously report it? And then she kind of just said, I felt trapped. The same thing that we've been hearing. And then he just reiterated, okay, so you worked for him 2009 and until 2017, and then you were still talking to him up until 2023, and this entire time you never felt like you needed to tell anybody. And then he brought up the door slamming on her arm, and he just said, did you seek medical treatment? No. Did you take photos of the bruising? No. Did you scream and cry? Like, did anybody hear you? That seems like it would hurt. Why didn't you scream and cry? And she said, I was in shock. I don't remember. Just trying to, try to catch her in a lie, I guess. Part of cross-examination. He brings up the 5-day no sleep bender that she, I don't want to call it a bender, sorry, but she was working for 5 days straight. And he just said, how do you do that? That's really hard. Had you ever done that before? Stay up all night, one night, 2 nights, 3 nights, and she just said no. Let's see what else. He asked about the period on her leg when she wanted to go get a tampon. Was anybody there to witness that? And she said, actually, yeah, a house full of people were there. And a few times during the questioning, the defense wanted to bring up these therapist notes, saying, did you waive your rights to getting these therapy notes discussed in the trial? And there would be an objection. There was some kind of discussion, and essentially the jury was told to disregard that question if they heard it. And then pretty much Brian Steele was done with his cross, and we were on a break. So when we came back, the judge said, anything else? And basically because of this ruling on the therapy notes, he said, I'm done. And then for the redirect, they just went over just more refreshing the jury's memory about why she didn't tell, why she did these birthday posts. She said it would be weird if I didn't. All the employees did these birthday posts. It would draw.
All right, and I hate to cut off Lauren Conley because we love her, but we don't want to get. I don't want to lose you guys with too much Diddy stuff. I'll try one more
Update
thing.
for you. In court, Mia says
else?
it happened with kids.
To him.
Anything
Some
else?
sex.
Okay,
but
pretty much some of
right?
the same.
It's under
Shout out to Lauren Conley. We love her. She's amazing. Even Dr. Umar ain't gonna stop us from loving her, but that's about it. Anyway, chat. Okay, great. If there's some other development about the Diddy case, I'm getting exhibits. So the turnover exhibits at the end of the day. So I'm going to look through them. They're going to come on this computer right here, the one that I look at. If you ever see me looking at this, there's 4 computers. When I look at this one, that's like this is the screen I put shit up on. This one, that's the screen with the stream. This one is like I'm kind of seeing what y'all see. And this one I kind of like use it as prep. So you can know if I'm looking at what I'm doing, right? Okay, cool. What I did want to look at partially is that do you guys remember this Zion Williamson thing last year? Not last year, but pretty much last week. Zion Williamson, if you don't know, has been accused of sexual assault by a ex-girlfriend. She accuses him of sexually assaulting her. However, not that it matters for some people, she stayed with him 3 years later. So he raped her 1 year, and then she stayed with his ass for 3 more years. She claimed he beat her. She claimed a lot of heinous things that we see very common to some of these new lawsuits and claims. Now we have an infamous clout chaser and someone else who we've heard about with him, seemingly all for the wrong reasons. She's now jumping into the group chat. Now, if you guys don't know who this person is, I'm speaking about none other than Mariah Mills. Okay, Mariah Mills built like an ant. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Apparently, she's a former porn star. I don't know how none of y'all could find this type of body appealing. Okay, this woman is shaped like an ant. This doesn't seem like some shit that we should be celebrating. But whatever. Apparently, the thick waist, extra big thighs that don't match the hips, or not the hips, but the thighs or the legs. That's the wave. However, she came out recently, and now she is now speaking out, claiming she has similar experiences with Zion Williamson. Listen to this.
And
listen to this.
Everybody deserves a chance to be heard, and I hope me and any of the other victims, I just hope we all get justice. And the amount of
chat, the goofiness in this video, with all due respect, is the fact that you could tell she's doing it for Snapchat. Look in her glasses, you can see her holding the phone, pressing the record button while she's trying to look cool or trying to look like, reserved. Goofiness, chat.
bashing, humiliation, slander, and threats that I've been receiving these last 3 years have been a lot, and it's causing me a lot of stress, emotional distress, and I just hope we all can come to justice and this all can be resolved. And nobody.
Yo, chat, the things women do for a little bit of money, man. Man, this is ridiculous, bro. But this is really ridiculous, my nigga. Like, I don't even want to talk smack about her. Like, chat. Are you not seeing this yet?
Nobody has to relive all these things ever again. And nobody has to relive all these things ever again.
Wow. Then and there. Somehow magically, while in the same outfit, she was caught by TMZ, and she said this.
There's people speculating that you maybe are Jane Doe. What's the deal?
So, before I answer that, I would like to say I really hope all the victims, including me, get justice and, you know, things that have happened in the past with him and with anybody else, you know, everything gets resolved because a lot of us don't deserve that. And, you know, I just feel like a lot of things have been swept under the rug for so long, you know, and I feel sorry to the victim. You know, I've been through a lot of stuff with him, and it's just shocking, you know.
Has this suit that you saw, you know, drop just now, given you any feelings like, hey, you know, or inspiration to file your own grievances, your own suit?
I don't want to talk about that right now without my lawyer present, but I'm just shocked, and, you know, hopefully he changes and the victim and me and everyone else can find comfort and, you know, move past all of this.
Any message to Zion himself?
Zion, I hope you can change your ways and, you know, just change, because this is disgusting what you're doing to everyone, and it's just not right. And this is not the man that I met a few years back. This is not who I thought you would become. This is not a representation of, you know, your job, and, you know, this is very serious. And I just hope you change your ways, because your job and your family and your legacy.
Wow. Now, if that wasn't enough, chat, okay? If that wasn't enough, just a reminder. Last year, or 2 years ago, 2023, I believe, right? 2023. She was claiming to be the girlfriend of, or ex-girlfriend of, Zion Williamson. She tweeted out things like, I let you spit in my mouth last week. When we was fucking, you could have told me you had another bitch or another whore pregnant. How was that going to work? Moving both of us to New Orleans. You think I wouldn't have found out? She continued. She got a tattoo, allegedly. I guess it was fake because we didn't see it afterwards. Of his name, despite what she said about him, she tattooed Zion on the side of her face. Didn't stop there. She posted messages, supposedly from Zion Williamson, saying, where Zion says, when you move, how much you expect me to pay you a month? But I'm super excited. He says, I don't have a girlfriend, but if I move to New Orleans, would you be cool to be like my official blah, blah? Just asking, so I know how to go about the situation with respect. Then and there. She also came out back then saying this.
Take this. You guys, I literally did not want to come to the internet, and I'm just tired of saving face for this man that's completely disrespecting me to the world, and I literally have to take this. Every time I come on the internet, people are bashing me because of this man. Literally. And I'm tired of it. He knows, he said he's going to send me $62,000. I have yet to receive that since June. I'm literally here. Like, he's literally a liar. You guys, everything he says, he's a liar. He's not who he says he is. I literally been saving face. I did not want to come to the world and let you guys know what he has been doing to me my entire relationship with him. He is a woman beater, and the NBA needs to know this.
This is the worst actor of all time. I've seen better acting in the Tubi movie. I've seen better acting in a goddamn amateur porn film. This is bad.
I literally did not want to come to this because I know he has so many endorsements. But Zion Williamson is a woman beater. And the reason he was paying me off is so I won't come to the world and tell everybody.
Wow.
You guys.
Now we find out the supposed other victim is seeking between $80 to $50 million. And then Mariah Mills is now jumping on the bandwagon. The question becomes, because here's the thing, I don't know if y'all remember, in recent times, the idea or the thought that there was going to be an incumbent or a next person up that will be running against LeBron to see who would be running the league, everybody thought it was Zion Williamson. Now, I think not only his lack of discipline for the game, but I do believe his lack of dick discipline as well has torched all of this. These days, his team ain't making it to the playoffs. His dunks, while they're still impressive, just ain't doing it enough to silence all of the other goofy shit that comes with him. And I'm actually extremely saddened. I don't know if he did any of these things, but I'm going to be honest with you, judging by the history of the one woman we know, I'd probably assume that shit was false. She, from the get-go, has been trying to get money out of him and exploit his name for money or monetary value. And these days, people are in a monkey see, monkey do atmosphere. They heard one person got a settlement, everybody want to sue now. So when she sees this guy gets a lawsuit, she's thinking about her own. Very shocking, but not really. Unfortunately for Zion, I mean, even if he's learned from this, and I know he's a young guy. How old is he? He's 24. The stench that lingers with some of these accusations, unless you knock it out the park and prove it all the way wrong, it's incurable. So you walk around with a stain that maybe your sponsors will care about, maybe some other business people, and nothing happens to the person if they lied. So, crazy shit, but I'll send my condolences to Zion. He's now went from one accusation to two. And let me guess. Not even let me guess. I can tell you as a definitive fact. He's not dealing with either woman, and both of the women start talking money before they ever talked about a lawsuit or justice. Really mean that. Okay. Did y'all see Bobby Shmurda and like Adam 22 up in the hood?
Yo, Richard famous. Richard famous. Hey, Richard famous. Hey, Richard famous. Paparazzi watching. Yeah, I try to tell him. I try to tell you, nigga, shut. Everybody, hey, yo, hold on, we gotta go to the trap. Come on, we gotta go to the trap. We gotta go to the trap.
We're going to the trap. I hope it's a literal trap. I need to know. I'm looking for some of that Shmurda crack, man.
Yo, stop it. Stop it. We're gonna take it to the main block. We're gonna take it to the trap where it all started. Yeah. We're gonna take it to the... Hey, my son G used to pick me up, take me out of town when I was 14, you right? Alright. John back then. I was selling 62s from...
Is he getting bald?
To the main block. Alright. We're gonna take it to the trap where it all started.
Is he getting bald? It's that male pattern baldness right here. Damn, Shmurda.
Yeah. We're gonna take it to the... Hey, my son G used to pick me up, take me out of town when I was 14, you right? Alright. John back then. I was selling 62s from every week, you right? We're gonna take it to the spot.
We're cooking up over here.
Yo, bro.
How y'all doing?
Now, let me be honest with y'all. There's a few other videos of these things happening. I will say, man, I hate how Bobby Shmurda's career has gone down. I think Bobby's Shmurda career could be explained in a few different ways. I personally believe that Roc Nation affected it because they did some torturous interference with his original label, which was Epic. I do believe that them trying to manage him was also a problem. I do believe that he didn't drop the appropriate music at the right time. I do believe some of his dancing created this idea that he's zesty. And here's the funny thing about him doing this now. If he had did this when he had just came out, because that's the thing these artists gotta hear. When you go to jail, change your behavior. You don't gotta change your music. Because you gotta go find a different type of artist that want to hear Hoochie Daddy. If they still hearing you make songs that you could still rap about without getting in trouble, just go off your own memories and your own experiences in these hoods. But anyway, this is New York City outside.
What?
Adam was rolling around. I don't even know who some of these people are. They said this is outside the Bronx.
I was just coming over here filming. So you gonna make me stand up there? Bro, I can't be in the whole video.
It's a Patterson Projects, okay.
Which one is the game? You gotta die first. You know comfortable. Put him in the grave. You know comfortable. Nigga say my name, most weeds first. Bastard. Bitch, on my dick, I'm finna burn. Did I get Rick Rock still smoking?
Okay.
Yes, we on the East Coast. Yes, we in New Yiddy. Yeah, Patterson Project. Yes, King Pill. My nigga Bud. You know it, man. Yes, Shay Davis. Adam 22. My nigga on behind the camera. I got the tips. Free New Street. Free the gang. You know, we outside. What we talking about? We gonna spend. Yiddy and all that. Yeah, we outside. We outside. It's the big nigga. But you know. We outside, nigga. Huh? We active. Yeah. Shout out fucking Adam 22, nigga. He in New York, nigga. Yeah. First nigga, stop
Okay, this is Al B Out. This is Jersey now.
playing. Niggas know what's up. I can pop it when I feel like it.
Talk this shit,
I can
bro.
pop it when I feel like
Talk this shit, bro.
Niggas know I'm the legend out here. I'm the gift. I'm the gift.
Wait, so for real, this thing's bulletproof? Show me. Let me get a little tour. Stop playing with the goat. Stop playing with the goat.
First nigga, the trendsetter. Marion Projects. Yeah. Everything's solid.
Jersey City shit.
And it's bomb-proof too. No cap. Yeah, we don't play around with this shit.
Damn.
Caddy truck, super fast.
That's crazy.
That's why we try to tell you this music shit really take care of this shit. Like, I made more money in the rap game than I ever made in the trap game. That's on everything. You know what I'm saying? And I made a couple dollars in the trap. But this shit right here, come on, bro. Niggas paying me for rapping, for popping shit. Popping shit, nigga. Talking about my lifestyle, nigga. I'm getting paid for this shit. This shit's different. Yeah, we know that, but we got bulletproof. Because one is here. Look, this shit paid for. Rappers, this not rented. None of that is.
Yeah, I don't got nothing bad to say about Al B Out. You're one of the most dangerous niggas on the East Coast, man.
Let me see that.
We winning.
Who got the ball?
We made our way to Jersey.
Trenches.
Yup.
Trenches with it.
Fucking trenches, nigga. Yeah.
Did Adam say nigga?
Nigga. Yeah. Fucking trenches, nigga.
Wait, is that Adam?
Fucking trenches, nigga.
Oh, that's not Adam, right?
Yeah. I'll be out.
Oh yeah, you know what's going on.
Tell 'em where we
shit
at.
in the trenches. Marion Projects, Jersey City, man. You know what's going on.
That's right. Hey, we
Yeah, I got a headquarters in Jersey City. I've never been over this part. You crazy.
in Jersey City with it.
Niggas talk, play that dumb shit, nigga. I don't sit down and pick you my man, bro. We gonna go through, we gonna go through it. True words. We gonna go through it. We not about to sit down and be like, come on, man. Niggas been brainwashed with this shit for too long. And niggas be like nowadays it's more like you gotta just find the people that you like and you fuck with, you respect, and y'all feel your energies, and you just, that's how it go.
I think this is the guy that 6ix9ine his team was beefing with. You know what's so funny? He got mad at me more than he got mad at them. He this guy. Hold on. Because Adam told me, Adam's like, yo, Ag, he said he mad at you still. I'm like, for what? I think his name is Low-Key Shmula. Low-Key Shmula. Treyway. It was Summer Jam. Look at it. I'll show you what happened. Yeah. Supposedly they ran down on him and he was by himself and he did what I would do. I would go in the police booth. Like, yo, I thought he was gangster for that because I would do this. Nah, the cops pushed his ass. Like, nah, nigga, go. You gangster. Go get your fade. Loki, I would do this. Yo, me and you the same person. I would do the same thing, gang. Like, I would definitely do the same thing. Like I told you, I seen Casanova. I was trying to get to the police. Nigga, I was gonna act like I was handcuffed and jump in the back of their car. Get these guys off me.
Earth that nigga. So look, this is how you do it. Yes. First nigga you see with everybody.
That's when Shotty was a menace. Okay, anyway, what was their beef? It was 6ix9ine and the Billies. Okay. Yeah, that's when they showed up to like Summer Jam 100 deep or something.
You need his big homies and all that to say, yo, come here to talk. You got to talk to me. You come talk to me. You a man. You got your gang with you. You walk up to me and you do what you got to do. Like, that's not what he wanted to do. I would have him up. And that's on crib. Am I going to stand up and fight 50 rip you up, stab you up, then you be looking like a dickhead after for Instagram. Got it. Listen, for the record, too, I'm not no GS9. I'm GSC. Gangsta Stone Cold. Real life. Not no mother GS9. Without GSC, you wouldn't be no GS9. I was outside before every that claimed GS9. That's a fact. I don't give a f***. Say no Instagram, no rap cap. I was outside before every last that claimed GS9. Putting on. Putting the...
All right, anyway.
Yo.
Who is this?
We got a couple people with us. A couple good members.
I'm in the house. Philly, this is us.
Say what's up, brother.
What up?
Yeah, love is love, nigga.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Never thought I'd be in Marcy with Hitter.
You know what it is, nigga.
Let's
Tell him
go.
Hitter did it. Nigga, don't make them doors slide on the
Yeah,
you know what it is, nigga.
Ain't this nigga supposed to be on tour with Kendrick?
Yeah, you know what it is, nigga. Peace Street, nigga.
Marcy, son.
Hey, you know we stamp shit. We stamp shit.
Yeah.
That part. Pull up anywhere, nigga.
That part. No problem, no problem.
Tano Nota, here's the shirt, bro.
Thanks, dog. Appreciate it, man.
People, Tano Nota, do it.
Okay.
All right. Yo, Tim, what's up? Tim, we outside, nigga. Talk about it. Outside, nigga.
Damn, Adam brought up the hood.
All right. LG, get in there. A lot of niggas are going to race. My son Johnny Pizzle worked the last one. That's my big old Hold on, Coach. You met me the job. You started selling crack like on the bar, nigga. Hey, listen, Shice brought me the... Hold on, John can't show...
It's like a self-snitching central. Yo, he's a nigga I used to sell crack with. He's a nigga I did my first shootout with. That nigga over here, we used to like snort. Nah, I'm good.
John can't show his face. John can't show his face, you heard? When he brought me the job, we started selling crack forever, nigga.
Yo, could somebody remind Bobby, you did this already. When you drop Hot Nigga and you said, Rasha, he the one. Yo, you ever read the lyrics to Hot Nigga? That shit was like poetry, bro. Hot Nigga lyrics. This shit was poetry. Like I talked to Shiesty when I shot niggas. I seen him twirling, he drop nigga. And we keep them 9 millies on my block, nigga. Monty, he keep it on him. He done drop niggas. Trigger, oh man, Trigger be wildin'. He's some hot nigga. Tones, oh shit, Tones? Tones know to get it busy. Tones know to get busy with them Glocks, nigga. Trying to run down, you can get shot, nigga. Running through these checks till I pass out. Shorty, give me your neck. Hold on. What is that? I've been selling crack since the 5th grade. Jaja told me to flip them packs and how to maintain. Get that money back and spend it on the same thing. Oh, shit. Said free Jeezy, though. Let all my dogs out. Mama said no pussy cats inside my doghouse. That's what got my daddy locked up in the dog pound. Free Phantom, though. Let all my dogs out. Not gonna lie. This is definitely a self-snitching anthem, but it's good. I love it. I'm a Trigger. I'm a Rasha with A-Rod. Broad daylight, we gonna make them things bark. Tell them niggas free Michi, ho. Subwave, free Jeezy, ho. And tell my niggas from Murder Team and ho, Mitch, he caught a body about a week ago. Nah, this is an epic song. It's an epic song. Okay. All right. You know, I'll be tuned into whatever Adam got going on there. I definitely like when, you know, Adam he loves the hood. You know what I mean? I don't love the hood like that. I can't even lie to you. I do not love the hood like that. Okay. We're going to get into the DDG. The DDG has some situation that happened in Houston. I'll get to that in a second. Somebody told me I should watch this video. What video is this? It's a Meek Mill video? Okay.
It's a lot.
Okay, this shit 47 minutes long. I'm not watching all this. For whatever reason, they said this is a good watch. Let's see. Let me speed it up.
Hey, what's up, King Son? Man, you doing it, man. You deserve it, Daddy.
This is supposedly a Meek and Diddy video.
You putting in that work. Proud of you. I love you. Yeah.
Okay, let's address the elephant in the room, all the allegations. Are you attracted to men or women?
It depends on my mood, my vibe.
Is it true that you've had sexual relations with Meek Mill?
I can't tell you that.
That's the edited clip.
It seems as though Meek Mill finally hit a breaking point when he came forward and revealed how Diddy had allegedly duped him into making some outrageous accusations. When Meek's name was dragged, the drama really got going due a lawsuit against Diddy in which they allege a variety of heinous crimes, including drugging and sexual assault, of which Meek was allegedly one of the victims.
One of the big topics coming out of this week was a producer that worked with Diddy named Lil Rod did a lawsuit. And in that lawsuit, he alleged a lot of things. One of which is that he was slipped one of the famous drinks that Diddy does, and then he woke up feeling like something had happened to him during the night. I can't say the word on YouTube, but people know what I'm talking about. And he also alleged that Meek Mill and Diddy had a relationship, a sexual relationship. I wanted to see if you had read any of this, or if you had any reaction to people actually coming out now and saying that Diddy does stuff with men that's not just the Cassies and the escorts and whatnot.
Well, yeah. You know, I love y'all when y'all act like this on YouTube, like y'all haven't been hearing Reggie Wright speak on this stuff. I told y'all, I said, real soon, it's gonna start coming out about men. Because Puffy is not paying for male escorts, ordering up male escorts if he's not doing it for his enjoyment. You only order up female escorts.
All right, man. That's enough of that video. We know all we need to know about Meek. Apparently, Adam is letting his girl get a second try at it. Apparently, she has announced that she's fucking the same dude again.
Guess who I'm shooting with today, guys? I guess it's not finally happening, but it's happening again. Guess who I'm shooting with today, guys?
All right, respectfully, you can't hit the same lick twice. I'm not gonna cap with you. Lena, unless you just like fucking this dude, you gotta pick another Negro to fuck. We don't want to see you fuck this guy again. You gotta let Whack 100 hit it, or Flacco. You gotta switch it up. There was this taboo understanding that you fucking somebody else when you have a husband is crazy, so we all tuned in. This time around, you pulling back up for seconds is not that entertaining. You gotta get another guy. I'm sorry. We've been hit with this trick already. So, who y'all think should have been the person she was fucking? Yeah, it got to be like Flacco. Whack 100 would have been good. Fat Boy SSC. Who else? Yeah, I don't really. I mean, you know how jaded you become when I don't even look at Adam crazy for this no more. I'm like, I think they're in a business marriage. Like I've listened to Adam talk about her, and you know, or maybe Adam's a psychopath. I don't hear that burning desire of love like I can't keep my hands off of you. I love you with all my soul. Once I heard they said that pretty much all their finances are separate and they supposedly married, what was the fucking point? So I don't know. Hopefully she makes a shit ton of money, and it works. But me, I'm checking out of watching her fuck the same guy twice. For all she's doing, she might as well fuck other guys. Like, you know what I mean? Fuck an athlete or something like that. You know who I think will do OnlyFans with her? Like Antonio Brown. I think he'd do an OnlyFans with her. Okay. Don't care about that much. All right, spam some topics, chat. They killed Loki Shmula's baby while it was in his arm? Really? You're serious? Wow. Okay, now you didn't feel bad. Okay, let's see what else is going on out here. This is Ciara. The whole time I thought her ass was about to dance. Does she still make new music? I'm kind of. She's more synonymous for being Future's baby mom and Russell Wilson's wife. I seen this new thing. Supposedly, they claim that Vanessa Bryant, the late or the wife of late legendary basketball player Kobe Bryant, they claim Vanessa Bryant was pregnant. Okay, and there was a bunch of videos floating around. I don't know where the rumor started at, but Vanessa Bryant pregnant. People were definitely taking it serious. A lot of people were upset. I seen people make a couple of videos kind of reacting to it. Let me see if I can find it.
There is no credible evidence or confirmation that Vanessa Bryant is pregnant in 2025.
Yeah. And by the way, this was an erroneous piece of news, but people somehow took it because I think people just wanted to hear the bullshit. Let me see if I can find. There was a video I was watching, somebody was reacting to it. They were so upset. Anyway, people said, who started this Vanessa Bryant is pregnant rumors? Somebody says men are throwing a tantrum and berating her over a Facebook rumor of her being pregnant. And they're supposed to be the superior gender. Somebody says, I'm cracking up at y'all because people appalled because Vanessa Bryant's allegedly pregnant. Like, what? Was she supposed to be a cocoon in the corner forever? People can't move on? No. Vanessa Bryant can't get pregnant again. Same with Lauren London. There's no more kids. While you sit as the matriarch of that man's legacy, yeah, nobody could put another baby in your belly. It's over. Again, not trying to be sexist. It's just kind of makes sense. Now, if you were just living your life on the side, you can do whatever you want to do. But we all know when it comes to Nipsey's legacy, Lauren London is still, the queen. She's the widow. Same with the legacy of Kobe Bryant. By the way, they got paid multiple millions of dollars because the police officers there took pictures of the crash or the bodies or the corpses that came out of the crash and sent them around. And that money that was paid out as a settlement got given to Vanessa Williams. Yeah, she can't get pregnant again. Stop it. Now, and by the way, I'd go as far as to say, out of sheer respect, if she's dealing with someone, she should keep it chill. She should keep it quiet. Not that she can't do nothing. It's just that you have to understand the role you're playing. And life ain't fair, okay? Anyway. She addressed it, by the way, by posting a picture. And the picture she posted, she says, me protecting my peace, not pregnant, and having fun all summer. All right? By the way, that picture was also associated with this Rihanna picture with the middle finger up. showing that she's taking a drink, and now people could clearly speculate she's not pregnant at all. Okay, so it was a fake rumor. Again, I'm not gonna go as far to say she could, because some people are like, yo, what's the problem if she gets pregnant? No, I think that's violation. Same with Lauren London. They could date, they could do whatever they want, but publicly, while y'all are enjoying the fruits of that man's labor and how ultimately he sacrificed his life, or not necessarily sacrificed, but how his life was taken, you got to have some respect for his legacy, his family, and keep whatever the hell you got going on. As long as you're that matriarch, you got to keep that under wraps. So if you're fucking with somebody else, keep it under wraps, and I don't think you could have another child, okay? We're going to judge you otherwise. Now, they can do what they want, but we're just going to judge you, all right? All right, so that was a fake-ass rumor. Some Diddy shit here. Okay, let's see what else. Mia's child. Intercontinental. Wait, this is the Intercontinental? Oh, my bad. I'm my bad. No, this is a story. I was about to say, what the fuck? All right. Okay, so let me show you this DDG thing real quick. So DDG went to something called DreamCon, okay? And when he was at DreamCon, somebody decided to troll him. And the troll that they try to use with him is a very popular troll that people have used about him that was most made popular by this other YouTuber called Soluminati. Soluminati is a very powerful YouTuber and really very popular. He's a hilarious guy. When he was kind of going at it with DDG, he came up with a name or a spelled out acronym for what he felt DDG stood for. According to him, he said DDG really stands for do garbage. Now, since then, DDG and Soluminati have kind of seemingly almost pieced it up. They're both on like Twitch and they're both streaming, and I've heard just both of them speak positively about each other, okay? Now, their beef was really a little bit complex because if you remember the hit song that DDG had, Moonwalking in Calabasas, some people used to knock him for this, but he was dissing YouTubers. Like there was a part where he says, hold on. Where's the, oh, I think this is it. It says, if we beef, I'ma fuck you, bitch. All the niggas I beef on the internet, I hit up they bitches and get them wet. Call her Uber, I hit him and send him back. Do it in silence because players ain't into that. He says, no, oh, I hit this bitch on the low. Oh, she says your dick game was so-so. And that was like the subliminal towards Soluminati. And she told me that you broke. Oh, that's tough, right? And that's tough is Soluminati's catchphrase. He always like, yo, that's tough. That's his thing. Anyway, so they kind of like, DDG dropped a song, which pretty much a hit song. And he did Soluminati there, but Soluminati took a break, did the spiritual soul shit, and came back around. And now everybody loves Soul, and everybody loves DDG, and it looks like they're not beefed anymore, okay? So I set out to say, the guy who started this thing called doo-doo garbage doesn't even say it anymore. Okay, so now DDG goes to Houston, and when he goes to Houston, it appears that he gets trolled in real life by a fan who's trying to make fun of him being called doo-doo garbage. Now, it didn't turn out too well. I don't know if I have the full video. By the way, hold on. I'm going to also play what Soul says later, but let me see if I can play the whole clip. What's the whole clip? Right here? Does anybody have the whole clip? Maybe I can find that easier on. Okay, here we go.
I got banned from the event.
Now, okay, so we'll watch this. And by the way, this is the guy who got swung on. Just a spoiler, he's not ready to sue. Okay?
Man, I can't go back now, and I'm not sure if I can go back next year, which I hope I can. I spent a lot of money coming over here trying to have fun with my people. And I'm not sure if he got banned from the event, which I assume he did, because that goes with his people. But I gotta let you know now. I gotta take legal action against him or his brother, somebody out here. That's unacceptable for real. They done broke my chain.
Okay.
Does not know, and it's.
So here's the video in question, right? DDG streaming. He's streaming, and then he walks up to a guy or walks past a guy who spams or screams out doo-doo garbage.
And it turned out that they ended up fighting.
You hear that? Doo-doo garbage.
Hey, calm down. Calm down with that doo-doo garbage shit. Calm down.
Somebody says, calm down with that doo-doo garbage shit. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. This individual over here is called Dub. Now, this is DDG's blood brother. And I got to be honest with you. Big W to his brother. Because, again, number one, DDG he's not only one of the few creators on YouTube who, DDG one of them niggas who everybody in his family got put on when he got on. Like, he put everybody on. Put his brothers on. He put everybody on. He had a family channel. Like, he was one of those dudes. Now, why that actually incentivized this situation is that his brother ain't going to sit by and let the moneymaker and also your brother get disrespected by some trolls who think it's free game or easy for them to just troll you. So he says to DDG, you want me to go handle this nigga? You heard what he said? And let's see what happens. And you hear what DDG says. Go check him. And this nigga turns around immediately and is on that type of timing.
Hold this real quick. We got going. Mike, hold this. Hold this. What you say? What we got going?
Now, you can't see the video, and there's another angle. Oh, this is the guy right here. All right.
Hold this real quick. We got going. Mike, hold this. Hold this. What you say? What we got going?
Now, this guy got to be the biggest dummy of the century. And if you're going to troll, you got to take social cues a little bit better. If you get surrounded by a group of men who are now saying, what you say, homie? Don't allow the niggas to put their phone in their pocket, put their keys in another pocket, take their little satchel off, stretch. This guy's an idiot. I get it. A lot of people troll online. But if you're going to bring your trolling to real life, you got to have some social awareness. You got to know when it's time to run. I'm not saying you can't run. I'm not saying you can't troll. But you got to know when you finna get an ass whooping. They're now surrounding you. And one nigga, you're allowing him, look. Look. So the brother's here, the guy is here. And then this guy, he's going to jump in because he's with DDG and them. DDG's right here. They're going to allow this nigga to take off his camera bag. Look. All right, hold this real quick. Hold this. The nigga handed over the camera too. Yo, hold the camera. Get the angle. This is where the troll should have been. I'm going to just get the fuck out of here. He's still looking like, oh, what we finna do? A collab? A TikTok? What we doing here? What we doing here, people? No. The brother's right here in his blind spot, and he's busy with this guy who's taking his shit off. And then here we go now. Once again, so he says, what did you say? Of course, he's trying to be gangster. He looks at DDG, who's straight ahead of him, and he said, I said, doo-doo garbage. And this guy right here, I don't know if you can see him, the brother, he winds up, he does a cock back from hell. Look at this. Look at this, Shaq. Look.
What we got going?
Look. So he asked him. This guy's social awareness is on zero. The biggest threat was always this guy. He's looking at DDG. Yeah, see, he says it again. Watch this nigga right here. He's gonna cock back from hell. Watch. Oh, shit.
No recording.
DDG, stream over. Stream over. Nah, WDDG. Hold on, don't try to get me out of here. My brother is in a squabble. He's squabbling. I'm low-key ready to squabble.
Watch out, watch out, watch out.
Where's that go?
Where should go?
Where the crowbar's at? He got a head.
Okay.
Man, that nigga he needed. Bro, you just seen us get in a fight, bro. What's the
So that was the
Now, W Security still. W Security. And by the way, there's another clip of like the fight in a better angle. W Security, because the security was trying to make sure DDG wasn't hurt. And this is what I tell you about security. Security is only going to protect one person. The rest of the crew could go squabble. Where's the clip from the fight? The clip is where? Where's the clip, y'all? Don't tell me Instagram took that shit down. No, it's right here. Look.
Oh, don't come back, nigga. You can't run.
It's a different angle. I think this nigga thought this was a skit. Look at this nigga face right here. He knew what was up.
Wait, what is this?
This is where I knew this nigga was retarded. Doo-doo garbage. The nigga puts his phone away. He says, what is this? He's getting ready to knock you the fuck out. You hear this guy? Oh, what is this? What do you mean, what is this?
Oh, don't come back, nigga. You can't run from the
Look. Look.
What is this?
What do you mean, what is this?
What we got going?
Niggas is saying, hold this real quick. He's seen niggas put their phones away. Wait, what's going on? What's going on? I think this is obvious, chat. Yo, hold this. All right, hold on. Let me put this in my pocket real quick. What do you think they about to do? Play rock, paper, scissors, shoot with you?
What you say? What we got going?
Doo-doo garbage. I got
Oh my God. He knocked the Mario coins out of that nigga. Yo, he punched that nigga so hard he got to run and start. Oh shit, I was running this way anyway. Hold on, guys. I'll be back. You should have been jogging all along. I'll catch you niggas later. That punch gave that man a running start.
What's up? Oh, don't come back, nigga. You can't run from the club.
Wait, what is this?
What we got going?
What you say?
What we got going?
Doo-doo garbage. I got
Bone Thugs and Harmony has.
What's up?
Chat.
Hey, what's up?
Now, for whatever reason, I feel like I've seen this guy before. Chat, do I know this guy? Like, he looks familiar.
Y'all probably saw me at DreamCon earlier across y'all phone screens getting assaulted by DDG, his brother, man, one of his friends or something like that. I want to just go ahead and come out here to tell y'all how that whole thing started. So boom, I'm standing there, me and my boy standing in the vendor hall, we chilling. See DDG walking by, and it's whatever. I heard about DDG before. I heard the name, heard the term doo-doo garbage before. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking it'd be funny, just a little joke to do. Alright, so I call him doo-doo garbage from around the way. His homeboy stopped.
Let me play the full video. He made a whole video about it. Or maybe that is the whole video. Never mind.
Come back, his brother. Doug stopped, go on ahead, come back. Tried to press me about what I said. He said, what you said? I said, doo-doo garbage. What you said? Doo-doo garbage. Push the shit out of me. Hey, what's up, y'all? Y'all probably saw me.
I think he punched you, bro.
I gotta take legal action against him or his brother, somebody out here. That's unacceptable. For real. They done broke my chain. I'm banned from the event. I'm over here. They Glass is gone. I ain't got the glasses no more. The glasses made my whole fit. Come on.
So why did you call him doo-doo garbage? Like, why did you say that?
I thought it was all jokes. I've never seen DDG react like that in the past. Never seen him tell anybody go do something to anybody else. So I'm thinking it's all good. It's all cool. I seen him throw some gloves to some people that said it to his face a few times. You know, even if he did that, I would have been like, hey, my fault, man. Whatever, went along my way. But he didn't want to do that. I can't lie. His brother came up to me and started putting his hands on me. He saw, I gotta take legal action again.
Okay, so he wants to take legal action. Okay, now, Soluminati had reacted to this, and I'll speak on a lawsuit in a second. Let me see. What does Soluminati say?
Be careful, nigga, because the industry will capitalize off of this shit, bro. Be careful. You already got a lot of heat on you, dog. Seriously. Y'all know this? Remember, the industry is paying close attention to DDG for any reason. They looking for something. That nigga life is too good after they canceled him. Nigga won MVP for Streamer University and all type of shit. The industry is looking at this nigga like this. DDG already got eyes on him. Bro, DDG, be
okay.
Dub though for standing up for your bro. Shit. DDG already got eyes on him. Bro, DDG, be careful, nigga, because the industry will capitalize off of this shit, bro.
Okay, so I know that dude is feeling like a dickhead. And here's the thing. Because the guy who started it is not even saying, man, why are you doing that to somebody who used the term that I made up? Look what he does.
Back when I made doo-doo garbage, or back when I said that, it was just a joke. I wasn't even on the internet really at the time. I wasn't streaming at all either. I didn't know that shit was that serious. I mean, it ain't that serious, but supposedly somebody called this nigga DDG doo-doo garbage. And they say his brother went crazy.
That's a new angle.
I was about to put my headphones in.
That's a new angle. Well, let me be fair here too. This dude has a slam dunk lawsuit against DDG. I'll tell you how shit like this goes, okay? I'm going to just be honest with you. Number one, buddy, you could get $30,000 off of this. I'm going to keep it a beat. Just 30. This ain't $1 million. This ain't 500,000. They'll give you 30. They might even just throw you a 20 ball. Okay? DDG's making these days $60,000, $70,000 a day off Twitch. He's good. Okay? He could pay this. It's fine. Now, there's two ways to do it. Have a lawyer hit him up. Tell him, I'm going to sue you. Do you want to pay legal fees? Or we could talk. You'll get your 20 ball right there. Okay? Or 30. If you're lucky. Now, if you think you're going to get 6 figures, and I've seen people say, oh, this is easy. It's going to be 6 figures. It ain't easy at all. And you're not going to get it. And I'll tell you why. To get that type of amount of damages, boy, you got to go to therapy. You got to show that you got CTE. You got concussions. You got all type of actual, maybe psychological, if not health damages. Show that you couldn't go back to your job no more. You lost wages. Show that your life was affected. And show, how much the embarrassment has cost you. I hate to judge a book by its cover, but that don't look like a nigga who gonna do all that. It don't look like a nigga who gonna do all that. He look like a nigga who's gonna do a couple videos, get probably paid $2,000 for an interview, go viral once or twice, talk about a lawsuit, and never sue, so he never even gets a settlement or never even sends a mediation thing for us. He ain't getting shit. So I think he's going to get his money in clout, not in necessarily court. Again, maybe he could prove me wrong, but also this ain't the greatest, easiest, and shut case, even though it's a good case for him. So for people who think this is a $100,000 case, $500,000, he could get $1 million, no, he won't. Okay? If I'm him, if you want to do that, your goal should be getting between 20 and 50,000, and I think 30 is about good. 30 or 25. All right? I will say I think DDG has to be a little bit careful, because what happens with incredible success comes people with their hands out. I'm pretty sure lawyers are going to hit this young man up today to say, yo, we could get you 100,000 or we could get you 200,000. You don't even got to pay us. We're going to just split whatever you make. You could get 70%, we'll take 30, or we'll take 50-50. So I'm pretty sure people are going to try to reach out to this young man trying to sue. DDG should be very mindful of that. DDG does have some accountability. To be honest, DDG asked his brother, or told his brother, instructed his brother to go check that. Remember, with all due respect to Dub, I don't think Dub has the wallet, the bank account, or the cachet that's needed for a lucrative lawsuit to probably what the liking of the guy wants. But 100% DDG does. So again, this is one of the reasons why it's better to roll around with security. You got your homeboy, now granted, this is his brother, so I think this is a little bit different. You got somebody, whether your brother or not, they're in your entourage, and it's seen on camera where you're probably instructing to do violence. They'll penalize you as if you did it yourself. So, again, I'll say W for Dub, which is DDG's brother. I think if DDG ever wanted to make an example, because sometimes these niggas, they'll do some shit to make an example, then put the proof of that example out that people don't play with them again. If that's the case, maybe they wanted to make an example that it's not cool to troll DDG. Remember when Russ was making examples when he he sent somebody to go assault, what do you call it again? He sent somebody to assault Adam 22. They caught Guap Dad 4000. They caught Smoke Perp. That was Russ trying to send an example. It's not going to be a popular thing to bully me without repercussions. So maybe that's what DDG was trying to do. But I would caution him from going from here on out that type of behavior, or that type of, you're on a live stream and you just have that conversation on live stream, is going to cost you more good than it will help you. So that's that. Anyway, did DDG talk about it? His name is Dub. Oh, and this is the full video, huh?
They did a passport trap. I didn't know what to do. I don't know where to go in here. There's an AMP. Huh? Oh, we gotta go upstairs.
We gotta walk. If we walk all the way down behind here and then cut through, and then go to the other gaming room, we can go upstairs.
Go upstairs. Yeah.
Thank you.
No problem.
And I believe this is DreamCon. You've never been to DreamCon? I haven't, but it's like a regular convention. It's like Complex Con. It's like most of the things with a con in the name. Fans get to come there, purchase exclusive stuff, see performances, see panels. It's just a meetup. It's thrown by RDC, the talented fellows over there, and they've built this into something that people love to go to.
Oh, yeah.
It looked like everything was cool.
Where you going? I want to go upstairs.
I want to go upstairs.
So y'all going straight? Okay. All right, y'all.
So, you don't want to try to leave out here? Let me cut through here, bro. What up, bro? What up, bro?
What up, Diddy?
I don't even know where to sign that at, bro.
Appreciate it, bro. You're a real one. You mention the PSP real quick.
That's what happened.
Calm down with that doodle garbage shit. Calm down.
It's funny how like you're in a lose in public. You let a fan troll you, they call you a bitch. You sock the fan out. Now you're a bully. And not only are you a bully, you're also someone who it costs yourself a lot of money because now somebody instantly wants to sue you.
One picture real quick. No, can I just check this nigga? Come on, check it. Can I just see the picture real quick? Yes, sir.
Check
No record.
Okay. And he continues like nothing happened. And I think Castanet supposedly, I think Castanet asked him what happened. Let's see. Oh, here you go.
About RDC World for inviting us to DreamCon. I didn't even get to enjoy the event, not even 25 minutes. So I'm just coming here to explain what happened from my point of view, what I heard.
By the way, I'm going to be honest with you as well. Now, I think his brother, this is exactly why dudes have these crash out dummies on their team. Because I know some people are going to say, well, DDG can't get sued because it's not him. Well, number one, it's his brother. Number two, any type of antagonizing thing was said at DDG. Number three, you're with him. And number four, DDG said, check him, right? This, like, again, if there was some random dude that's walking in the entourage of DDG and he just socked him, DDG has a good case to say, I didn't tell the nigga to do that, right? But he's live streaming and that's his brother who did it, right? So it's different.
What I seen and why things went the way they went. So I want to see before we got there. So I landed yesterday at 2:30.
Okay.
Viewed, and they try to look at you and get a clip from you instead of just coming up to you like a real human. Now, if I seen someone at, for example, let's say you worked at McDonald's and you was flipping fries. And instead of me just minding my business, just saying hey or getting my fries, I'd be like, put the fries in the bag, bro, or look at what I got on. You can't afford that working at McDonald's. That's what people treat creators as. They treat creators as if I'm not a real person. The only thing I'm doing is not wasting, but using my time and energy to entertain you. So if I'm acting a certain way on the internet, that is not me in real life. It's just the persona that you liked from me on the internet. So I think when people see me, my brother, or everybody we hang around and we make jokes and that's the type of content we make, I think when you see me in person, I think that you think that it's okay to say that. Sometimes I never react. But just like on Twitter comments, Instagram comments, all these people got their own opinion, but saying that to a man over and over and over is bound to something is gonna happen. So let me get into the story. What happened is that me and Tiny was filming, but we lagged out. So let me get into the story. So basically, me and Tiny went to DreamCon with my brother because I was invited to DreamCon, and yesterday was my first time going. So we walking through, my brother sees Senna. I hear the person we got into the incident with. I hear him. I see him. At first I didn't, whatever. We continue to walk. We make a whole loop. We take hundreds and hundreds of pictures, take a whole loop. When we're finally getting to where we're the creators in the VIP section, this dude is like, I guess you call like hackling. Like he's like following us. He's saying these things. But when he's saying these things, I realize that he's not by himself. He's with 5 people. And he's saying these things and saying these things. And when I look back, he's not in front of his crowd, he's behind him. So I tell my brother, like, did you hear that? And he was like, yeah. So as we keep walking, he's saying the exact same thing over and over. Now mind y'all, me, I know how to, it doesn't matter how I handle what goes on in my life, but my brother, let's be honest, right now he's one of the most popular people on the internet, and he still goes out and do his entertainment every single day. So for him, he got a lot going on. He got legal stuff going on. He got his image that he trying to uphold. And then me being his real brother, I care more. I have to deal with his feelings and what he got going on because that's my real brother. If he's going through something, I'm going through something. If he's stressed out, I got to be stressed out because that's my brother. Just like my mom, just like with my sister. Everything that we go through as a family, we go through together. So when I see someone harassing him and bringing up something, I'm trying to de-escalate the situation. So let me approach you as a human. Let me approach you as a man and say, hey, bro, chill out. And when I'm saying that, you hackle and say, disrespect me. So you disrespect me and then you disrespect my brother. Now I'm asking, hey, bro, chill out, bro. You following us saying the same thing. I don't know if you're trying to get a clip.
And then it's not even that. We with like 10 people, right? And he pushing and pulling other people out the way to try to say what he got to say.
Yeah, like provoking me as if I'm not a man. And then this is what I want to say. When I asked him, what did he say? I see him pulling up his pants and I see the 5 dudes behind him. So if you got any type of
social cues,
conscience, or if you've ever been in that situation where you finna get jumped, what do you do? So let me tell you this. If it was a situation where we could have had a conversation, there was no reason why Tiny would have gotten that situation. Tiny is a quiet dude, as y'all know.
Be chilling.
So when I asked him, hey, bro, I'm asking him to chill. You yelling the same thing over, bro, chill. I understand you trying to get your clip or whatever, but chill. Because all these people was using my brother as clickbait. All this shit this nigga got going on. And you doo-doo garbage. Diddy you this, Diddy you that, blah, blah, blah. While walking through DreamCon, we was there for no longer than 20 minutes. So when I walk up to him, his homies walk behind me. Tiny see that. So you can explain that part.
Yeah, so his homies kind of, y'all can't see it on camera, but his homies kind of like surround us. And then when it happened, he, like I said, he's standing on what he's saying, and then he kind of provoking even more and kind of like saying it aggressively. And then all of his homies around it, why they didn't do nothing? I don't know.
I honestly think that if it would have went, I think he thought it was gonna go a type of way. I think he was just gonna say what he wanted to say. Cause as I'm asking him, like, yo, chill. And and he said something, I didn't hear him. I'm like, what did you say? And he's saying aggressive. And I can see his homies. So what I do is once he get closer to me, I push him. I guess Tiny ended up seeing all the homies before me. So he tell Johnny, hold my stuff real quick. And then we proceeded to protect ourselves. The thing that I think happened is that the way you wanted it to go in your head, I just don't think you registered fast enough. What y'all don't see is after that happened, the 4 homies that he was with jumped on us.
Yeah, that's the footage y'all didn't see.
That's what I say, like,
that's what y'all didn't see.
I mean, I'm not gonna say that. I'm gonna say, like, I'm not gonna lie. I feel like his homies was hoes. I'm being honest, because it's 6. It was 5. It was 5 in the back and then 1 of him. The 6 homies jumped us, right? And the thing is that they didn't do nothing. They grabbed it. I'm thinking it's security how I'm getting grabbed, but I'm like, damn, this is the situation I knew we was gonna get in from the beginning, because his attitude and his demeanor was, I need this reaction out of these.
This nigga sound just like DDG. I ain't gonna hold you. All right. Okay, cool. I think we got it. All right. Enough is enough. Let me see what else is going on. Yo, did you see the shit with the prison inmates? So, like, there's a bunch of prisoners that escaped. And there's, like, 2 left. They arrested everybody, right? Like, let me show you the prison escape footage. They just ran out of that bitch. I don't even know how it happened. Supposedly somebody, like, literally, I think, didn't close the back door. And they just ran out of prison.
Of jail in New Orleans after escaping through a hole in a wall. 2 of the prisoners can be seen breaking through a door into one of the prisoners' cells, where the hold of freedom had been made, after a guard had stepped away briefly for food. In the early hours of the morning, the men can be seen sprinting out of the jail after using blankets to jump over the barbed wire fences. They were last seen running across a motorway, narrowly missing passing cars. 3 of the men have been recaptured, while 7 others are still on the run.
Now, what happened is that a bunch of them has been recaptured, honestly. They captured. There was 3 that were walking, and by the way, one of the only 2 that's left is this guy, but they were just seen walking down the street. You know what I mean? They was walking down the street. One of them was caught. One of them was caught on a bench somewhere. Like they were on a bench at a bus stop. Let's look. Prisoner, bus stop. I think it was on a bench. Prisoner, bench. He was just laying on the bench. Did y'all see? Look.
You with this man. Brother, you alright? Straight.
Yo, the nigga got free and couldn't find a good place to sleep, and basically just allowed himself to get locked back up to go back to jail, man.
Man, I just was by this man.
So yeah, he got locked back up. One of them, for Memorial Day, he was in the pool. They've been trolling the cops like, bruh, y'all not finna catch us. They're having pool parties. Let me see. Prisoner. Oh, let me just put inmate pool. Where's the fucking video? No. Prisoner pool. Oh, no, I can't find it. Where is it? Let me just type escape. Because they made a video taunting the cops. I just can't find it now. Okay, whatever. Anyway, this guy is now making a plea, and he's still free. They've captured supposedly, like it was 12. They've captured everyone but 2 people. He's now making a plea with Trump and other people. Listen to this.
I'm one of the ones that was let out of GC. What I want to talk about today is for this, why I was in Orleans Parish Jail. All type of stuff going on and they covering it up. They don't care about nothing in the state of Louisiana. This is something that need to go under a federal investigation. What's going on? How they having cases? Why Antoine Massey was in jail if the woman, the victim, the grown woman, not a child, the grown woman stated that he never raped her. He never beat her. He was nowhere in her presence. This is the affidavits on the date right here. This is the drop form from the district attorney office. This woman when did this. I didn't do this. Look, it's legally dated. So I'm asking please for help. Young Boy, Meek Mills, people, LBL, you know what I'm saying? People that been through the system that know it's corrupt. Lil Wayne, Donald Trump, please, I'm asking for help. You know what I'm saying? When I get back in custody, I'm asking y'all please to come and help. You feel what I'm saying? I'm asking the world I'm letting y'all know I'm not a raper, man. I'm not none of that.
Wait, is he charged for rape? Or I guess convicted since he's in prison? Why this nigga not in Cuba yet, man? He said he ain't escaped. He was let out. Oh, y'all can't see what I mean? Oh, my bad. Did y'all not see the video? That nigga said he ain't escaped. He was let out. Let me see what his charges are. This is the video. I think it's taken down now. Oh my God. But apparently they're saying that they were made aware of the video. And they're saying, what is he charged for? There's a $50,000 reward for his capture. Wow. Let me play the original thing. Sorry, Chad.
Orleans at 5 begins with breaking news.
Good evening. We begin with breaking news about Antoine Massey, one of the 2 Orleans Parish jail escaped inmates still on the run. Authorities are now reviewing an Instagram post in which a man who calls himself Antoine Massey speaks at length about the escape and some of the previous charges against him. Investigative reporter Mike Perlstein joining us now in studio to talk about all these dramatic developments. Mike.
Well, that's right, Devin. We have confirmed that federal and state law enforcement authorities are reviewing this social media post, and they are taking it seriously. In the Instagram post, which appears to be recorded as it plays on a cell phone, a person with the same facial tattoos as Massey talks about being let out of the jail, names a female who was arrested for accessory to his escape, and claims his innocence on domestic violence charges he is facing in both.
Oh, so he's claiming he didn't escape. So he's snitching on the person who allowed them to escape, which, by the way, there was a woman that got arrested. There's a woman that actually got arrested. Let me see if I can find it. 2 accused of helping the escapees. I think this is this woman. And they gave her a $100K bond. Wow.
Orleans and St. Tammany parishes. He also shows court paperwork regarding his cases. Here's a portion of the video being scrutinized by law enforcement.
Going to day, my name is Antoine Massey. I'm one of the ones that was let out of Orleans Parish jail where they said I escaped, right? All right, what I want to talk about today is that I learned that they locked a woman up for saying that she was supposed to be helping me in any nature. Her name is right? Now is the victim to my case in St. Tammany. What they say, the kidnapping, the 2nd-degree rape, the 2nd-degree kidnapping.
Now, the video goes on for many more minutes and covers a wide range of topics, including requests for help by everyone from rappers to President Donald Trump. And as you saw,
the video got taken down.
This person, calling himself Antoine Massey, knows all about the specific charges being faced by the escapee, as well as the arrest of an alleged accomplice. Once again, Devin, we have confirmed that this video is in the hands of state and federal law enforcement, and they are taking it very seriously.
Yeah, and there's a lot for them to digest here. So what can law enforcement do with?
Yo, why don't them dudes just go to just go to Mexico? Pay one of them coyotes and get over to Mexico. Antoine Massey, pool. Nigga was at a pool party, bro. It's a hit right here.
I'm about to hit this. So you've been gone. I've been gone for 14 summers, man. Yeah, but I ain't swum since 2006.
Nah, this is an old video because he got hair now. This nigga habitual jail attender, huh? Nah, that's not current because he got hair now. Let me see.
Spotted Antoine Massey. Now, Massey is one of 2 escapees still on the run after breaking out of a New Orleans jail almost 2 weeks ago. 8 others have been caught. He carries a rap sheet dating back almost 20 years that includes the domestic abuse and theft charges he was in custody for at the time of his escape. Massey has escaped 2 other jails in the past. His sighting has brought in multiple law enforcement agencies from Louisiana on top of local officers. The other escapee still on the run is Derek Groves, a convicted murderer, but there have been no reported sightings of Groves in Mississippi. Now, if you see either of the escapees, you're asked to call your local law enforcement immediately. I'm reporting live in Natchez, Crystal Tisme, 16 WAPT
Now, the other guy
News.
who is the other guy who's still on the loose is this guy.
Wednesday, Jamar Robinson's family celebrated his birthday. 2 days later, they were in hiding after finding out that the man convicted of his murder had escaped from prison.
Derek Groves' name echoed through New Orleans, whispered in fear and spoken with anger. He wasn't just another criminal. He was one of the city's most notorious figures. For years, his reputation had been carved into the streets. 4 men killed, multiple drug trafficking charges, and deep ties to violent crews. His story was tangled in a web of gang connections and deadly hits that left neighborhoods trembling. And now, after escaping from the Orleans Parish jail, that fear had turned into panic. The city braced itself. Families of his victims, still grieving years later, faced the nightmare of him being free again. Prosecutors, exhausted by years of trials, feared what his freedom might bring: more violence and more pain. This was not just a jailbreak. It was a reopening of wounds that New Orleans hoped had finally begun to heal. And so, the manhunt for Derrick Groves is more than a search for a fugitive. It is a desperate effort to restore some sense of safety to a city still haunted by his violent past.
I'm uneasy.
Look, these have not been the most relaxing days since I found out from the media.
This is the story of a man, a monster, and a city on edge. Welcome.
So the other guy who jumped in the pool, that was an old video, but like the guy with the dreads or the whatever, who was making the video appealing to Youngboy, Meek Mill, and everybody else, he's the one of the two that are free still out of the 12, and then this guy is the other of the two that are free out of the 12, and they're saying this guy is a demon.
To the hunt for Derrick Woo Groves. But before we begin, if you find this video interesting, please give it a Groves grew up in the heart of New Orleans' lower 9th Ward, a place where survival wasn't guaranteed and danger lurked around every corner. The streets shaped him, toughened him. It was a neighborhood marked by struggle, where violence was part of daily life and loyalty often meant life or death. But Derrick's story wasn't just about the streets. His family carried a heavy burden. So, in 1994, Kim Groves, his grandmother, was murdered outside her own home. However, the killing was no random act of violence. It was orchestrated by a corrupt New Orleans police officer, Len Davis, who had been terrorizing the neighborhood for years. Davis, nicknamed the Desire Terrorist, ran a drug ring and used his position to cover up violence and crime. When Kim filed a complaint against him for police brutality, alleging he had beaten a young boy in the neighborhood, and it sealed her fate. Davis ordered a hit on Kim Groves. A hitman named Paul Hardy was sent to silence her. Kim was gunned down in cold blood right in front of her family home. The murder shocked the community, but for Derrick, who was born nearly 3 years later, the impact was personal and profound. Her death left his family shattered. Kim's children, Derrick's mother Jasmine, and his uncles Corey and Stephanie fought tirelessly for justice. They filed a federal civil rights lawsuit exposing the corruption that led to Kim's death. 23 years later, the city finally settled with the family for $1.5 million. But no amount of money could replace the loss or undo the pain. Neighbors remembered Derrick as a kid who seemed normal at first, just another boy in the neighborhood. One said, "He was just a kid trying to find his way, but the pain around him was heavy." Another family friend added, "That murder of his grandmother wasn't just a loss, it was a wound that never healed." The lower 9th Ward didn't just raise Derrick, it shaped his choices, his survival instincts, and the dark road he would soon take. However, Derrick Groves didn't become a killer overnight. His descent was slow, layered, and shaped by years of chaos around him. It started with small things: stolen bikes, street fights, and late-night runs with older boys who already had records. And by the time he was 17, the stakes were higher. In 2014, he was accused of shooting his own godfather, Christopher Bush. It happened in Holy Cross, and Bush was critically wounded. But before the case could go to trial, Bush was gunned down in a separate incident. He'd left behind a written statement absolving Derrick, but prosecutors said he only wrote it out of fear. The jury didn't buy the state's case, and Derrick was acquitted in a 10-2 vote. That was his first real brush with the system, and it didn't stop there. Then Groves became a name whispered around the 9th Ward. He was never the loudest, but people said he was smart and calculated. He kept his circle small and didn't talk unless he had to, and when he did speak, it was often in code. The streets taught him the rules: never show fear, never snitch, and never get caught slipping. He learned how to move like a ghost, quiet, fast, and always one step ahead. and by 2016, his name had started appearing in police reports tied to violent incidents, assaults, suspected drive-bys, and drug runs, but nothing stuck. He was slippery, and he knew it. Then came the alliances. One name kept showing up beside his: Kendall Barnes. Barnes had his own reputation, a known enforcer with ties to local crews. Together, they moved like shadows. There were whispers about paid hits, about Groves being the kind of man who handled problems permanently. His social media didn't help, and in several now-deleted posts, he rapped about doing hits, flashing signs, and dropping cryptic lines that sounded too real to be lyrics. One post went up just hours after a fatal shooting. People noticed and the feds noticed, and from that moment, Groves wasn't just another street name, he was a target, but he already knew how to play the game and he wasn't playing to lose. However, on the vibrant day of February 13th, 2018, Mardi Gras, the lower 9th Ward of New Orleans, was alive with celebration. Streets like St. Claude Avenue were packed with families and friends, and children played. Brass bands filled the air, and the community came together to mark a day of tradition and joy. Among those celebrating were two young men, Jamar Robinson and Byron Jackson. Jamar, 26, was known to many as a devoted father and a man who had worked hard to build a better life. After Hurricane Katrina, he returned home to New Orleans, balancing school and work as a patient transporter at a local health center. Despite the harsh realities of his environment, Jamar stayed clear of trouble and had no criminal record. His family described him as a baby, cherished and protected, the youngest of 3 siblings. Also, Byron Jackson, just 21, was affectionately known as Big Baby to his family because of his size and gentle spirit. A 2015 graduate of McDonald 35 High School, Byron had been accepted to Southern University at New Orleans to study business. His early life was marked by resilience. 2 years earlier, he had survived a shooting that left him wheelchair-bound for months. Yet Byron fought back, relearning to walk and pushing himself to reclaim normalcy. His family recalled him as full of life, deeply rooted in faith, baptized young and surrounded by love. That evening, Jamar and Byron were at a house party on St. Claude Avenue, surrounded by friends and neighbors. The mood was festive, the sounds of celebration all around. But at approximately 8:15 p.m., everything changed. Witnesses reported seeing 2 men armed with AK-47 assault rifles approach the crowd. Among them was Derek Woo Groves, alongside his known associate Kendall Barnes. The shooters weren't random. They had a target, a local heroin dealer named Richard Bam Green, accused of previous violence in the area, but Bam escaped unharmed that night. Instead, the bullets struck Jamar and Byron, 2 young men with no gang ties, caught in the crossfire of a war they had nothing to do with. Jamar was shot while sitting in a car with friends. Byron was also hit in the chaos that followed. 3 others were wounded and rushed to hospitals, but both Jamar and Byron succumbed to their injuries, Jamar at the scene, Byron after hours in intensive care. Also, Eric Robinson, Jamar's cousin and close friend to Byron, was also at the scene. He survived but was shot 5 times.
Wow.
In court, Eric testified about the surreal and violent moments, how he had noticed a suspicious car parked nearby and instinctively armed himself. When Groves and Barnes opened fire, Eric was hit but managed to fight back, firing his own weapon before falling. His courage was a stark contrast to the chaos around him. Other eyewitnesses recounted the panic, children and adults fleeing, the stunned silence after the gunfire, and the heartbreak as emergency services arrived too late for some. The community was rocked. A day meant for joy was forever marked by tragedy. After the shooting, Groves' social media activity raised serious alarm. Hours later, he posted a rap video lyrics boasting about doing hits and claiming responsibility for violence. Though the video was quickly deleted, investigators had already saved copies. Also, federal agents stepped in, coordinating with local law enforcement. They began a deep dive, tapping phones, tracking burner devices, tracing messages, and monitoring associates. Surveillance footage and GPS data placed Groves and Barnes at the scene. So, the prosecution built a meticulous case led by Assistant District Attorneys Forrest Ladd and Zachary Creel. They called on 3 brave eyewitnesses, including Eric Robinson, who identified Groves and Barnes as the shooters. Cell phone records dismantled Groves' alibi, and ballistics confirmed the use of the assault rifles recovered from the scene. However, the defense fought hard, challenging witness credibility and painting Groves and Barnes as elsewhere that night. They argued that key witnesses had incentives to lie, deals with prosecutors, criminal histories, and personal grudges. Multiple trials stretched over years. The first conviction in 2019 was overturned due to the new requirement for unanimous jury verdicts. So, a retrial in early 2023 ended in mistrial when a juror was found to have improperly consumed media coverage. Later that year, another trial deadlocked, prolonging the agony for the families. Through all the legal turmoil, the families of Jamar and Byron endured constant pain. Each delay, every courtroom drama, reopened wounds that never healed. But in October 2024, after 6 long years, the justice system finally delivered a unanimous verdict. Groves was found guilty on all counts and 2 counts of second-degree murder, 2 counts of attempted murder.
Groves was convicted last October of killing Byron Jackson and Jamar Robinson on Mardi Gras Day in 2018 in New Orleans' 9th Ward. He was given 2 mandatory minimum sentences of life in prison. Groves
came after a
All right. Okay. So that nigga's a murderer. All right, bet. Hey, Bobby, for a homie who's been he's been donating every time I stream. He's like, yo, Ack, you got to look into this Kesha and Dr. Luke case, okay? Now, I'm gonna try to see if I could play
Meet
some of
Lucas
this.
Sebastian
Okay.
got.
So we've been covering the Diddy case. There's a guy who's convinced that the story of Kesha mirrors the story of Cassie. Now, I believe the first time when he started donating about this was after I gave an ominous warning to female rappers who are, or really female artists who people will use the idea of having a career and having all the success over your head just to fuck you, and also use for compliance. That's when they started mentioning Kesha. I don't really know her full story. I didn't know she went to court. Let me see if I could get a little bit of this. So,
Otherwise known as Dr. Luke, one of the most powerful producers in the music industry. He gave you the soundtracks to your teenage years. Songs like TikTok, Since You've Been Gone, and Say So were created under his guidance. Back then, if you wanted a hit song, you called him. His sound literally defined an entire era, but behind the top records and the platinum plaques lay serious allegations of abuse, manipulation, and SA from one of his very own artists, Kesha, which we will be covering in detail today. These are the Dr. Luke files, and this is Like always, these are all just out of one place for your benefit. None of the claims presented later, like subscribe in Providence, Rhode Island to a loving Jewish family. His father, Janice, worked as an architect and his mom, Laura, an interior designer. Lucas's father was an immigrant from Poland, a World War II refugee whose family survived the Soviet Red Army and thereafter even the Nazi regime. On his mother's side, his grandparents were award-winning directors of marketing and creative art, with his grandmother even being one of the first female art directors.
All right, I'm going to skip past the intro about him. I want to just find out what the hell, He becomes successful. Song maker. Okay, let's get to the allegations.
Not factual evidence. And since this all stems from the decade-long case of Kesha versus Dr. Luke, we will now set the scene. They say the music industry can make dreams come true, but for one young woman, that dream became a nightmare she couldn't wake up from. Kesha Rose Siebert was born in Nashville, Tennessee, a bright, fiercely intelligent teenager. Kesha wasn't just chasing stardom, she was thriving. With near-perfect SAT scores, she was enrolled in the International Bachelorette program, auditing university classes in her spare time. A scholarship-bound overachiever with a dream, to make music that meant something. She wasn't a cliche high school dropout chasing a pipe dream. This girl had options, a future, and a family that supported her every step of the way. But then came Dr. Luke. But actually, in reality, it was Max Martin that encouraged Kesha to leave home. The lawsuit says Luke, but other sources say Martin. I quit high school at 17 and got my GED, which was kinda stupid, but I've been working ever since and I'm 23, so for 6 years. So that's not quickly. It's almost like a fourth of my life. She would say this after her first hit record, TikTok, put her name on the map. But more on that later. Regardless, the lawsuit says Dr. Luke saw something in Kesha. She had raw talent and the potential to be the next big thing. So he made her an offer she couldn't refuse. All she had to do was leave Nashville and trust him. And so, she did. When she left home, she signed with Dr. Luke's production company. But the moment she landed in LA, things changed. The promises of mentorship and guidance vanished. Dr. Luke was simply too busy with his high-profile acts, and Kesha's dream started to stall before it even began. Almost immediately, Dr. Luke began to show his true face. He told Kesha about how he'd take girls out on first dates, get them blackout drunk, and then assault them. He'd laugh about it, practically bragging about getting away with it. He told Kesha stories about forcing his pregnant wife to get an abortion, and when she refused, he cut his wife off emotionally, threatening to leave her. All this while he was out partying, cheating, and hooking up with other women. Court documents claim this was his strategy. Desensitize, demean, isolate. Dr. Luke completely embodied everything wrong with toxic masculinity. And like many other people I cover on this channel, these allegations just get much worse. According to court documents, Dr. Luke wasn't just grooming Kesha into being used to this kind of behavior. He was isolating her as well. Alone in LA, far from anyone she trusted, Kesha found herself completely at his mercy. He pressured her into drinking, even forcibly administering drugs and alcohol to Kesha. Not offering, not suggesting, forcing. He used intoxication as a tool to break her down mentally, physically take advantage of her, and make her dependent on him. He coerced her into a one-sided contract with his music publishing company, Prescription Songs, LLC, to exclusively control her services as a songwriter. And anytime she stepped out of line, he threatened to take away publishing rights to her own songs. A notable memory, according to Kesha, was the flight where he made her snort something before takeoff. Once on the plane, while she was out, he began groping her. She was so intoxicated that she vomited on herself mid-flight, embarrassing herself in front of rows of people. Another time, he gave her what he called sober pills after a night of drinking. She blacked out, woke up naked in his bed, bruised, sick, and sore, with no memory of what had happened the night before. Kesha called her mom in a panic and told her everything she could remember. That she was naked in his hotel room. That she thinks she's been... and she didn't know where her clothes were. They both agreed that she needed to go to the ER immediately. And later, she learned that those sober pills were actually more commonly known as the date drug. You see, Dr. Luke wasn't just called Dr. Luke for no reason. There was a running joke that he was the doctor because of how many drugs he could prescribe to people for a price.
But back to the incident.
When she confronted Dr. Luke about it, he didn't deny it. He told her that if she ever said a word about what he had done, he'd take away her music rights, her career, her money. And even worse, he'd come for her family, her mother, her brother, and even her dog. And since Luke had access to everything through their contract, he actually had the power to do it. Over the next 10 years, Kesha would endure a campaign of psychological warfare designed to make her feel worthless. Luke would call her a fat fucking refrigerator and humiliate her in front of others. Mock her looks, her voice, her intelligence. He'd say, "You're not that pretty. You're not that talented. You're lucky to have me." He controlled her music, every lyric, every note, every release. He'd promised to renegotiate her contract, especially after her debut album went platinum, but he'd always find an excuse to back out. And always, he'd blame her. He made her believe it was actually all her fault. She deserved this abuse, because let's face it, she would be nothing without him. which is really fucked up, but I'm sure none of you are surprised to hear this since it was so common to see in the past. If they didn't agree to do whatever the label wanted, they'd get shelved. If they didn't sell enough copies, they'd get shelved. But even Kesha, who was a platinum selling artist at this point, was treated like garbage. Dr. Luke's alleged abuse of Kesha was so bad that she developed bulimia. He'd constantly criticize her weight and force her to starve herself to maintain her image. And I know I mentioned that he threatened to go after her family, but I didn't fully explain how. They'd get shelved. Try it again. You see, Kesha's mother is actually a professional singer and songwriter herself. She's written for Dolly Parton, Joe Son, Pitbull, and of course her daughter as well. So Dr. Luke would threaten to take her mom, her songwriting partner, off of her tracks. And at any time Kesha even thought of fighting back, he'd remind her that he owned her, that she had no say in her art, no control over her body, her voice, her image, because of her contracts. And when her family tried to help her, he went after them too. He stole money from her brother's reality TV show and then threatened to shut it down if they didn't pay him off. He inserted himself into literally every corner of her life until she couldn't breathe without him watching. At one point during a meeting at a Malibu mansion, Dr. Luke exploded, literally in the middle of the room. Bad time for jokes. Okay. He had backed Kesha into a corner, thrashed his arms around and screamed, while she curled into a ball on the floor sobbing. And then she started to run away, barefoot down the Pacific Coast Highway. And because she was barefoot, she cut up her feet on the rocks and glass left on the street. She ran all the way up to the mountains just so that she could hide from Dr. Luke. Yeah.
You know, at first when y'all kept saying Dr. Luke, Kesha, I'm like, yo, now, you know who I was thinking about? I'm over here, my stupid ass over here thinking about Uncle Luke. I'm like, not Uncle Luke, bruh. Not I want to rock Uncle Luke. Anyway.
It's tough to listen to. He told her that Strike 1 was hiring a manager he didn't approve of. Strike 2 was trying to delay her second album until he kept his promise to renegotiate her contract. And Strike 3, she was utterly terrified of getting to Strike 3.
Basically, they were going to sit on my record unless I did what they wanted. And I was so frustrated because I literally said, anyone in the world but this one person. I will work with anyone you want to put in my path. Like, I love people. I think that's apparent. Like, I think I'm a nice person. That's apparent. But like, it was just this one thing. And I asked not to work with Dr. Luke just because I had not a good experience with him.
Sure.
And it was a one thing, and they just wouldn't even give it to me.
In January 2014, she entered rehab for bulimia nervosa, a disorder triggered and worsened by Dr. Luke's obsession with her being thin. Doctors said her blood pressure and sodium levels were so dangerous, they mimicked those found in stroke victims. She had PTSD, depression, and panic attacks. They told her that being around Dr. Luke was life-threatening. She left rehab in March 2014, but even then she was still under his control, legally bound to keep working with him. He used corporations, Prescription Songs, Cash Money, Kemosabe Records as weapons to keep her locked in. These companies didn't just fail to stop him, they helped hide the abuse, enabled it. Hell, they even allegedly benefited from it. Yes, allegedly. This is all from her initial court proceedings from October 2014, from the point of view of Kesha and her legal team. And as I said once before, some of the facts aren't actual factuals. Like the fact Max Martin was the one who actually convinced her to drop out and go to LA when she was 17. So as we go over the spark notes for this decade-long lawsuit, I'm going to present the facts plainly, not favoring either side. It's up to you to decide how to feel about it. Like, subscribe, here we go. As we mentioned before, on October 14th, 2014, Kesha filed the aforementioned lawsuit against Dr. Luke. But on the same day, Dr. Luke filed a countersuit against Kesha in New York Supreme Court, accusing her of defamation and breach of contract. He denied all allegations and claimed Kesha and her mother fabricated the abuse claims to force him to release her from her contract. He said the lawsuits are part of a campaign to smear his name and extort a better recording deal. Then in December 2014 to early 2015, the legal battle split between California and New York. This is significant because California is where Kesha filed her abuse claims, and Dr. Luke filed his defamation lawsuit in New York. He and his team argued that her abuse lawsuit should be dismissed because there's a clause in Kesha's contract mandating that all disputes be resolved in New York. The Los Angeles Superior Court dismissed Kesha's case in California. Kesha's claims were then transferred and absorbed into the New York proceedings. Kesha amended her New York lawsuit to include Sony Music Entertainment as a defendant, accusing the label of enabling Dr. Luke's abuse and failing to take action to protect her. She claimed Sony turned a blind eye and continued to promote and profit from Dr. Luke despite knowing these allegations. Dr. Luke filed a motion to dismiss the claims against him and Sony, again denying all allegations and maintaining that the claims are false, retaliatory, and designed to pressure him into releasing Kesha from her contract. As a response, Kesha requested a preliminary injunction that would allow her to record music outside of her contract with Dr. Luke and Kemosabe Records. She argued that continuing to work with him would be emotionally devastating and would stall her career, which it did, but New York Supreme Court Justice Shirley Kornreich denied the injunction, stating that Kesha failed to provide sufficient evidence of irreparable harm and that her claims were too speculative. And of course, everyone lost their minds when this ruling happened, quite literally pissing the entire internet off and sparking waves of public backlash. Prominent artists including Taylor Swift, who donated $250,000, Lady Gaga, Adele, and many others expressed support for Kesha using social media and public statements, using hashtag FreeKesha, 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 FreeKesha.
Alright, where's the crazy shit at, man? Like, with all respect, where's the freak-offs? Like, where is the fucking freak-offs? I ain't even gonna cap with you.
Music superstar Kesha and the damning allegations that she has leveled against one of the music business's biggest producers.
Yeah, she is accusing him of horribly abusive acts, physically, mentally, sexually, verbally, emotionally. If it's true, it's reprehensible.
Well, the pop star's attorney is speaking out to us. It's tonight's top story, Kesha's explosive abuse claims.
It's going down. I'm yelling timber.
Oh, that's the song?
There was a consistent pattern of emotional, psychological.
That's Diddy's lawyer's dad. This is Mark Garagos.
And financial abuse.
Oh shit, she got some bangers.
He literally drove her into rehab. And the most serious charge in this case is the date rape charge, the administering what he calls a sober pill, which I suspect was a GHB dose.
Here's why Kesha's allegations are rattling the music industry today. 41-year-old Dr. Luke isn't just any music producer, he's arguably the man behind Katy Perry, Miley Cyrus, and he's written hits for Britney Spears.
Would you hold it against me?
And Kelly Clarkson. Dr. Luke played a huge role in Kesha's success, signing her to his record label when she was just 18 years old.
I'm looking for voices that are distinctive. That's the most important thing to me.
But it's all turned ugly. There's even speculation today that Kesha wrote an unreleased song about him called Dancing with the Devil. Kesha claims Dr. Luke also demeaned her, calling her a fat expletive refrigerator. The alleged abuse could have impacted Kesha's behavior. A lot of the crazy moments played out in her 2013 MTV docuseries.
Let's go get your...
One of the dirty little secrets of the music business is that there is this kind of disproportionate leveraging or power, and these young, talented, impressionable, oftentimes females who get taken advantage of.
Why would she want to leave that successful formula if there wasn't another reason?
The talk, Sharon Osbourne.
All right, man. I don't think we're going to get the full truth on what happened, but I'd probably have to go digging into the lawsuit to probably see like what are the gruesome details. But it looked like there was some of the same controlling power dynamic type of stuff that we normally see in the music industry. Obviously, I think the Cassie stuff is really extreme. Like the idea of a freak off is fucking crazy. The idea of you're with someone, they love you, they also control your career, and they then subject you to go fuck other men for their enjoyment, and if you don't do it, you get your ass beat. That's definitely really extreme. Okay, all right. I forgot she had songs. I came in like a wrecking ball. I remember songs like this. Let's see what this is. They said security refuses to let Lefty gunplay on stage at a GNX tour.
They won't let Lefty on the stage. They won't let Lefty on the stage. Hey, get crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious, crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious, crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. Hey, we got Lefty.
Nah, be tight. Did this nigga go to Kendrick concert to stand in the crowd looking lonely as fuck while his part plays? Now, if you guys don't know who this is he's on the song Mustard! Like he's at the end where it's like scary, crazy, spooky, hilarious or whatever. His name is Lefty Gunplay. He's a LA rapper. And apparently he did not get a chance, or he attempted to try to go on stage. And they told that nigga, no, hit the U-turn, back that away. I'm actually torn on this take, and I'm going to be honest and fair with it. And watch, me being honest and fair, everybody's going to be like, yo, he's only saying this because he hates Kendrick. Because to some people, you can't criticize, right? This is how I look at it in two senses. The first sense is this. When you go to these tours, like even like say like Drake went on tour, Drake had songs with people in the building at times. Drake bought Meek out like it was his first day at kindergarten. Meek was walking through Philadelphia at Wells Fargo like, what the fuck? This is how you pack an arena? Trust me, I showed you the video already. Now, I don't think he performed the song that Meek Mill was on, but if he did, I don't think Meek Mill would get on stage. The mere fact is a lot of these shows, they're not hood shows. Like a stadium tour is not some hood shit where you be like, yo, throw him a mic. Yo, get him over here. No, the lighting is very carefully rehearsed. You see there's choreography. You see Kendrick doing this. I'm sliding. He keeps doing his little dances. I get it. You have the cars that come up from certain places. Pyrotechnics. Like, again, this is way more advanced and calculated and choreographed than an arena show. Go back to the Beyonce and actually Beyonce and Jay, they did bring out a few people when they went on tour. And that was a stadium tour. But just to be honest, I went to Drake's tour and he did like 8 nights in a row at the Garden. And there was a point where he got Central C in the building. And I'm like, damn, Central about to hit the stage. No, he did not. Okay? People would want to see Central C, but I don't think it's not him wanting to show love. They're not making a special set type light change, this, that, and the third. It takes that much when you have a really orchestrated show. A really orchestrated show that is expected to make hundreds of millions runs like a movie. So what happened is, love might have been you just coming out on stage. Or, yo, shout out to Lefty in the building. But what we normally see at some of these shows where you come out on stage and then they let you perform 2 of your songs in front of this crowd. Nah. Now, that's me being honest and saying that is not a Kendrick thing. That I think is a status quo thing when you get to these big of a tour. I will say this though. Okay? But I'm gonna give some of the blame to Kendrick and his team. I'm gonna be honest with you. You performing in LA and you done put a couple niggas on your album. I know you got a lot of people to take care of who want free tickets, who want this. I know Dave Freeze running around getting everybody good. If one of the niggas is on one of your biggest songs currently, is in the building, even if you can't get him on stage, make sure you're taken care of and make sure that communication's right, that he don't look goofy. Because here's the thing, he look goofy here. He looks goofy. Also, for Lefty Gunplay, brother, your manager got to make sure you're not getting turned away like that. You look goofy. The point of the matter in me even saying or assigning any blame to Lefty or Kendrick is that, yo, this moment should have never been had. It should have been an understanding. Like, if a nigga is cool enough to be on a song that's doing numbers for you and doing for him too, and you now come back to y'all hometown, it shouldn't be a situation where homie is like moving around blindly without him properly knowing that, brother, you're not welcome on stage, and don't try to come on stage. Now, there is a world where Kendrick's team told him, yo, we don't do features. Nobody's going to run on stage. We don't give a fuck who's on this motherfucker. Okay? You could chill out in the VIP area, chill out by the riser. You're all good there, but don't try to come on stage, and you never know. That nigga might have tried it. Yo, let me get up on stage. Let me not, because, again, that's a huge moment. And if that's the case, I take all blame off of Kendrick, and I blame it squarely on Lefty. But it feels like there was some breakdown in communication here, and I do believe that out of respect for a nigga you put on your track, you want to make sure there is some synergy among you and him, whether it's like, yo, bro, our show is already, like, you know what I mean? I don't know if you know how these shows work. Even down to the lighting matches all the songs and all the moments in the song. The lighting knows that the beat's going to go ba 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 ba. The fucking sound, the explosions, everything is timed. This is not like just some niggas like, oh, we're playing like we're playing the PS4. No, this is all timed. If you fuck up something with the sequence and the timing, you could throw off a lot of things at the show. I keep telling y'all, Rod Wave spent $18 million on production, and because they couldn't load in and test everything right at certain venues quick enough, because apparently it took a day to load it in certain places, they had to cancel shows rather than give a sloppy show. Everything has to go down without a hunch. So again, if Lefty just found out he wasn't welcome on stage, there's a breakdown in communication. I think Kendrick and his team should have made that clear to him. Also should have took care of him. Not sure if he was taken care of. But this was rather embarrassing. I'm not going to take this to say, oh, no, Kendrick don't really fuck with and support niggas, because I think this is a good look for Lefty Gunplay to be on the song. But, you know what I mean? You don't want him to have that moment where he's rejected or dejected, unless he just blatantly ignored everything y'all said, or y'all didn't talk to him. So, we'll see. And I see somebody in the comment section says, yeah, you're not getting up on Kendrick's stage if he wasn't in rehearsal. And I respect that. Don't come up here with you and your 30 gangbangers thinking you about to sag across the stage with your pants, walk on all the places you're not supposed to walk during this song. You're fucking up my pyrotechnics. You're fucking up my lighting. Now you're bumping into my dancers. And all you want to say, crazy, spooky. No, nigga. Sing that from the crowd. We already got you on CD quality playing across the speakers. Yes. If he wanted to be there performing, he should say, yo, Dot, what time, like, can I come through for the show? Are we rehearsing? What's up? I agree with that. Has he addressed this? Lefty Gunplay. Yo, they hate him up in No Jumper, huh? Has he responded at all? This is when he was talking about, you know, the song played at the Super Bowl. Obviously, he wasn't there.
People found out that Kendrick Lamar's gonna be performing at the Super Bowl. Like, was there any part of you like, yo, I hope he asked me?
No, I wanted to perform with no ill bone in my body because he worked so hard on that album. He deserves every single minute of that album. And that TV Off was that last song. Why are you gonna end it with me? You know, I'm sure the Latino people would have been happy, but you know, we should be grateful that we at least got our song played on there.
Yeah, when people found out that Kendrick Lamar's gonna be performing at the Super Bowl, like, was there any part of you like, yo, I hope he asked me?
No, I wanted to perform with no ill bone in my body because he worked so hard on that album. He deserves every single minute of that album. And that TV Off was that last song. Why are you gonna end it with me? You know.
Fucking me first.
Yeah, when people found out that Kendrick Lamar's gonna be performing at the Super Bowl, like, was there?
Now he hasn't spoke about this new thing, but it just happened. So. Let me see. Lefty Gunplay. Maybe he spoke on his Instagram?
I don't want to be noted or remembered for crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. I appreciate what.
Brother, that's what you're going to be remembered for. Crazy, spooky, crazy, hilarious. It's okay.
You know, K-Dot did. I know what he did for me. He put me in charge of my people. You know what I'm saying? By giving me that play. Now it's like, this is the beginning, bro. You know, this is what you really want. So when people.
Keep this deep, tell me when to go. It's Lefty Gunplay, showcases on the floor for show. Couldn't vote cause I'm still on parole.
All right. All good. Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. You still got to thank Kendrick for the opportunity. Don't matter. I guess he enjoyed it from a crowd. Yeah, he was kind of tight. That nigga headed straight for the exit. I'm out of here. He heard his party side. I'm out of here now, man. I'll catch y'all niggas later, man. Holy. All right. All right. Who this? Jim Jones rapping in Spanish now? What's this? No. Yo, how is Ray J beefing with Suge Knight? And I guess this all started from Ray J saying free Diddy. Then people start getting mad. And he defended himself like this.
Gets mad at me because I'm not going to be long on here. I just need supporting Diddy. Niggas got weird ass shit to say about me supporting Puff. Gets mad at me because I'm supporting Diddy. Niggas got weird ass shit to say. Niggas to clip this on Instagram real quick. I ain't going to be on here long. I know it's early in the morning, but I'm a petty motherfucker when niggas is petty with me. If a nigga think he gonna say some shit about me and I ain't gonna go crazy and respond, then don't think that it's okay, because I'm petty as fuck. I'm petty as fuck, nigga. Not gonna be long on.
Okay. All right.
No. And now Suge trying to say that me and Puffy are lovers, and that me and Puffy are lovers, bro. Really? That's how low you wanna go, Suge?
So Suge claimed that Ray J was fucking on Diddy. I don't know if y'all heard that. Suge been making some wild claims recently. Suge Knight, Diddy, Ray J. Is it this? Where is it? Here we go.
Puffy did have sex with too many higher up people in the industry. Now, I'm not talking about women. It's a big world, but it's a small circle. Ray J and Puffy definitely were lovers. It was a murder for hire hit. Only person know the truth, the real truth, is me and Tupac.
Suge, do you believe that Diddy and or Snoop Dogg were directly involved in that shooting?
And I could have been the asshole and released that audio. Puffy, the real was a murder for hire hit. The big bro that did
Snoop involved.
Wait,
From what you know,
Puffy.
Where's the parties at Ray J? Anyway, hold on.
Ray J and Puffy are lovers? Bro.
That's one of dead homies.
Bro, Ray J and Puffy are lovers, bro?
Hey, yo, what the fuck?
That's what Suge trying to say. Now, anyway, Suge's disappointed me. It let me know that Suge's a complete cunt. I never thought that I would publicly say that Suge's a cunt because I've always had Suge's back, and I don't mean ass. Unbelievable, Suge. Like, for you to showcase how dirty and dark you are, and I've been supporting you even through the dark times, and now you want to, like, disrespect the Gagency and say that I'm doing gay shit when you know I'm not. And if you're not, the Gagency mad because they like, damn, he's saying you doing gay shit, bro. And if you are, and I didn't tell the Gagency, bro, they gonna take me, bro.
What? The Gagency?
If I tell my gay friends that I've been gay and I ain't gay and I lied to them, bro, you know what's gonna happen to me? Bro, it ain't gonna look good, bro. So you got my whole Gagency team questioning like what I'm doing, bro, and you know what's up. You know you the one, Suge. Suge, okay. Remember, all right, I'm only gonna say this because I don't want to talk. I don't want to say too much.
Resells for 30 to 33.
The Gagency here. I don't know if y'all remember when I entered into the news game last year, but now I'm an official affiliate for multiple news networks. I have my own news shows.
Did you ask if I'm in a nightgown? Who the hell has that? What the hell? It's a shirt and like a pants. Fuck. Okay. Okay, so that happened. What else? Crazy, scary, spooky, hilarious. Rapper Cash Out and his mother faced trial after being arrested 3 years ago. They're accused of using a record label to recruit for prostitution and sex trafficking. Fuck. Vanessa Bryant. Federal prosecutors have reportedly filed a notice stating they will not seek the death penalty against Lil Durk in the murder of hire. Yes, so they had a certain amount of days to let Durk and his team know if they were looking for the death penalty, and they have decided that they're not looking for the death penalty. They also even said that they don't believe that there will be additional charges in the Chicago case. So if you don't know, Durk has a current murder for hire case in California, but he was also being investigated one in Chicago, Illinois specifically, right, in terms of state. And it was because of the murder of Stephon Mack, who was the person at first people thought was involved in the death of his brother, D-Thing. The two dudes that were caught, we watched the video of them doing the drill, doing the hit, and apparently those dudes were texting about Durk Payne. And obviously Durk had rapped, yo, the night my brother died, the next day niggas was down too, okay? And he said, if you were there, you know you dying too. And they thought that those would have resulted in charges, except the guys who did the murder, Durk didn't know that well. And it looks like even if they were saying that Durk paid him for the hit, in text messages that came out when their phones got seized, there's nothing really linking Durk to the murder. Why? Because Durk don't know them niggas. And that's why it tells me even more about the LA case. Durk know them. Well, somebody Durk knows or talked to is telling. That's the only reason why this case has gone so far. So again, I keep telling you, this case will get determined by snitches. And it appears, at least for Durk and his sake at this point, he will not get the death penalty because they're not seeking it, okay? Okay. Let me go checking all you guys' donations. Thank you guys for all the new memberships. By the way, today, King Academics channel was second. Usually y'all are first, but y'all were second to Durkio. No, not Durkio. I mean, second to the Academy. The Academy running shit today. Let me look at how that's been going. Okay. All right, let me get through you guys' donations. Matthew Eden says, talk about the Pusha T thing. What Pusha T thing? I've been hearing about like a Pusha T thing. What's the Pusha T thing? Oh, the Pusha T and Def Jam thing? Pusha T, Def Jam, and Kendrick shit? I'll table that for tomorrow. Chat, we can't do every single topic today. And the only reason I'm saying that, we won't have nothing to talk about tomorrow. Right? So Matthew Eden, could you remind me tomorrow? Please? Charlamagne said that Drake greenlit him on Brilliant Idiots podcast. That's true. I believe that's true. Never asked Drake about it, but I believe that was true. Charlamagne's told that story many times. New Fact Unlocked says, yo, you highlighted this, but not AZ Chike's story on how hard he worked to be on that stage. Bro, your hate for Kendrick has to be studied. Oh, bro, I don't even know how the AZ Chike dude looks. AZ Chike talks Kendrick Lamar tour. Like, bro, I'm gonna be honest with you. With all due respect, bro, we don't know these niggas like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is the first time I've seen this nigga's face in life. This is how he looks. Like, and I'm not disrespecting. I've never seen his face again in life. Oh, okay. Maybe this is it.
He definitely gonna bring me out. Me, I'm gonna talk.
This is him, right?
End up performing night 3 at the GNX tour. I'm gonna try to keep this short as possible, but bear with me. I'm gonna be yapping. I'm outside on my balcony, so it might be a little loud, but I'm gonna stay close to the phone so y'all can hear me. I'm gonna talk loud and clear as possible. Let's get into it. So boom. Let's talk about it, right? So going into this, bro, it was a humbling experience. It kind of taught me, like, the work is never done. You know what I'm saying? And never get too ahead of yourself. Even though I really end up there performing, I had to work for that. Like, still. Like, even with me feeling like I'm the best feature, or, I'm making the most of it, or I still have to put that work in to get that feature. To get on that stage. Like, it wasn't easy, bro. I'm the only motherfucker that Doc brought out from LA, in LA. Like, he can bring out anybody he want to. You know what I'm saying? And it was me. But I worked for that. I bust my ass for that. Not even leading up to it, but even doing it. So now let's get into the backstory. So like I said, going into this, after everything that's been going on, Super Bowl, Gatorade, deal signing, and even people were going #1 on the U.S. rhythmic radio and all this shit. Like, I kind of just assumed, like, oh, he definitely gonna bring me out all 3 days. You know what I'm saying? Like, we getting into it. Like, so I'm thinking ahead. Like, that's how I got the jacket made. I got the custom jacket made before I even knew officially I was performing. I bought all my wardrobe before I knew officially I was performing. That Letterman jacket, custom jacket I got made, that motherfucker was $3,000. I spent another $3,000 on the white sweats y'all see me wearing during the show. It was the white sweats, some jeans, and like a shirt with the cutoff sleeves. Those 3 together was like $3,000. Then I went to Louis Vuitton, got 2 pairs of shoes and a cross bag. That was $6,000. So I spent around $10,000 roughly. You know what I'm saying? On just wardrobe before I even knew I was performing. You know what I'm saying? So boom, let's talk about the week of them coming out here, right? So the week of come, I text Dot that Sunday or Monday. I sent him a voice message talking like Aaron the plumber, just joking around, like, you know what I'm saying, Brodusky. Night 3 is GNX tour is here. The time has come. I'm pulling up all 3 nights, you know what I'm saying, Brodusky. If niggas don't invite me, then I'm crashing all 3. Like, I'm just being funny. And he had kept the voice message. He kept it, right? So I said that was like Monday, Tuesday come. And the show is such of a big production. I know if I ain't got hit up already, the probability is low. So now, I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm sick. I'm not gonna lie, I'm sad as fuck, bro. Like a small piece of depression. Like, I'm sad as fuck. And I'm only sad because this is all I do. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is it for me. Like, not as in like this is the end, but like this is all I do. I put all my all in.
That's what y'all wanted me to watch? That nigga spent $10,000 on the outfit? The nigga was drippy. Okay, cool.
To this shit. So when something like this doesn't happen for me, it's not like I have other distractions. Like, well, I'm gonna just hit the club anyway, or I had such and such going on. Like, no, when shit don't happen like this, don't happen for me, I'm in the crib to the neck, just by myself, thinking about what I could have did different, why it didn't happen. Like, you know, I dwell on it a little too much, but like I said, that's why I was so fucking sad about it, right? And when I get sad like that, I'm not gonna lie, I start cleaning up, or like I start doing my responsibilities, paying bills. Like, that's my coping mechanism. So it was Tuesday. Tuesday came, the first day of the show. I got a new pack from New Balance, right? I'm sad as fuck. I'm not talking to nobody all day. I'm trying to figure this shit out, right? And as I'm opening the package from New Balance, I get a text from Kendrick. He's laughing at the text I sent him the other day. He laughing, then he like, what's up, where niggas at? What you on? I'm like, I'm at the crib. Then I text him again. I'm like, I ain't no shit, I'm at the crib. Then I text him again, like, nobody hit me up about tonight, but shit, if you need me there, you know, I'll drop whatever I'm doing and get it going. Then he like, no, it's good, just come to Friday and Saturday joints. So now I'm happy again. Now I'm like, okay, I'm performing Friday and Saturday. I'm just assuming. He never said that. He should just say come, right? Really, I wasn't assuming.
Bro, this is what y'all want me to watch, man.
Again, bro, you know what I'm saying? But Jay Real, like, bro, I been talking to him about it.
This nigga got a 20-minute story of how you perform, bro.
About it before, and he was like, hell yeah, we can get tracked to perform. Like, he was all with it, but he ain't say nothing else again about it. And then when he did, he said it was a rehearsal thing, like a rehearsal problem. I'm like, nigga, what? Nigga, I will be at SoFi outside, bro. I'll be at SoFi at 6 a.m. sleep in that motherfucking rehearsal. It don't matter, nigga. Like, I'm gonna make it happen. Like, you know what I'm saying? But again, Jay Real is the real MVP of this story, bro. I really love dude. So he like, bro, I'm gonna holler at him again, but I'm gonna shoot you the tickets for today. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna give you 5 of them, get your peoples right, and you feel me? We go from there. I'm like, bet. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm salt. I'm super salty. Like, all right, fuck it. I get dressed. You know what I'm saying? Call the black truck. We get there. I'm salt all the way there. I'm salt all the way there. I missed like the first act of the show. We missed. It was really like communication on the tickets problem. We didn't know where the tickets was, so they ended up texting them instead of email. So I'm salt. I'm salt all the way until I get in there. Once I get in there and I'm watching the show, my attitude changes. Now I'm just happy to be here. I'm focused. I'm seeing what he's doing. Since he said it was a rehearsal problem, I'm watching everything he's doing during Peekaboo. Really the whole show. Like SZA's set was fucking amazing. And, you know, shit like this is big inspiration for me because I aim to be at that point in my career one day. You know what I'm saying? So I'm always looking how to soak up game. So as I'm watching it, Jay Real walks past me, but I don't see him. He walked back. He like, Chay. I'm like, oh, what's up? He like, oh, you locked in. He like, that's how I know you the artist. Out of all these people standing right here, because you locked in, you not bobbing your head or nothing. You just staring like you locked in. He like, bro, I love that about you, right? So, boom, we leave. You know what I'm saying? We getting ready to leave. I'm happy and shit. I'm mad that I'm happy. Like, you supposed to be mad right now. You supposed to be on that stage. Shout out to Calmatic too. He's shooting something. He's like Doc cameraman. He knew I was mad too. You know what I'm saying? He knew I was mad. So boom, as we leaving, I'm like, bro, I'm about to shoot my shot again. Like, I'm thinking about it all the way home. Like, I'm finna send this nigga a voice message. Like, bro, I need to be on that stage. I have to be there. There won't be another opportunity like this again. GNX tour, the momentum it is now. And it's in LA, even if I perform with him again, it won't be like this. You know what I'm saying? I have to be there. I'm telling him, like, I need this, bro. You know what I'm saying? So I send him the voice message when I get home. You know what I mean? That night. I wake up in the morning, no response. I get a call from Jay Real again about giving me another set of 5 tickets for a Saturday show. He's like, I'm going to tell him again, bro. He like, Trike, I'm going to tell him again. I've been on his ass. I'm going to tell him again to let you perform. He got to let you perform. You the right one. He like, you the only one that this makes sense for, right? Keep in mind, I'm salt and sad again that morning. You know what I'm saying? So once he tell me that, I got hope again. So now I'm getting ready, about to take a shower. As I'm looking for my shorts before I take my shower, I'm thinking to myself, this is going to be a crazy story if I do get to perform. I'm thinking that to myself, right? I walk out my closet. I go to the bathroom. I got 2 missed calls. I got 2 missed calls from my guy, Tim, who worked very close with Kendrick. And he created Free Lunch, which they did the pop-out with. 2 missed calls. I called Tim back, like, what's the deal? I'm like, my bad. I'm about to take a shower. My bad. I missed your call. He like, yeah, wash your ass. I just got that call. I said, what call? He said, rehearsal at 3 p.m.
Boy, I almost cried in that motherfucker, goddammit. I'm like, oh shit. It's
That's why y'all had me listen to this, man. Chat, y'all are burnt out, man. Kevin Rodriguez, thank you for the 2. It's an act. This is act we love. No disrespect tolerated. Bishop Dandada says, yo, Ak, you need that gungo peas, eh? Alex M, thank you for the 5. Says, so the prosecutor is mad that Brian Steele is doing his job. What the fuck? They would say he was going too hard. He was bullying. Legendary, thank you for the 5. It says, go to Cassie, Italy. Scroll to 2016 and 2015. They got video of Cassie and Sarah. Even got a risque video of Keke Palmer and Cassie. Okay. This is it? Your bitch gonna leave you for a nigga she gonna do shit like this with, bro. Shit's crazy. Damn. They got some pictures of Cassie up in this, man. I gotta go to 2016. 2016 or 2015. Hold on. We got 2018. So this is back to Diddy era. Yep. Okay. 2017. Okay. Still 2017. Who is this? Oh, that's Kerry Morgan. Just keep it going. Yeah, Cassie looked bad as shit in this outfit. Holy shit. That's a Met Gala shit. She was looking bad. We had 2017, so I'm still trying to scroll. It's like loading. How do I go to the next picture? It won't load. Come on. Load. I'm trying to find what you're saying, but it's not loading. Sam Glover says he doesn't like the long crime girl. He says her fake accent is cringe. You're talking about the black chick? Jose Cuervo, thank you for the 2. Says, Ack ordering the Applebee's special. I did. Maurice Lombardo says, there's nothing bigger than a chat gang forever. Queen Prodigy, thank you for the 5. Said, these celebrities are clearly ritualizing, ritualistic, procured since a child, hence why this behavior seems normal to them. Like, that might be a thing. Issy Wealthy, thank you for the 2. Says, Sean G podcast was solely covered. All right, we actually tapped in. Tapped in. Thank you, guys. Somebody says, Ack, could you make it where whoever takes info from you, who you don't support, have to get paid to mention each time? Listen, as long as you guys know. I go off what you guys say. Daisha Radcliffe, thank you for the 5. It says, Ratchet TV say y'all got him blocked from the chat. He cool people in covering the Mo3 case as well with Yellow Beezy. P.S. been a chat queen for 5 years. Daisha, what's up with you? Ratchet TV. Did we talk to Ratchet TV? Or am I tripping? We talked to Ratchet TV one time, right? Or was somebody else? All right. Mario on Point. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Billy Mack. He says he's a former accountant. I believe it. He did time in the feds for something he had to do with that. Nine Breaker says, sidebar, Ack, you got to tap in with Unk, which I did. Tom Shaw, he says, yeah, this nigga got a Steve Harvey suit on. Stop playing. Billy Mack says, he got a dope story. Former accountant to Fed inmate. He's talking about Sean G. Prince NDE says, yo, we real hoopers up in. Oh, real hoopers tap in. Marcel Williams, thank you for the 6 Canadian, says, for the Unk Thai Fund. Hilarious. Jay Street, thank you for the 10. He says, yo, he's a New Yorker for sure. He is cooking. Ray Shelton, thank you for the 5. He says, I think Unk hit the Henny right before the live stream. Irwin Rivera, thank you for becoming a chat gang member. Dreamlit Beats, thank you for the 5. You didn't have a message. Issy Wealthy says, yo, Big Ack, if you have any needs, okay, we read that already. Nina Black, I read that already. Shout out to you, girl. How to, man, I read that already. Ruby Girl, I shouted you out earlier. Constantine Vermo, okay, that's about an e-bike. We might be caught up. all the baddies are robots at this point, Bishop said. Turn no burn. Shout out to you. Reed Wensky says, talk about Pusha T, K.Def Jam, UMG situation. I'll talk about it tomorrow. Joshua Bentacore says, talk about them not letting Lefty on stage. We did talk about it. The Skinny Everyday says, Act, speak on the Clips and Kendrick with getting affected by the Drake lawsuit. We'll talk about that too. Again, we're talking about it tomorrow. Somebody said they killed Loki Shmula's baby in his arm. I didn't know that. They said, Google it. Sad story. The streets are treacherous. He didn't say a word to the cops when he was interviewed. Okay. All right. Condolences to him. Nell Chapo 901 says, them hoe-ass niggas on, what? Crying about what? When Daredevil, who's Daredevil? J-Lock says, DDG owes the RDC crew a apology at least. He turned the biggest black con into some ghetto shit because he don't like how someone talks. Yeah, I do think that they do owe RDC an apology because, again, there are a bunch of black creators trying to create a convention, and they could be sued too, DreamCon, for not having adequate security, all that shit that happened. Sheenie Beanie says, the Me Too money grab is crazy. Ray Shelton says, this guy is not going back into custody alive. Oh, you're talking about the inmate guy. Wow. Constantine Veermore says, what's your email? Someone will give it to you in the chat. I just want to say it live. And Matthew Eden, we're going to talk about the Pusha T thing tomorrow. Chat, I know I said 10 hours. I'm at 8 hours and 34 minutes. I'm actually going to call it here. Whatever we didn't hit today, we're going to hit tomorrow. We will talk about the Pusha T situation with Def Jam, Kendrick, and also with the entire UMG possible Drake angle. Okay, chat. Don't want to stretch the voice too much. I drank a cup of water. I'm gonna keep drinking water. But I appreciate you guys for tuning in today. Thank you guys. Welcome back to the people on the King Academics channel. We will be continuing to stream on King Academics. Thank you for the people who have went over to Kick. Appreciate you guys too. We'll have a somewhat exclusive stream over there for a few hours later on this week. Thank you for all my people on R Block. And if you're used to watching this, which was only 300 people on Meta, we will get you guys back online tomorrow. Appreciate you guys. I am going to take the night off.